We've got Zerg here.
PR0 Nogdadalit.
He knows he's been bested. He knows he's got nothing left. George knows he has gone to Battlements. All the combat units are taken care of, and that is the end of Godweed's successful campaign through Gauntlet Stage B. Suddenly, attack. Oh no, the missionary. Oh no, it's pinned to the wall. Oh god! He knew it was coming, and he still got owned by it. Is down to his last 10 workers and falling. GG. Grass Eater, welcome to Battlements. Oh no, it's way worse than that. Kenoli, welcome to Battlements off the back of Zerg BS. And I feel like we might be falling flat indeed. Doglived calls the GG. Neblime qualifying. Still has to deal with all the ground units here, and the Calcs are arriving, still putting down damage. That's all the skits. He's only got 3 in production. GG has to be called by Jack. The Okra paintbrushing all the Hydras to death as well. And it feels like Ardent Turtle is just about ready to get himself into the Battlement stage off the back of 3 excellent ZVZ matches. This does not feel like AOT's chance. GG well played, and Arbuz takes the game. The break comes out, the Masons are pulled. Everything on the line here. Newt is happy. Newt has qualified. It was a heroic attempt to hold at the end, but there's no units left. Desperation in Game 7, and it's the Valkyries just like that. GG is called. HitEmUp is our new champion, ladies and gentlemen, and it is a big one. Ladies and gentlemen, Pronogo bringing you Acropolis number 4, Battlements stage. We are entering day 1, and I hope you all enjoyed the warm welcome. We have some very exciting matches ahead of us today. You can see the schedule on your screen. If you're confused about the time zone, just know that we are at that first group. The Sound of Effort. Newt, Neblime, and George will be duking it out. Terran, Protoss, and Zerg. Once upon a time, you could say it has every race, but that's not true anymore. Looking ahead to the final group will spoil that little detail, but Acropolis number 4 is the first premier tournament of Cosmonarchy to feature a 4th race, the Ascozi. And a new feature of the game, selective random, and that is necessary to understand before breaking into Group B, where Arbuz is playing as Protoss and Zerg, only randoming between those two races, whereas HitEmUp in Group C is playing as all races. So, that is where we find ourselves today. 3 hours apart for each of these groups. We hope that we can get all of the affairs underway in such a time, and we will be hearing from some of our Group A players very soon. So I do want to have a moment here to introduce our players more specifically, and we are going to begin talking with Neblime very shortly. With that in mind, however, we have to consider what exactly are we going to be expecting out of the form of these players? George is actually maybe the most practiced player in this group, coming in as a complete underdog, a bit of a surprise qualification to begin with, and managed to 5-game Biddy B, who has himself been a little bit out of the limelight, hasn't been playing a lot. So he's coming in with a little bit of form and maybe a little bit of practice, but he was Class 4 before he began his qualification efforts. Of course, that's no longer the case now, or won't be when he gets his class upgrade, but Neblime and Newt are a bit of a different sort. If we were ASL, this would be Tier 1, 2, and 3 players, Newt being the Tier 1, and he is the Battlements Knight for this group, which means he has control over the first matchup at the very least here, and he has actually selected George. George will be going up against Newt, a little bit of a warm-up for our Terran player, who qualified off the back of a 5-game set against none other than Shopkeeper Dog, back when that player was also playing Terran. Neblime comes in without a lot of practice. Newt has had a little bit more time, so far as I understand, but they've all been grinding. They've all been trying to play themselves back into form a little bit so that they can understand what's going on. So I say we hear from none other than Neblime himself. I'm assuming he will be ready for us, and we will begin with him and then move on to Sir George while we close out our interview segment with Newt prior to his game. Neblime, you are here in the casting booth. You are here not to cast, but to play. How are you feeling ahead of Group A?
Well, as of right now at this time, I feel good. In general for Cosmonarchy, I mean, I don't know. It's been a long time since I've been in this voice channel, since I've been seen on your channel. Yeah. It's been hibernation. Oh, I finally become a purifier.
Well, are you trying to explain that your icon has changed and from the old Legionnaire to the new Legionnaire icon? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Well, I just mean I've been put in hibernation, and you sort of bring me out just to like send me into
yeah,
battle.
that's true. You know, honestly, I associate Purifier so much with you casting Protoss in Cosmonarchy that I forgot that there was even a StarCraft 2 connection. Yeah, so
yeah, exactly. It was always a Zealot variant, right?
Well, this is StarCraft 2, isn't it? Like this is what we got. And StarCraft 2 actually never came out, so I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's right. This is the true StarCraft 2.
Right.
But I feel good. I have played a few games, as you probably noticed, so I'm not coming in completely cold.
Yep.
I'm just glad there's no Ascosi in this group because I still don't really know what Ascosi did, you know?
Right, yeah. Well, not only that, but I have a feeling that if you end up drawing, say, a shopkeeper, or maybe if Godwheat makes that out of his group, even Godwheat could potentially cause some trouble. But I think even with a few games, a player of your caliber should be able to grasp it, at least enough to take some action, and maybe you'll, you got some connections. You might talk to Ayud or somebody who plays PVA and be like, hey, what's up? But yeah, you didn't have to worry about that. I guess I did want to get your reaction to the drawing of this group, the fact that you're up against Newt and that you have this upstart George. One of the things I said in my preview when I was going through the whole Battlements groups and every one of them and talking about who I expected to get out, I'm going to say this to George when I talked with him, but I actually don't expect him to take a single game here. And so do you feel like that's true? Do you feel like George is not really coming in with a lot of chances? I don't even know if he's on your radar.
Well, that is a comfort to me that you say that, because honestly, I don't know what to make of George. I'm not actually sure if we've ever played at all.
Yeah.
And my apologies, George, if we had that like session of like 30 games that I forgot or something. Like, I'm pretty sure I have not played against him, so I really don't know what to think, especially being so rusty, right? As for Newt, I was sort of saying in chat before, I think it was in Acropolis 1, when he first showed up in the server, and we played a couple of practice games, and I was like, holy shit, this guy's good. Oh shit, what do I do? And then fortunately did not have to face him in that tournament. And, he disappeared from the server for a while. And I always thought that he probably would have taken me down at that time. So he's always, since the very start, felt like a huge threat to me. So now we're both rusty. He comes in saying, oh, I'm so rusty, but I can claim the same. We're on the same level there, I think.
The Johns are matched.
It's just like, exactly. It's just like the old days. I'm quite afraid of him. So I wasn't pleased he was in my group, but we'll see how I go.
All right, fair enough. So not familiar with George's style or game, and maybe he'll shock us all, and I challenge him to do so. But you are looking more so at Newt as the primary threat in the group, which is to be expected. When you come into this kind of group, at least so far as you want to say publicly, do you have a particular idea of how this group is going to go? Are you going to get out in first? Are you going to get out in second? Are you going to bomb out and go home? What's going on?
I do think I'm going to get out in first.
Okay, that's pretty good.
But that's to say nothing of what the journey might look like.
Right, yes, of course. It might be, the question is it a clean 4-0 or are you end up dropping maps here? But the fact that you don't have to play first maybe gives you a little bit of an insight into what the play style is. Do you think it matters much here? Because TVZ does play pretty differently to TVP.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, because Terran has different options. But obviously, Newt might play differently versus Zerg versus Protoss. I would be much happier if I'd had them to play like 10 games with Newt over the last month. Because really, don't really know what he does.
Fair enough. Yeah. But so maybe a blessing in disguise, even if it's not immediately adaptable to the matchup you are going up against, that you don't have to immediately jump in there. Well, with that in mind, I guess the question is, what do you reckon for you're talking about this group, you're talking about the games that are up ahead. Do you have any hints or thoughts as to what map you might be looking at? Because you will be able to challenge the winner here, presumably based on the seeding and the strength of the players. You'd expect that to be Newt. Any thoughts on what maps you're looking at here that as potential picks or as maps that you like versus Terran?
Oh, well, nice try. I'm not going to give away what I'm going to do. Jeez, whose side are you on, Pinogo? I'm not going to say a word about what maps I'm going to pick.
Ah, fair enough. And not even any impromptu Neblime map reviews. Guys, I tried. Some of his map rants are the best ones.
I mean, Potadea is a great map, but everyone knows that already.
Yeah, Potadea is actually our first map, so you can't pick that. Sorry.
I know. That's why I'm saying it, because it's out of my hand, so I'm not giving anything away by saying that.
Fair enough. Well, with that said, Neblime, I wish you good luck in your games. Any final words before we bring in George?
You know what I said before? It's been a while. People might have doubts, but they need to believe.
They need to believe, and your deeds shall be remembered, Neblime. I'm sure of it. I will see you for the post-game interview, if time allows, and if you're still around. So I'll see you then.
I will know where to be at 3 a.m.
There you go. GG. With that said, I will now summon George to the casting waiting room. If you are listening, George, join the casting waiting room so that I can pull you in. He's scrambling. He's trying desperately. He needs to get his ass in here. Or if he's in any waiting room, technically, any VC, I can pull him in. But that's it. That's what we're doing now. You know, everything was going pretty well, if I don't say so myself, on the production side. And then, you know, I just realized, shit, I forgot to ping George and tell him to get in here. He said permission needed. No, the waiting room. You can go in there. Anybody can. Here, I'll type it to him. Waiting room is open to all. Is he there? Is he in? He can't? Hello? Join any VC. All right. Oh, there he is. He figured it out. Okay, Georgie, you are now in the proper booth so that I can interview you and talk to you about your games. Now that you've managed to make it in, how are you, sir?
Yeah, we had some technical difficulties. My apologies.
All good, all good. Listen, this is, you know, I wonder if you're the type of person to be in this situation, but I remember Hamster, ahead of his grand final against Mystery Meat, when he first played this and got to the grand final of his first ever tournament, through the upper bracket, no less, he was more nervous about a text interview than he was about actually playing the games. And so I don't know if that's you, or if you have any particular nerves. You seem like a pretty straight shooter, but what are you feeling? How are you feeling ahead of your Acropolis debut?
Oh, I love it. I love it. This game caught me from the start, and I'm glad to be part of everything it brings. Yeah, every tournament, every weekend match, I enjoyed it all.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. That's very cool. So you're feeling good about you're feeling like happy to be here in that sense. Now, some people say happy to be here as like almost a bit of a pejorative, to say like, you know, you're just happy to be here. You're not going to do anything. But what do you think? Are you actually thinking maybe you will do something here? Do a little something, something?
You know what? Being new and all that, I'm not sure, but I'm sure I'll bring some interesting plays to the table. Yeah, I'm not here to disappoint or make very fast games and all of that. But I hope everyone will at least appreciate the courage, I guess, of being here.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, think about it. You come in here, you start off in your qualification time. I even mentioned it earlier. You're class 4. You're one of the bottom dogs in that respect, and you've managed to bite your way all the way to the top. Insofar as you are in the top 18 players of active players of Cosmonarchy. You know, we had some people who didn't show up. Kasuga, Top Ramen. These guys are absent, but you're here and you're making a splash here. So an opportunity for you given up by those who decided not to bother. And you know, to credit you didn't make it through the last chance qualifier like the person you actually beat to get here did. You managed to get here, and it wasn't even like you needed every last shot. You managed to get in here in the lower qualifier. So some props to you there. How are you feeling about your qualification in that respect?
Well, I think it went pretty well. There were some games that I played that they were so horrendous. You know, I kind of felt bad you streamed them. You know, I felt very bad about them. But hopefully today there will be a change in my gameplay, and we won't have any of those situations anymore.
Okay. Since I was aware of it based on what Alexander, your homie, your Cosmonarchy husband, I think is what you're calling each other, your homie there told me that you were very upset with Grass Eater for 6-pooling you. And then you 6-pooled BiddyB. What's up with that? Huh? You going to bring that to the table?
Yes. I will forever fix it. Yeah. So I'm still of the same opinion.
Okay.
Yeah? I don't like 6-pool. But if my opponent is 6-pulling me, hey, hands off the table. I don't care.
Okay, so you thought maybe BiddyB would do it too, so you figured you'd do it to him first? Or is this like a case of somebody did it to you, you got to pass it on? You got it out of your system, you're done, you're not doing it anymore?
No, it was because I actually watched his games, so I was fully expecting a 6-pull. So
Oh, shit. Well... We do have a donation.
$20 to watch the destruction of George.
$20 to watch the destruction of George, says Godwheat. Thank you, Godwheat. How do you feel about $20? George.
$20. I think I'm worth a bit more. You should up it to at least $100.
See, that's it. I like the cut of this man's jib. Well, George, I am looking forward to your games. You are up first against Newt. You feel like you got any idea about versus Terran? I was always thinking versus Protoss is kind of hard as an underdog because it can be a very unforgiving matchup in the early game. But you know, versus Terran, somebody like Newt, he can be pretty aggressive too. Any idea about his play style and any idea about your plans here?
I watched his gameplay. I played against him too. Mm-hmm. It was quite an interesting one. I don't like Cyprians first and foremost.
Okay.
So I'm fully prepared to deal with it because that's what he's gonna do.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I am interested in what these kinds of matches are going to end up looking like. You did end up picking Patadia. Any words you want to say about that? Or you want to keep it close to your chest? You just like the map? What's going on with that pick?
I think this was one of the first maps I played when I first got into it. So it's just close to my heart.
There you go. Close to your heart. Comfortable. You get yourself your best gamer socks and your upgraded gamer chair and your Diet Coke. All this is stuff I learned from people playing Counter-Strike, online matches. This is the kind of stuff they need to be comfortable versus the great ones. So, hey, I wish you luck, George. I know you're going to deliver on some good, funny bits at the very least. And I'm not talking about like laughing at you. I'm talking about laughing with you, buddy. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping for some nice matches in that respect. And you probably aren't super familiar with the format. I will share with the class. You didn't even know that when you beat BiddyB, you qualified and that there was more of a tournament. Well, now here you are. So congrats.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And as an ending tale, so to say, I'll say this. I may be 18th this year, but next year I'll be at least 16th.
Okay, there it is. There it is. Hey, GLHF, Sir George, I will pass you down to the waiting room and you can stay there or disconnect, whatever you want to do. But I will see you later. Peace. And with that, I think it's probably a good idea to bring Newt in. He did just join. He's going to be quaking in his boots about the 16th in the world. But let's hear from Newt himself, the top dog in the group, who picked George as his opponent, who has qualified out of the tribunal stage, a 5-game set against Shopkeeper Dog TVT, but he doesn't need to worry about that in this group. Newt, how are you feeling today ahead of your matches?
Not well. Not got a lot of practice. Hungover as hell.
There it is.
As one does. I think me and George, we played earlier this week, like he was saying.
Mm-hmm.
So I think me and George probably have a good matchup, but I expect Neblime to completely smash me.
Oh, interesting. So you're thinking that you and George should be able to make entertaining games, but you're actually talking, even though you're the first seed, even though you're the guy who has demonstrated the most recent skill just in the long arc of history here, this season of Cosmonarchy, if you want to call it that, you're thinking that you're going to come out here in second and not in first? Is that true?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, I don't see me coming out in first.
Oh, wow, okay.
I think me and Arbuz has been playing a bunch of TVPs recently, and I think I'm 0-7.
Okay. Well, sometimes that happens right before the officials, and then you turn it on, and you're like, oh, yeah, all that practice finally channeled through. Maybe you break through the hangover at the same time. Who knows, right? What about that possibility, huh?
Hopefully. I was talking to HitEmUp earlier and asking him for advice, and he's basically like, yeah, everyone in all these groups I could beat with off-meta units. You don't even need a build. I'm like, but you're just telling me to stop being shit at the game.
I love HitEmUp's advice. Yeah, I love HitEmUp's advice. He was giving advice to BiddyB earlier because they're in the same clan, and I'm not going to tell what it is, but you can probably guess based on the advice he gave you. All I can think of is, I guess if BiddyB suddenly has HitEmUp mechanics, he could probably win. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like back in Starcraft 2 when Terran was getting smashed forever, but Maru was winning everything, and everyone just play like Maru.
Well, were it so easy.
Yeah, I wish I could play like Maru. I wish I could play like HitEmUp. Would
be pretty good. Many such cases. I mean, HitEmUp has his own saga we will get to later today as he ends up climbing through his own group. But I am expecting some very excellent play out of that guy. And it is always a joy to have him be like, yeah, so this is what you do. And other people try to emulate that or do that same thing to varying degrees of success.
I do like how you gave him the easiest group of today.
Yeah, well, availability's worked out in a funny way.
I do want to talk real quick, if you don't care, about tomorrow's groups.
Sure, yeah.
I'm so excited about Suzuki and Hanmano.
Yeah.
And the entire hamster group is going to be great.
Yeah, really interesting stuff there. So I just to briefly opine, I will say Ziki, Hanmano, and Jack is Group D. Hanmano has been practicing a ton of TVZ, and he's even been playing pretty well against players like Crank, who, he's cranking out. For anybody who doesn't know, there's a looming threat I can put over you. You can breathe a sigh of relief, Newt. This doesn't apply to you. Crankendow is on standby. So if anybody doesn't show up or has an inability to play, you will be having him in your group. Just so you know, just so you guys, if I have the power, okay? Like I can just DQ ban somebody and then Crankendow goes in. So don't piss me off. No, I'm just kidding. But Crankendow can just replace somebody else. But just to point out, Crankendow's been actively grinding. He's a very good Zerg player. Hamano's been taking games off of him. I think that does bode well for a very competitive Group D.
Crank 3-0'd me last night.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I've been playing a little bit with Crank, but yeah, he 3-0'd me last night as Zerg. But Hamano, we've been playing some TVTs too, and he's beat me every game as well.
Really?
I can't win this week. I've not won a single game this week, I swear.
I think the major idea that I have when it comes to that particular group is it's gonna be some good TVZs for sure. And if Jack and Zeke end up getting any games in, that'll be an entertaining ZVZ because Jack's got a lot of experience, but Zeke's got the mechanics, so that's gonna be a good one. That's gonna be good.
Yeah, I watched Zeke versus Hamster a couple days ago, and it was some really good games. It was the best 3 they did.
There you go. I'll have to check that out at some point. Well, Newt, I am interested in those games. I'm also interested in these ones, and the lobby is up on release for you to join George and myself on Patadia. Any final words before you send off for your first match?
Not really. I mean, I'm just glad to be able to play again. I've been out for a while.
Hell yeah.
I wish I had a little more practice, but that was my fault. And I just hope all the games are good and it's a good viewing experience for everyone.
That's what I'm hoping for too, sir. I appreciate you very much. Good luck in your matches, and see you very soon on the server, so to speak.
All right, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wait for Newt to ready up in the lobby and George to confirm his own readiness, and then we will begin our first match. Our interviews always go a little bit longer than I schedule time for, which is why I actually secretly schedule more time for them. But actually, I think we're on track here. Usually we last at least 30, 35 minutes in interviews. We managed to beat that by a few minutes this time. So we'll dial it in. We'll dial it in as time goes on, but looking forward to Newt versus Neblime later on, but right now we have a little appetizer. Newt versus George. Newt has some high words for George, some praise, some thoughts, and I am very excited about that one. And Newt has joined the lobby, so we are just about ready, raring to go. I am going to ask our players ready, and then I am going to hit a very important button, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to begin Group A. And I hope you all are excited for the Battlements stage of Acropolis number 4. Because here and now, we settle things. Patadia, our first battleground. Newt and George, our first contestants. Newt in the bottom right is our Ultramarine Terran, and George in the top left, our Maroon Zerg. We already have some exciting things underway, and I, for one, am very interested in what George is going to bring to the table. Newt going for a fulcrum start, immediately throwing us off the scent. His bio play versus Zerg is what I expected to see. We'll have to see what ends up happening here. I have a feeling we're going to be a little bit of a vulture start into maybe some phalanx based on what I've seen Newt type about. But that's only if George ends up opting for the Shroud. I was actually a little bit curious if George is going to do anything of the sort. You have to remember that Zerg players have a few variety of options here. If it's bio play, you can go Bactals and you can go Shroud. But if it's mech play, it becomes a little bit different. I think usually the optimal solution to mech play in the early to mid game ends up being like a Vornath into Shroud play, with phalanxes still being a potential problem. Now, Patadia is a map by BiddyB, who will be playing tomorrow on Father's Day, no less. hats off to him as I believe he's the only dad in Battlements today. Well, this cycle in general. I am looking forward to what, we're going to see out of that particular group, but I'm mostly thinking about it from the perspective of Patadia is one of those macro maps. It's one of those longer maps that you can be a little bit more comfortable here as opposed to getting hardcore cheesed, though Newt is one of those players who can do that. To see him open up a little bit more standard is kind of a mixed bag, right? If you're Neblime watching this, salivating about any information you can get about the kind of style or sort of idea that Newt is coming into the play with, his interview has Johns about it. He's talking about how he's not going to be able to get out of here anywhere other than second place, and he hopes that George doesn't beat him. This is the kind of thing that you really don't expect from a player like Newt, so you got to discount that. It's like when HitEmUp says he's going to lose, you know what I mean? So you got to just kind of park that to one side, and even though this is a comfortable map for a macro game, Newt could have gone for a very aggressive push, and wow, look at this, this is the fastest Shroud I've seen on one base. Idle workers, of course, the Zet's running in, clearing one lobotomy mine. There's more where that came from. The Vultures can run him down now. George is in some danger. His quaz count very, very low, and he is going to need to get some more at home. Only one pair in production right now. It looks like he's only got 4 at home. At least the Zets complete the runaround. This is smart moves from George. He realizes the Vultures could have just made a beeline for his main base if he led them halfway across the map. Third Fulcrum starting up. We got 1 Cyclops being made, 1 already pounding the streets. I really don't know if the Shroud is going to hit in time. You don't have a lot of economy when you build it this early. You can really only get 2-3 units max out of the Shroud at any given timing. 6 quaz is not enough to hold up against the Vulture count here. 2 more are on the way. A whole route of 6 more coming down the ramp. So 2 more pairs coming in the eggs, and this is going to be an important moment for the hold. Now, since they have that movement speed when they attack, you can kind of dance with the Vultures, but when the Cyclops start laying in the AoE, this becomes a problem. George said he didn't want to lose games super early on. He didn't want it to be the quick end that everybody thinks he's going to suffer. And Newt is trying to see if he can make him eat his words on that. But right now, all he's doing is eating a lot of spines. The quaz clearing the Cyclops. That's the splash damage taken care of. And George is just biding his time. 2 Lake is on the way. That's what he spent his gas on. Newt ends up throwing the Vultures at him. I think he thought George was just going to keep recalling back to the base. Instead, it's Cyclops galore. 3 Fulcrum producing nothing but them. Couple lobotomy mines to help the Vultures escape, but there's only 2 of them left, and they're pretty wounded, pretty beaten up. George has a Droleth sent out. He actually cancels out some of his units that he was making. I think it was a Zoryus so that he can afford his hatch. I actually really like this reactive play from him. Not bad. Not bad. We do have that scrapyard coming. I suppose we'll have some Matadors out pretty soon. It could also be Blackjacks. I just don't really rate that as an option versus this kind of composition. But if you can see the Lake is coming, you can just right-click them with Blackjacks. They hit really, really hard, really, really quickly while they're unburrowed. Starpad immediately thrown down as the Lake is scouted. Remember, that was the first evidence of Shroud tech that Newt had. He wasn't able to scout deep into the base. But his expansion timing is ahead of his opponents, and he is starting up his worker production, at least in the main base, resuming it. Cyclops clearing a couple of units here and there. 1 Zoryus is out, and we have a bound of Zets running down the ramp. What else do we have in store? A bunch more Lake is. George is drolling up, trying to get back into a competitive worker lead or worker count with his opponent, but as Newt starts to activate that Ministry in the Natural, we are going to see a bit of a different story. Love this lobotomy mine, well drilled by Newt to put it exactly in the path, so he is aware that this attack is incoming. He's got another one he can play around with the Cyclops. I'd even love if he ended up trying to, lead them. Oh, definitely not standing right on top of them. That's a little bit of a surplus to requirements there, but he does end up clearing the Zets without losing any Cyclops, so at the very least, it was a run-by for information. Not very expensive for George, but maybe a little bit on the larva side, right? 4 more Droleth. He is getting it back up into workers. I'm impressed that he's able to make these kinds of decisions. A pair of Naths for scouting is a great choice as well. Anseal on the way. Nathracors can deal with Anseals in small numbers. Cesticent the Natural for Newt. He's going to help anchor his position as a bunch of Cyclops and Blackjacks indeed, not Matadors, are on the way out roving across the map. With an Anseal back at home as well, are going to be able to handle the Lakes should they end up being a problem. As of right now, it looks like George has actually abandoned his post in a few different locations. Walking through his own Cyclops fields isn't really the greatest. And 5 Lakes consolidating the defense back at home. 4 Zoryus, multiple Ovolets imply a drop. Not really going to be using them for detection in this matchup, not yet. 2 more Fulcrums coming out as a bunch more Cyclops are being made. A second Ant Seal nearing completion as the Blackjacks hover around that anchor. Where is the Ant Seal anyhow? It was made, unless it was canceled. I don't think so. Is it floating over the base without me noticing? No, not on the mini-map. Ovileth to the top right has a lake is. So we are going to see a drop come in. Almost a perfectly placed set of ground units to try to dissuade that. We have no defenses at pick here. A second star pad and a Trojan coming. Is Newt going to be going for a mass drop himself? Okay, we do have the 2 Ant Seals. One of them was in the middle of the map the whole time. Ant Seals patrolling, or Nathacor's patrolling over here. Actually really good anti-drop tech and a very fast Ulgorg. Okay. Well, clearing out the 3rd base, at least the interior one. That is a place for Newt to go for an Expo if he wants it. He does have some minerals. No units here to try to defend, so he's going to be on the back foot when this Lakis shows up. It's only 1 Lakis. It's going to take a while to kill things of like Masons of all things. Like, they are the tankiest worker in the game. And now Newt is going to be at a point where he might be able to pressure. He doesn't have anything that can outrange the Lakis that are burrowed in the back, and this is looking like a pretty good defensive circuits behind it to fall back to. The Ant Seals come up for the detection. Their energy is going to be drained almost immediately by the Lakis splash, but it's not a great concave setup here. He had all the time in the world to put those in a better position. The Ulgorg is not done, and this one back at home has been taken care of. So it does look like the Lakis have to fall back. Azorius and a Rocore of all things inside that Ovileth, bit of a fat finger. Blackjack's off the rally, clearing out that Lakis, and now mining can resume. A lot of economic damage dealt, but this threat is continuing to build. Can he break through additional Lakis and the circuits? I don't think the answer is yes, but the Ant Seals are recharged. Maybe then he can try to angle for a couple extra hits. The Circuit might be dead pretty soon. Oh, the leftover fields clearing that first Lakis down south. Not a bad initial showing from either player, but that damage is adding up. That friendly fire isn't. Big throng of Blackjacks moving across the map. He has all these Trojans. It seems like he's forgotten about them for now. Gas cap in the natural. He doesn't have it in the main base, and he's only got 1 Ridge Miner over here anyway. If gas is a limiting factor for him, he is going to take a while before he can really properly show it. No Gorgs coming, which actually would be pretty nice versus the Cyclops, but Blackjacks would handily defeat them. The Ultra Core definitely a better choice if you can make enough of them. But only 1 starting. The Blackjack count is pretty high. More Lakis have been arriving this whole damn time. I think drops are going to need to be the answer here if Newt wants to win off the current base configuration. And he does have a number of Blackjacks earmarked for this main base. The Lakis are going to have to pick a target, or the Zoryus are going to have to abandon the front line. 1 Ultra Core more than halfway complete, but that's a big drop. That's 11 Blackjacks. They kill 5 workers and they can besiege this tech. Hydrith then only now beginning as well. Maybe George thinking about what he wants to do here. He's going to lose his pool. At the very least, his pond. He unburrows some of the Lakis. And look, Newt's army is actually rotating back home. He is abandoning the front, but the pressure is still implied. The pond fully killed, and he ends up scooping up every single Blackjack and getting the hell out of Dodge. Doesn't stop the den, but that pool is going to need to be remade if George wants access to those more expendable units. A treasury finishes for the 3rd base. Mason ends up going up in smoke thanks to the Cyclops, but it is a reasonable trade up, and top right being taken as a base for George. He has to consider the drop potential re-aggression into the main base. The Ultra Cores are available here. Does feel like a bit of a fragile composition, but Matadors have been started to add in, and they can provide the anchor that you need. 3 more Fulcrums being added. We are going to have a good number of them. You might look at this and wonder why Newt isn't going for Palladium tech to get those phalanxes. The drop is going to come up here, killing workers for the most part, and then maybe seeing if they can just scoot back up without taking any losses. That is the case. Applying pressure, denying the economy. Nothing for the 3rd base, and Newt thinks, well, he's not taking the same base I took on the XY, but top right has been secured. The question is, will it ever start paying out dividends? George now feeling like he needs a ski back, making a round of 6 Hydra definitely feels like a winnable situation for Newt right now, but he is going to need to take this fight somewhat intelligently. Maybe trading what's in the Trojans, dropping the Matadors on top of the Lakis stack. There's 4 of them down here. Remember, he split the defense a little bit. The Ultra Cores arrive, but they're being a little bit choosy about their targets. At the very least, they won't be having a strugglesome time getting to the back line. They will start going front to back here. But the first one's already been shellacked. Focus fired. Fighting with the circuits is a great choice. The Ant Seal's starting to soak up that damage in the back, though, and the Matadors from the back line manage to navigate their way, even deploying right on top of the Lakis to reveal them. Ant Seals are still shielding as best they can, but this looks like it has been held. Only problem, the Blackjacks unload over here, and they will get some good damage dealt. George did not budge on the defense in the main base, but his Hydras that he made specifically so that he could upgrade them into Bactyls, try to deal with this composition that way, were defeated. Another round of Matadors charging forward, setting the lake is alight. There's still one more in the back that's untouched, unvarnished, but the Blackjack count has fallen so low, I'm not so sure Newt can actually finish the job. He has the Trojans, but they're empty. They cannot reinforce the push down south, and that should be the end of the push for now. Did it do enough damage? The Trojans are going to be flying over the top right base unless... No, Newt actually corrects the angle. He is not going to continue pursuing that, and so this base will continue to go untouched, undiscovered. But what is this? A biotransition, a Covenant on the way, Harakan Eidolon with Blackjacks. That's going to be the next phase of the operation for our Terran player. 6 Hydras once again in production for George to try to replace what he's lost. The economy is looking out of control in favor of our Terran player, and the tech is just going to right-click the enemy targets. Eidolons do great precision damage. There's so much Matador, so much Blackjack. It's going to be really hard to move any further forward. Ultra Core coming, 2 Bactyls. And we will have a bit of a final showdown here. Yeah, the Bactyls are not going to finish in time. The Matador's diving forward. Remember that lake is in the back, is still trying to do his best it can. Doesn't have a lot of kills, but dealt almost 500 damage. Matador's clumping up for it. Cyclops have been remixed into the composition. An excellent choice at this stage, and we just don't have the front line for George. We just don't have the money. The war machine is faltering. Remember, the Cyclops can still deal a little bit of friendly fire here, but I don't think it's going to much matter. Monstrous set of performances from Newt in the macro department. He's got everything singing 1,000 minerals despite all the production. And I think he's just going to mosey his way up on top of the main base here, forcing George to concede. He has some of these units in the back. He's maybe going to see if he can throw them up at the enemy force, but I don't think the answer to that is going to be a yes. Well, Newt's being a little bit lackadaisical with it. Now he's going to say, oh, wait, hold on. You're actually still in the game, and you're attacking me with some Lakers? Okay, I guess I'll go ahead and just A-move you. George sees the top right base. He's like, wait a second, I can do something over here too. Yeah, well. Can you, though? Yeah, George is holding on. You when you're in these kinds of situations. Oh, George had a moment. Canada moment. George, Earth to George. Your Acropolis debut is here. Wake up, George. Wake up. You're late for the tournament. You're late for game 1, George. George, wake up. George. George? Oh, he lost electricity as he lost his main base. Newt killed him in real life. Newt! You maniac! You weren't supposed to die. I mean, you weren't supposed to kill him. Yeah, that. You weren't supposed to kill him, Newt. That's not how that works. That's not how any of that works. But that will be an 0-1 start for Newt. George, or for George, rather. Newt is gonna be pretty pleased with the result, but that did take a lot more effort than maybe we would have expected. If you think about how the match actually played out, George had a real look in, definitely performed above his initial expectation. And that is how we get to where we are, waiting on Neblime to select the next map. If you die in the game, you die. Hanmano is very scared. Yeah, I agree. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think a worthy first game for what we've been up to. Very, very interesting. Very, very exciting. Oh yeah, that's right. Battle Spectre got an update, so I'm going to need to download that real quick because I was so busy I didn't do that. And then I'm going to go ahead and put it in here. So bear with me one moment while I update that and get it ready to distribute. Okay. Apparently this is Battle Spectre 2.0. Very interesting. Forfeit counts as lose and die. Yeah. This guy knows. Yeah, it's serious business here on Mono. Oh shit, Executor knows. No, hit him up. No, that's only when you're really... You know? That's only when you're really, you got some booze in you. Yeah, Neblime's amazed at the new tech the BDB did. He's like, what? Shouldn't this be different? No, Neblime. Trust the process. The production has been excellent so far. Wink. Ladies and gentlemen, our scores are on the doors. We've got Newt up 1-0 in the group. First to 4 will claim victory, and now it's time for Neblime to show us what he's made of. Is he going to be the guy who tops it all, or are we going to have a Terran hegemony? Let's find out in just a moment here as we load in to Battle Spectre. Yeah, okay, never mind. We're not loading into Battle Spectre after all. I'm just going to go ahead and use the old version because there was a bug that BDB did not know about. Newt spawned in as 2 races. This isn't a duopoly. Get out of here, dude. All right, hold on. Let's go to Battle Spectre. For real this time. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, God damn it, Newt. Newt borked himself, apparently. He said ready, and then he left. Probably a fat finger moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 3rd time's the charm. We are, for real, getting into our second map of the group. Newt up 1-0. Neblime looking to challenge. And looks like we are correctly spawned. Very nice. Very wonderful. It is time for Newt and Neblime to take it all for us. Show us what they got. Neblime, the dark green Protoss in the bottom left. Cross spawns enforced on Battle Spectre. This is Newt in the top right. He is the Tyrian purple. Tyrian purple Terran. Not a color I associate with Terran too much. Newt already harvesting Vespene. Nods towards Fulcrum Tech. That tells me that we are going to have a pretty bog standard TVP. So while I wait for the build orders to ferment before us, got to talk about Neblime, got to talk about Newt, but I got to take a sip of this drink. So thank you, one and all, who donate to Cosmonarchy, who provide their God-given money, hard-earned money. I appreciate y'all. It is a way to keep the project afloat and keep it going. We are planning a 5th race later this year. We are continuing to update the tech. By the way, before Throne Room stage, I should have some solutions for desyncs as well, which is very exciting. Couldn't quite get it over the line in time for Battlements, so just letting you guys know what's up with the tech stack and what we've been up to. We have been getting a lot of stuff done. Veek's been working on the website, so check out cosmonarchy.com as well. And yeah, if you want to donate to support the competitive side, streamlabs.com/pronogo. If you want to donate to support the project overall, co-fee.com/pronogo and Veek7. Check us out on the internet, boys, and I'm going to take this sip. Alrighty. 2 folk, Gateway and Lattice for Neblime. So the Lattice early on doesn't tell me he wants to force a early anti-air, which is what you do when you go Lattice first. But maybe this is new tech Neblime's been working out. Definitely going to annoy the Mason building the Fulcrum. I don't actually think he can kill it in time before the Vulture comes out, but certainly something that Newt is worried about. And here comes the Vulture. Yeah, I feel like he would have been all right. But maybe he's been in this situation more times than I have lately, and Neblime's just gotten him. A Vassal is indeed on the way, so he does just want his earlier Dracodon timing. I actually think if this is to force out a Watchdog or a Goliath or, heaven forbid, a Cyclops versus Protoss this early, yeah, this could actually be a really neat build. Let's see if the Vulture ends up scouting it with any degree of significance. Ooh, you got to be really careful once you get hit by the Legionnaire, because it can teleport to your Vulture. He does end up battling backwards. A third Fulcrum starting up. No anti-air in sight yet. He didn't go deep enough to actually see the Vassal. See, Hanmano asking about how many games to advance. In Acropolis Battlements, you need 4 wins. There are some rarer tiebreaker situations where you might need more or less, but the typical group looks like a player goes 4-0 or 4-1. The remaining players basically play a best of 3 against each other. The Goliath has been started. It looks like it was already begun before the Vassal even showed up. We're going to get repairs onto the Mason that's under attack, but he wasn't staying still, so they do end up just getting killed. I think at that point it's probably safer to just be like, nah, I'm not going to bother with the repair. I'm just going to eat the losses. The Vultures are moving across the map expecting maybe there to be some kind of weakness here, but that's why the Gateway made the first Dracodon. This is a fairly safe way for Neblime to just straight up get ahead if this build is not respected. Or maybe not even known about. Well, he has an Idle Mason behind his worker line. Definitely needs to rectify that situation. Embassy on the way. Newt did say that he's got his playlist going. He's feeling good. HitEmUp told him not to just stop being bad, so he's going to try that strategy. And he's down to win a TVP. So I say if that ends up happening, and Newt then wins the rematch against George, assuming his electricity respawns, that would be great. You know what I mean? So that would be fantastic and wonderful. Anchor and then Ministry on the way. There is no expansion just yet. While I say that, Neblime does throw his down. So we are in a 2-base game. Witness on the way. Feels like with the manifolds here, must be some kind of anti-armor tech for the Goliath man that Kutyam's been practicing. That's pretty neat. Goliath is going to come on back. There is a wounded Mason in here, but Neblime has not found him. And I understand. It makes sense. Doesn't actually scout that there's a Ministry coming, so can maybe expect that or guess that, but the mines out in front are pretty good for early warning. Newt will at least know when those are cleared, when he needs to send some other scout ahead. With the Blackjacks out, he's going to put those in the anchor. The mines are then tripped. Witness now moving across. Yes, it looks like it's backwards, but it's actually forwards. Just look at the portrait. You can't right now because I'm not selecting it. Now you can. See? See? Yeah. Blizzard could never. This is why we're better, guys. They would never know to flip their unit to face the correct direction. Triple Blackjack. A 4th Fulcrum on the way. The Vultures get harangued a little bit by the ground army of the Protoss, but as long as they're moving around the map and being a little bit active, I actually don't hate this situation for our Terran player. He is massing up the Blackjacks. Seems like that is the style that he's supposed to be doing here. And if you remain on just Gateway Lattice, this can be a very deadly style. I am curious what Neblime's going to be doing as his tech transitions. He's mining minerals from the main base, or the natural rather, more so than he is the gas. Artisan on the way. Witness spying. We'll see the evidence of scrapyard tech, but will he clock it just yet? Looks like the answer is yes, it's affirmative. Matador is on the way as well. I don't hate the little inclusion of that. Once the mines get cleared, it'll be pretty easy for the ground melee or the short-range melee units to, pull their own weight. Blackjack's now forcing the issue, or at least attempting to. The Matadors were not included in this group, and A couple of blackjacks are even struggling to turn back around, so that's a little bit rough. The vulture's coming in on a really nice timing here, try to pick a couple of workers as this skirmish continues to develop over inside the natural choke point of Newt. He puts the Matadors forward. Man, they soak up so much damage once they're deployed, but doesn't have any further. He's making 5 blackjacks a pop. The other Matadors are off to the side, sends the workers off rally. Macro slipping a little bit here as he puts down a single stockade. Not sure what that's for. Is he also going to try to go for Eidolon? Well, the Witness is going to fly in to see what's up. Anchor gets repaired. All the workers getting pulled is maybe a little bit overkill. Yeah, it's a stockade transition, at least partially. So we're not just getting one stockade for a vestry here. We are looking for Eidolons. A little resurrection of a style that Neblime knows all too well. It defeated him in the grand finals of Acropolis 2. And it still saw a little bit of play in Acropolis 3, though more so in TVT, funnily enough. And that's when you started seeing like ministries and fulcrums be floated to like decloak idols. Flying buildings being a key unit in TVT was really funny. Fast third base for Neblime, very curious. Seated inside his main base will be where his next trove of Vespine is. Blackjack's kind of caught out in a bit of a bad fight. Matador charges forward, but Neblime does well to just disengage from it once it hits that deployed mode. Hierophant's laughing it up as they chew through endless scrap tech. Blackjacks are very cheap, so even though this looks really bad for the Terran, these cost as much as a Maverick, 50 minerals. Very, very cheap units. Covenant on the way, third stockade was made. Looks like they reshuffled a little bit here, but the Witness sees it all. Beams it back to HQ. Surely that will be information for Neblime. He knows he's going to need more embassies. At the very least, more witnesses out of the one embassy. Did he end up making that artisan and doing anything with it is the question. Yes, he's got 2 down here mining minerals. Okay, so he's chosen to make back the mineral cost of them for whatever reason. A Cantor on the way. This is the kind of thing that Newt was saying was a bit of a challenge for him. A Cantor, Architect, that kind of artillery that the Protoss have access to can be quite a problem for this very close together stack of units. Three Eidolons a pop, 2 more stockades being added. Base SimCity is a little bit awkward. I guess they can filter out this way, but that's going to be a weird rally for sure. Maybe they'll pop out off to the side. A couple idols were thrown in here on the composition for splash damage, mostly as an anti-vulture, but they do work okay against blackjacks. Starting to set up the third base here. Neblime at 6 o'clock. Looking, maybe not in control, but certainly in the driver's seat in that sense. He's got one leg in anyway. Newt obviously has a game plan here that he wants to try to build up on 2 base. Neblime getting a little bit closer to that 3 base mark, particularly with the Vespine being saturated now. Still no gas nodes inside the natural being capped. The 3 lattice and the Crucible empowering his artillery production is going to be really big once he starts filtering out golems. Now the Eidolons sound their shot off, and the Matadors are in enough number to potentially bust through this. Only one a Cantor here, but its impact is going to be enormous. Immediately right-clicked by the Blackjacks. They dodged out that second shot. The third one does connect posthumously. The Eidolons don't have any cover from the northern flank. More units scrambling to try to reinforce. Only one has gone down so far, but that will change the longer this fight takes to resolve in favor of the Terran. It looks like he has, however, broken the northern pass, and he will start to break out and give chase. The Blackjacks doing their best to try to keep up with the Matadors, which are just ferocious. Reinforcements coming in from multiple fronts. The Cantor certainly going to give itself a good accounting here. And the Witness does proximity decloak the Eidolons, which is always a nice little tell that you're under attack. Maxed out the Qs on the Blackjacks in the Fulcrums. Oh, that's a shot that almost connects to the Eidolons. Probably not the expected result there, as the Blackjacks and the Matadors are just on the general move. The Eidolons now are decloaked. There's 10 of them. The focus fire might be able to help. They need to stand their ground. If they kite backwards, they lose their DPS, but they're not right-clicked on the same target. And so it feels like the Protoss are going to be able to mulch through this after all. Maybe just a narrow defeat, militarily speaking. And that will be how Newt breaks out of his position, restocks his anchor, and sets up a 12 o'clock base. There's a couple of simulacra, which is a hilarious way to assault that, harass that base. We've got 3 Acantors moving across, another Witness in the middle. Neblime watching all of the troop movements here. Argosy on the way as his 4th base comes up at 9 o'clock. And of course, that Argosy is around the Crucible. We are going to start to see a big reset on the Eidolon count there. That actually matters a huge amount when you're going up against the Acantor stack. You need to be able to just pinch off a couple of your snipers and right-click those Acantors. Try to make it so that they only get 1, maybe 2 shots off max, so that they don't shoot through all your Blackjacks, all your Matadors. Again, those troop movements have been intercepted. Units coming in from the main base of Neblime to reinforce 9 o'clock kind of forces a routing. There's those Acantor shots. Hurakan's trying to get in front so that the Eidolons don't get splattered. The front line a little bit weak here for Neblime. He's also fighting a war on multiple fronts, and oh, there's a couple connections, even one across the pond. One Acantor stays alive, really important, and Newt's forces are routed, pushed aside. Magister on the way for extra range. I like the idea of it for your Acantors at the very least. That's a pretty nifty way to get a couple supplements. But yeah, the Eidolon count hasn't really been able to grow. He's not mining a ton of Vespene. Has tried to set up his 4th base, but that's going to get stymied by a sim. A battery of them moving over to the 3 o'clock. There's 4 Acantors crawling forward. The one that's leading the charge a little bit onto that right-hand side is a little more wounded than I'd like, but will it matter? I mean, there's not really much front line anyway. The Hurakans are going to be mulched, but they'll do their job, they'll do their duty, and they'll do so bravely and honorably, as Ahmed always does. That is a reset on the Acantor count. Momentum gone, and the front line's really the only casualty. 1 Eidolon went down. Ministry continuously tickled by the sim. Some units are going to be dispatched to deal with that, but the Witness is watching everything. Has a group of units at 3 o'clock. Neblime not yet saturating his 9. More defenses being set up there at 6. He's got a bunch of units kind of plombing onto the cliffs there, and wow, he forced a cancel on that Ministry. That feels preemptive. That's nerves, it feels like. Mason now moving over to 3 o'clock, gets cleared. More units out of the rally, trying to keep it going. Stockades being added at this stage of the game with extra resources, but the Eidolons are out in the open. They need to cycle backward. They're expensive, and they take a long time to build. At the very least, with more of the reinforcements here, you'd say that was cost efficient, but losing the momentum on the Eidolon count, he lost 3 Eidolons there for... Yeah, Protoss units can be pricey, but yeah, that was still a little bit rough. It's actually a Magister... more than just a few supportive ones. That's 5 and a 6th on the way. More Acantors continuously being produced here. Ooh, Blackjack gets cleared immediately. Eidolons are okay into Magister, but the problem that you're going to find is that any sort of connection with the Magister passive increases weapon range for anybody targeting that unit. So if you have, a little bit of focus fire with your Acantors and your Magisters, you're giving your Acantors extra weapon range. Argosy number 2 on the way. 6 o'clock now under duress. A Matrix is going to get sniped out. 1 Magister likely to end up falling here. 12 o'clock where a Ministry was made is not going to go unpunished. A bit of a race to see who can clear their extraneous base the quickest. This will still put Neblime up a map, or up a particular base, and of course the Magister is now assaulting at the natural. This is a little bit less efficient than you would want it to be because the Blackjacks are absorbing all the pressure and the Eidolons clear multiple Magisters just as Neblime notices. But at the very least, he's forced an evacuation of 12 o'clock. More units coming out the rally. Newt has made the call. He's going to push for the win. And if he can't get past this Acantor stack, he won't be able to clinch the match because his army will have to make the slow march walk of shame. His Eidolons cannot make it past them. Those are not meatballs. Those are dodgeballs of a nuclear variety, and they end up eaten good. You look away for one moment as your front line is squandered and all your Eidolons go up in smoke. This army has held the gate. We are not going to see a proud Terran armada moving forward. If he could have just cleared 9 o'clock before the army scrambled forward, that would have been one thing, but I don't even know if he can break out. The Eidolons are ahead of the Blackjacks. That's the worst possible option for them, but still, that Acantor stack may be routed. Reinforcements came back and died. No, he will not clear the Acantors. Still 1 remains, and the reinforcements are rallying. Neblime trying to push for the win. His tier 4 is on the way. Eidolons are firing their shots as best they can. In the anchor, they are even more powerful. And you can put 4 of them in there. Down goes the Acantor. Magister is waiting to assail. The Treasury moves over to 3 o'clock, and it's summarily tapped by the Magisters. Don't think it's going to be escaping anytime soon. He's trying to push some units to respawn, but they're all ground. All anti-ground only. Witnesses see everything. They see how dire the situation truly is for Newt. Backed into a corner. No gas to speak of. 2,000 minerals, but nothing to spend it on. His Matador's trying to buy some time. The Cantor count's really low here. He might be able to chip away at the front line. I can't believe it, but Neblime's play was to spam out golems, but mostly sims. He's just been pounding the sim count ridiculously. And the Magisters are heckling the worker count. Up by 50 workers now. Neblime is poised for victory and setting us up with a PVZ. Those Acantor balls connecting. I think we're about ready to call this one. This is what, by the way, the hashes are only what happens when you stay in the game too long. That's factually and canonically what's going on here. When I say play on, I mean the game's over. So you could just call it. But Newt, he's holding on to the bitter end. More units are pouring across the map, and Neblime just has way too much economic freedom, way too much pressure. And GG is called. As Newt knows, he cannot force any sort of tiebreaker or decider. That, my friends, is game one going to Neblime between the two of them. He said that Newt was a real threat for him, but that felt like a comfortable, maybe dare I even say by the book, opening salvo. So while we wait for George's pick.
Zerg here.
I will remind you guys, we cannot see a map that was already picked by any of the players. George is from Romania. You can't really see the red in the flag there, but that is where he's from. Of course, Neblime. Shambler has to be here. Hey, HitEmUp is in the HitEmUp is in the chat. I wonder what I do wonder what he's planning on there, what he's thinking about how that particular map went. He watched him play a TVP 20 minutes before the tourney, so he copy-pasted it. Well, honestly, the fact that you did it that well with a build you hadn't practiced is impressive, in my opinion. I dig that. I think that's pretty cool. Never before seen strats. Even though Neblime had the Johns about Newt's a real threat and all that, and I think that was a, what would you call that? That was a game that was competent. It was a competent TVP. It was competitive, right? That's what we would say about that, in my opinion. Yeah, the fact of the matter is, he did say he was getting out in first. So I respect the gusto, you know? Newt, on the other hand, said he'd get out in second, and so far he's been good to his word on that, clearing George in the opening. By the way, we are clearing, waiting on George to select map 3. I will post the map link as well, just in case he needs it. But he is plugging in his laptop to play because he doesn't want the electricity to brick his new computer, his gaming rig. And we were going to Macroglia. Okay, all right. From Biddy map to Biddy map to Biddy map. I'm sure Neblime will be pleased with this arrangement. So just so you guys know, the maps that are remaining: Gilded Wall, Magnetron, Monazite, our island map, Frozen Sylphid, Knife's Edge, Quasar Quartet, and Saberhand. We won't get to all of those maps being played until a little bit after, until we're at a point where we maybe get to the point where we're like really hardcore competitive groups. We get our 2 for 2 or something like that, but it's going to be a good time for sure. If we ever did play a long enough group, then that would be one thing. Just notice playing on older release version. That's not true, dog. We're playing on the current release. And the current release is identical to the current pre-release. So. All right, we are getting ready for map 3. It is Macroglia. Coming up at you, George versus Neblime. We'll see if our Zerg can challenge our Protoss. We have George in the top right as the Jet Black Zerg. And in the bottom left, we have Neblime as the Electric Blue Protoss. I've been on it on the color guesses. Honestly, those are some hardcore colors to guess, but I do believe I have it. We're connecting Australia to America to Romania right now, so apologies for the higher than normal latency compensation. This is equivalent to extra high latency in normal. The other options that you see in this menu are for if you're really laggy, because you got like 8 players or whatever. Some people saying George should be a good guy to practice against and play, and maybe that is true. He has certainly impressed me in the opening against Newt, but the macro fell off the longer the game went on, that's for sure. And his build orders in the opening game seem to be pretty dialed in. That does mean that if Neblime tries some overly ambitious early aggro thing to just try to stomp him out, you might be able to see George play in a chaotic sort of environment. But Neblime and George both thrive in a bit of chaos in that respect. It's not something you typically think about Neblime because he is a more, I would say, polished player with his procedures and how he executes his opening strats. But he has a very concrete game plan, I guess you would say. And everything that he does is typically for a reason. Like even his attacking the Larvosk right now is to put a little bit of extra damage onto it, so that if he was going for a really aggressive Legionnaire timing, this would be a real big concern for George. He would suddenly have to do something about it. And we see he has made a pair of Rillarocors. That's already one larva burned just by Neblime doing this one thing. Now, I'm not trying to sit here and say, oh yeah, Neblime's a god, he's going to win every game. Maybe he will, but that's not going to be what really makes the huge difference. I just mean to say, stylistically as Neblime, as a player, he is going to be an interesting cat to try to go up against, because in those crazy games where you got to adapt a lot and you're not playing what you're used to, you're not playing what you expected to play, these are situations that you find yourself in every now and then in Cosmonarchy. And, well, he's going to apply that pressure. He's going to see what he can do. Legionnaire tagged down to 30 shields. That's not going to last for too long. We do have a Kabbalist follow-up. Neblime is trying for something a little bit on the trickier side, but the Zets are out. They got to make a choice. Do they go after the Scribe? Do they go after the Legionnaire? But definitely need to do something here. Maybe a pair of them can go after that Scribe before it kills a worker. Before it kills a worker, George. I think he's made enough combat units that he shouldn't be in too much trouble, but he is going to lose that worker to the Legionnaire. And Neblime will never let this Legionnaire die. That's not who he is. That Kabbalist does end up emerging. And the Legionnaire will move across the map. Unlikely for George to notice. He has an Ovaleth coming. He's going for a Quaz drop, perhaps, and this is a very fortuitous build order lineup here. Remember, he didn't scout his opponent, so... Bit unfortunate Legionnaire actually attacked there in time. If George saw that quickly enough, he might have noticed the shimmer. No, his Ovaleth's just standing here, dude. George, what are you doing? George, how'd you know? How'd you know, George? Oh no, Neblime. Oh, Neblime didn't react in time. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. A blind counter with vision. A visionary counter. The Ecclesiasts are keeping the other units alive here. I don't think any economic damage was really dealt. He lost a Legionnaire and that's it. A little bit of lost mining time perhaps. But the Kabbalist going home empty-handed is actually really dire. And I do actually like the 6 quads follow-up because you know your opponent is going to be moving across the map with those units. Maybe you can apply a little bit of pressure, get a little bit of eco damage. We got very little back at home to defend though, and this is a problem for George. Neblime having his own blind read, turning back around as more pool units end up coming up. The Shroud timing is very quick again. George funneling his strategies through there. Den more of a supportive option for him, it seems. I do remember a game between Aoud and Hepsea, and Aoud had what Hepsea kept calling a trauma turret in a spot that bopped his drop before it really got off the ground. And Aoud was like, well, yeah, that just makes sense to put a turret there. And Hepsea is like, no, you can't. That's not how you explain that. That doesn't make any sense. And he said, oh, okay, well, I'm cheating then. And I just thought that was a really funny thing to say. Like, I'm hacking. All right. Good way to diffuse the argument, I suppose. Protoss units are moving across the map, and just as the Quas arrive to do a little bit of heckling, how much damage can George do here? Definitely not to the gateway, dude. Could pick the Ecclesiast, but he's just trying to go after workers here, which does make a little bit more sense. Oh, he's right on top of the drill option, though. Don't really want to be doing that. The units do come back. He's bought himself a little bit of time with this at the very least. Only 1 worker kill. I mean, I don't know how Neblime gets away with this kind of thing somehow. Sometimes. Feels like George could have just right-clicked a few more workers there. His Oboloth remains in the area. If he wants to scoop it down here, something that we don't really see on this map very often. Yeah, we saw a ZBZ, I think it was a ZBZ. It was Jack Yelansky versus Grass Eater, elevator to Zorius up here. But you can definitely do something kind of like this right here with a lake is if you were to path it down there. Just elevator a couple of them. But you might need that at home for the defense. Expansion coming in incredibly late for our Zerg player. But Neblime's doing it around the same time here. And the Scribe. The Rescribe. That's not even the old Scribe. That one died. I like that Neblime actually looked at it, selected it, and then said, nah, I'm not going to bother saving that. I was expecting him to move it away just to annoy George. So, worker count-wise, we are going to be tied up pretty soon. And the embassy coming out to try to grab a witness, because I'm sure he expects Lakes. The Scribe did not scout the Zorius, I don't think. So, even though the witness is going to be on the way, because the embassy is on the way, I actually don't know if Neblime will choose to walk in here and then, you know, get a couple of spines to the face as a result of it. He's usually pretty good about watching for that kind of thing. The Hierophant now patrolling for drops. Said he was worried about that. Now he doesn't need to worry too much about it since he's cleared the first round. Lakes spines are indeed announcing themselves. No casualties on either side, bar 1 Zeth. Zealot takes a lot of damage. He's still going to try for it, interestingly enough. I wonder if he's just trying to... Oh, that's what he's trying to do. See if he can't pop a Zorius here and there. You can, of course, borrow those guys. One day people will realize that when you borrow the Agrolith, it spreads and generates Kagras, so you can borrow them and then build defenses out here. One day. I don't think George could really fit it into his build order, to be fair, but there are many other times that I see that and think, yeah, that'd be really good. Now, the Idols are going to struggle versus the Zorius when they actually have their Rills out because of the fact that the projectiles have collision, but there's a lot of hit scan attacks here. Vagrant, Ecclesiast, both instant hit attacks. There's the Witness moving across the map now. Going to provide that vision. We don't have a lot of, like, longer range units. A Stargate is on the way. Interesting choice. Now, the one thing that you got to remember is that the Vornath Pond does exist. The den is also complete. A macro hatch inside the main base. Shout out to Biddy B. And a Paranaths is coming for anti-drop, but we know that George will be able to make more than that. So Nathacores can certainly skirmish with early Stargate options, early Protoss air options. Seems like right about now, Neblime is considering a fallback plan. Looks like the Nats are actually going to be patrolling. Oh, a bigger stack of them is actually on the way. And this witness will be spotted. And, well, I guess the other way around. The witness will be spotting. It's going to be a ski back. So we're going to have a lot of options here for George. If he wants air units, he can go for a few different options. If he wants to just mega upgrade those tier 1 structures, then that's pretty cool. But Gladius on the way. Neblime getting a stack of Gladius right about now could actually be pretty legit. The Nath scouts the Stargate but doesn't know what it's making. Second Stargate goes down. Nath didn't see that. Ground army being recalled. Witness continuing to look around. Looks like Neblime was sharking around for any hidden bases since he saw George do that on Patadia. One big difference between how this map and George's first map against Newt have gone. Newt was applying pressure from a far earlier standpoint in a far more committed way as part of the early game plan. Neblime, even though he's gone across the map a little bit, has been more perfunctory about it. He's actually been focusing a little bit more on, scaling up the tech tree, building up towards a particular targeted composition, and seeing what else he wants to do besides that. Witness gets sniped thanks to flying into the Ovoleth. Do we have another one? Yes, we do. Rotating over towards the top right. I hope it doesn't just fly directly into the same area. Nope. Neblime doesn't make that mistake. There's a lot of Nathrakors actually patrolling around here. I imagine that the presence of Gladiuses are going to only encourage that sort of thing. We do not have the Gladiuses with the army right now. They're holding back at home as a third base attempt is happening. But George already has his third hatch done. It finishes as the Protoss army arrives. But there's Bactals here. There are a good number of Bactals here. Neblime commits to killing the hatch and then falls away. George can just take the Droleth and remake it. Quick, use the larva. Use the larva, George. It's gonna die. Aww. Aw, puppy. No, stay on the Kagra, puppy. Aw, puppy fool. Puppy fool in her head. It's okay. Puppy will be back. About 75 seconds. Actually, I think it's like 65 or 50 or whatever. I can't remember the build time of the hatch right now. Third base now. For both players, of course. And there it is. I was waiting for it. The Ulgorg is on the way. So he's upgraded each one of his tier 1 tech nodes one time. And yes, we have like 6 more tech nodes he could acquire across the space of tier 2 and tier 3. That's just how we go in Cosmonarchy. In 1v1s, you really only scratch the surface of the tech that you can see, unless you get a real banger game, which maybe we are in store for. As Neblime is playing more conservatively than I would have expected him to. More Naths are on the way. I do wonder about George's idea here. Is he planning on, actually end up getting a lake at some point? For Calcs, is he planning on doing something a little bit different? He's only gas ridge capped the natural, but he is mining gas from that third base now that it's complete. I do like the bulwark inside the mineral line. Helps extend the lifespan of workers during like skith raids or whatever. And yeah, the Ultra Core on the way. That's sort of what I was expecting here. 10 Zorius as well, spent down his mineral bank humongously. Worker count, keeping even with Neblime is no small feat. Gladius stack is up to 7. Starting to get some static defense up here from George. Spraith inside the natural and the main. Yeah, both players just kind of building up right about now. We're entering into that 12.5 minute mark, by the way. Prostration stage is going to be the tier 3 tech du jour. Witness still sort of seeing what's up. You got to watch out for the potential detection. Only one Ovoleth here, though, and has a Lakis and an IZ in it. I don't know what's up with that. That feels like George probably pranked himself by picking a color that's this dark, because he probably can't even read that. Nath's coming in for the scout. They see that the army is still at home. Is Neblime going to respond with this? Okay, he's got Gladius is on the way. 8 of them. The Naths are on patrol, so they will end up spying that. Oh, the Zerg army's starting to move out. He's going to need to make some changes here. He's made just a bunch of Zeths. That's all he's done. Hydras and 1 Spraith. The Gnats get cleaned immediately. 1 Gladius has gone down. The bounces are only going to get worse from here, though. What's he going to do? He's moving his entire army, ground units included, to try to respond to this. He makes 2 pairs of Gnats? I guess he's out of larva. Honestly, in this kind of situation, you just made a bunch of Zeths. You got your ground game looking pretty strong. You know that the Protoss has sent a ton of money into the Gladiuses. Move across the map and see what you can do would be my play. 6 more pairs of Gnats are on the way, and they are required. Look at how long it takes them to kill a Spraith. 1 more goes down in the process. 2 Zeths, that's it. Okay, 3 Zeths, thanks. That's a better attack. That's like Zerg campaign easy. And a lot of workers down the drain, but not being replaced. Not yet. That Witness keeping an eye on things. Here come the Gnats to try to chase down the Gladiuses. I don't think they'll get very far. Oh, they actually sharked her backwards. You gotta channel a few shots onto these so that the bounces keep helping you out. Yeah, ends up losing a good number still. Only has 3 remaining. And here comes the engage from George. He's been allowed to build up his composition that he really truly wants. Neblime playing into his hands a little bit. The pathing getting the better of his units up there as he tries to right-click back into his main base. Manifolds are off to the side, not helping with the armor pen. The Ultra Core is at the very least debuffed. It will be brought down. The rest of the army's rotating around. Is George going to perform the upset? The Gladius is trying to help out with the eastern flank. We have more units rotating down. They're all Zethra-cores. How effective are they really going to be? Sandwiching the 3rd base is George. He's decided he's going to commit to that. But he's got more units over here. The Ultra Core is stuck behind the backfields. It can't actually connect. The Pariah will have a field day with that as the Gladiuses just chew through the Zethra-cores. They're not even on attack move right now. George, he's fluffed a little bit of his attack here. It looks like he had a lot of potential, a lot of momentum, but I don't think he's got much more. 8 more Zoryus in production is all he's got back at home. Not much moving across, and it looks like the right flank holds. The east is the territory of Neblime, even though his ground units get owned by that stack of units. The Ultra Core being stuck. Couldn't get out of the meat closet. Zealot can't be brought down. Too much shields restore. Oh, never mind, it died. But we do have a very, very scant Zerg army now. Needs to wait for those Ultra Cores to finish up before he has a fighting chance of fighting forward. 3 Lakers didn't come with. Probably wouldn't have been the difference maker. Zori is still kind of ambiently moving around. They can stack up into pretty nasty situations, but that guy's not on an attack move anywhere closer to the enemy territory. Where's the anti-air at? Bactals and Hydras are okay versus Gladius, but not when the Gladius get right on top of them. Here comes some Gnats to try to help out as the Zorius and Ultra Core tear into that Pariah. More Gnats to the right-hand side. Need to stick onto those air units. 4 Gladius remain. The bounces helping that Pariah out as it continues to cycle back. Neblime refuses to let his micro go for even a moment. But the Gladiuses are going to be routed by the Zerg Remax. The Zerg is on 3 base. Neblime has not scaled his eco quite as much. I do like that he's going for a Patriarch, though. That's going to really help him out with the shield sustain and the splash damage. Man, the Battlements games have been pretty good macros so far, huh? That Gladius, very likely to pop here. Not going to get away with it. Neblime is not quite out of the woods yet. But he keeps making those Pariahs. Patriarch into an Archon. No Crucible this time. Would love one right about here to empower most of his production. George needs a moment to breathe. Iris on the way. 20 seconds to tier 2. So that's a lot of resources. Is this the right time to actually go for that? A horde of Nathracores. 24 of the guys. He will not be bested by air units. Not again, but you say that. The Patriarch, the Pariahs, they're going to catch those guys real easy. 12 o'clock being taken. He can scramble some of the Nats off to the side there. And the Iris completes. Now, what more does George want to do? His inactivity is making me worried. Is he a little lost? Is he concerned? Pylon up top. He's got to build defenses there. What a maniac. Matravel and Alcag. George is looking for options here. He actually ends up canceling out the Pylon, maybe because he sees the Nats. They're going to clear him out. Saturating. Neblime looking for that 4th mining base. A 5th one on the way at 9 o'clock. Some shade of what happened versus Newt, if you think about it. Gladiuses and the rest of the Protoss army on the ground. March forward. The Patriarch slowing so many units and providing a lot of shield sustain, shield bleed for anybody that attacks them. Here comes the Archon as well. When the Archon goes down, expect a Psy Storm that lasts a good amount. Rotating over to maybe see if they can besiege that third base. Wide open ramp here on Macroglia. Look at that witness. Spying the worker movement. They will be caught. Charlatans with the comp as well is no laughing matter. The Gladiuses are going to try to step forward. The Pariahs are going to annihilate the Nathracors. Every single one of them going down. Blink and you miss it. The army shrinks. Shrivels. It's a cold splash of water. Straight to the face. Almac's on the way. Vilg's on the way. But they're disconnected from the rest of the army. He needs to make a decision. Is he going to save that 12 o'clock? Or is he going to move across the map and see if he can't finish the job that way? He's going for the Cagralisks. Wants that Plague as an option. I suppose the Vilgs and the Ultracores will provide enough cover that you don't need to worry too much about that Plague hurting your own units. Got a lot of high HP Zerg here. 8 Gladiuses, the Pariahs, and the Patriarch really helped out there. I don't know if there's a proper counter to the air stack now. 6 pairs of Nats on the way. The Cagralisks can at least get a Plague off. Or try to, but it's single target until a corpse is found. And 12 o'clock is no more for George. There you go, creating a Plague field off of that consumed Gladius. Looks like that is enough for Neblime to call it quits. He's happy to be very, very slow about this. Very, very formidable. Sycophants. His Gladius count still at 7, looking very strong indeed. Syncing up with the rest of his ground army. 12 o'clock was butchered. Almacs are being made.
Here.
Cowardice Field Online.
And now, massing everything up. Thank you for the Prime sub, Shambler. As well as Lucy and HitEmUp earlier in the stream. Appreciate you guys. The Gladiuses are absolutely on top of everything. It doesn't really matter that there's Plague Fields galore, because they are just going to get right on top of the most of the units. The Almacs are out. The Nats are out as well. Doesn't even matter. Those guys are going to be fodder for the Plague. It's an enormous amount of blood, and you can't summon enough energy to push forward if you're the Zerg. The defense is not to be had. Neblime is about ready to crush face, ripping this third base off the map and powering forward into the natural. George with 18 Zoryus in production can't afford anything else. The Archon Storm is enough to finish the job onto that Vilg, and there's only a little bit of static defense left between Neblime and victory. A hard-fought 21-minute PVZ going the way of Australia in this regional matchup. Doesn't look like George is gonna be able to do a damn thing about it. This is where, if we didn't have robust desync detection and Shambler was Neblime, Neblime would say, desync? Question mark? GG from George. You can't spell it without 2 G's. Ladies and gentlemen, Neblime is up 2-0 in his group and will rematch against Newt. This one feels like it's for all of the marbles, because when you consider what all is coming down the pipe, if we don't have Newt breaking even in his match against Neblime, it's going to be a lot harder for our Terran to exit in first place. Newt will select our next map. It cannot be a map that's already been selected. Neblime, halfway there, needs 4 wins for a clean finish. 2 more will mean that he goes 4-0 and exits the group in first place. I don't even know what people are talking about in Twitch chat, but I appreciated it, you know? Very cool, very cool. Hey, shout out to Godwheat for the $20 donation earlier. It was in the middle of a interview with George, so I didn't get to properly thank him, but I appreciate that. Streamlabs.com/pronogo for anybody who wants to drop a dono. I'll go ahead and post that link in here, I think. Make sure that that link actually works, of course. Yeah, there it is. Top tipper, Godweek. Can you believe that? Don't let Godweek be the top tipper. I'm pretty sure AOT actually plays soccer. So, cool. Neblime wondering about the prize pool. The prize pool is sitting at $600 from you and BiddyB, and whatever the difference is, like we need to be $1,000 minimum for Liquipedia status. Not like we can be on Liquipedia if we don't have $1,000, but there's a certain benchmark we need to hit, and that is $1,000 for it to be a major event. So there you go. Well, I don't know about soccer, Neblime. I'm American. So I just think I remember seeing AOT's picture be him in a soccer getup. So Newt is taking a look at the maps that are left available. Gilded Wall, Magnetron, Monazite, Frozen Sylphid, Knife's Edge, Quasar Quartet, Saberhand. We've played through all of the BiddyB maps except for... No, that's not even true. I was going to say except for Quasar, but it's also technically Frozen Sylphid is a Jujic BiddyB combo. So, I guess Macroglia is also a Jujic BiddyB combo, but I think BiddyB did most of the work. I'm not entirely sure. It will be a Frozen Sylphid next round. Lobby is up. Newt has joined us. Time to get that overlay in order. I'm trying to do all sorts of small things to improve the legibility of the tournament here. So if you guys end up taking note of those, that would be pretty nifty. But just so you guys know, when we get into the match, we're going to see a slight glow over the race icon of the players who are actively playing. So that is a cool thing that I think just adds a little bit of pizzazz that tells you, oh yeah, these guys are actually in the game right now. I mean, you can look in the top right too, but... Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Neblime to take on Newt, and we have close spawns here, closer than you might expect otherwise. This is a 3-spawn map. It is a port of Sylphid, Neo Sylphid, and we are going to be looking at Frozen Sylphid by BiddyB and Jujic. Newt in the bottom left. Oh boy, he is Neon Carrot. No, it's Persian Orange. Yeah, it was a little bit too desaturated to be Neon Carrot, but I forgot about Persian Orange. I made it to 4 maps without flubbing a color guess. Neblime's just purple. Purple Protoss. So I could have guessed Neblime first, but, you know, I had no idea about Newt. No idea at all. I hope you guys have been enjoying Battlements so far. There have been some really cool matches played already. I know that technically the first 2 did have a hash, but the game was already resolved by then, so I don't really count that as a particular problem in the same way. It's not like we've had any games that we had to remake by it, or had to like sternly break out our sketchbooks and our spreadsheets, rather, shopkeeper dog style, and starts looking at what we need to, you know, number crunch in order to declare a winner. No such luck. But Newt will be going for a Fulcrum start, and he looks like he's going to scout. Neblime also going to be scouting. Ooh, does he reconsider? He is moving to the left-hand side. Okay, they're going to scout each other. Their workers will meet each other in the middle. We'll see what this does to the early build orders. It is a 2-gate. It will be a 2-Fulk. This time around, the distance is a lot different. Battle Spectre was Neblime's pick. Newt picks this map. He has an idea. Certainly going to be a shorter rush distance than before. Occasionally, heckling the Mason, but not for as long this time. The Fulcrum actually isn't making a unit. The Dracodon is halfway done, a little bit more so, actually. As a reminder, we are looking for 4 wins for first place. And while Neblime came in as a second seed, it was a real narrow shout because of how inactive Newt had been leading up to it. He did win, and he did look pretty good in doing so in the Tribunal stage, Tribunal number 3. He was the first not pro player from StarCraft 1 to ascend through the Tribunals. So it felt pretty kind of like a no-brainer to give him the first seed status. And he has been struggling a little bit versus Protoss, so he may end up having to complete his best of 3 against George if Neblime just blows through the rest of the group. George in that last map looked like he might have even had Neblime's number at one point and performed an upset, and that would have made this group really interesting. If you're in Newt's shoes, you're hoping George beats Neblime, because it just guarantees that you get a faster game against George, and maybe that will delay Neblime's ascent to first place if you yourself can't defeat him. But I'm not so sure that the answer is affirmative on that. I don't think we'll see a proxy from Neblime, but he does like to park his scribe and rescout later on in the game, far enough away that the vultures won't find him. Embassy going to be turning into a witness, or making a witness very, very quickly. Scrapyard, and was the Cyclops canceled? It looks like it was. Interesting that he, maybe he had that in case a vassal arrived, and then he just went ahead and canceled it, but he did get a full scout on the base, so he knows that there was no such anything. Yeah, fast expansion here. Grand Library for Neblime. No air threat for Newt to deal with, but his blackjacks are already going to come up. Remember, they're only 50 minerals a pop. Very cheap units. Don't train as quickly as Maverick does, but obviously they offer them a bit of a different value prop. Deeper in the tech tree and all that. The Witness is now moving across the map. It'll help clear mines, but we haven't seen a lot of vultures actually lay their mines. Only one vulture has actually done that, and it looks like they might be dead as well, since I don't see the one that's missing all the mines. So he found an exploit to restock his mines, guys. Spend 25 minerals per mine? Nobody would do that. It would be a horrible value prop. Noob trap. Down go the lobotomy mines. Oh, he actually forced detection on his Witness for a moment, but the Blackjacks don't pounce on the opportunity. Instead, they're going to be focusing down the Dracodons as best they can. Good chunking down of the Dracs, but the Blackjacks are starting to be dwindled. Vultures are trailing behind, need to like rotate around so that they can actually get some damage downwind. And he's forcing Neblime to micro all the way back into the middle of the map, which has some utility to it, and he will even pop another Drac. So as of right now, 5, make it 6 Dracs moving in. We've only got 4 Blackjacks. This is pretty dangerous. The anchor only now starting. This one might end in 5 minutes. Newt was giving himself a little bit of a joy there to say like, oh yeah, hey, at least it didn't end in 5, but that was the first game that they played against each other. This one looks like maybe a little bit of a failure to launch. He's got 4 Folk at the very least. He is going to try to dive onto low HP Drax, but this kind of composition is really difficult to play against, and Atreus is waddling down from the natural as we speak. Another Dracodon arrives, and he just hasn't got the focus fire. He's going to pop 1 Drac. 1 more is very wounded. 1 is about half HP. Blackjack struggling. Maybe he can try to stabilize here. He probably needs to pull the Masons, and indeed he's going to do so. You can't really repair the Blackjacks fast enough for the Dracodons to not kill them. Almost called them Blackodons. Yeah, the Mason count is it's something here, but he doesn't have enough steady fire support. And now he's not mining minerals out of his natural, which, by the way, Neblime is only now putting down a Nexus. So, in theory, if Newt was able to hold, and he didn't end up just straight up losing his Ministry, we could be talking about a bit of a different story. The Atreus, by the way, went all the way back. It's not part of this attack. More Blackjacks have been allowed to get through. 1 Dracodon's all the way down here, which is really funny. How did that happen? How'd that guy get here? But yeah, the Mason count is dwindling really badly now. Ministry will land so it can try to make more workers, but oh man, he's had all these idle workers this whole time too. He could have had way more minerals this whole time, but he's been queuing a lot of Blackjacks, so it's not like he's been out of production time. But this looks like we're about to call it. The Gateway Army moving on down to rejoin. 2 Atreuses here. Just takes so long for the Blackjacks to actually kill. At least the Zealots will go down easy because they're not being microed backwards. With the Scrapyard going down, that is going to mean a total wipe on the Blackjack production. All you get is what you queued. Yeah, this is real ugly for Newt. And he kind of needs to keep these Fulcrums standing here so that he can absorb some of the pressure. The Atreus have collision projectiles, so that absorbs a little bit there, but he ends up losing that one before it finishes. Now he's going to see if he can try to hit that Atreus. Neblime looking away for a moment. Gets cut down pretty low, but it's just not enough. Here come the Masons. He's only got 20 to the 40 of Neblime, just about. I guess the Draconans will be cleared, backed into a wall, but there's more where that came from. Squaring back up here. Atreus will finally go down. Maybe these Dracs on the bottom will be cleared, but Newt, all he's done is successfully extend it. No GG, just defeat for our Terran, and Neblime coasting to a 3-0 beginning. George is back in the action before he even knew what hit him. And that is how we got here. It's done already, he said. Way to rub it in, dude. And now I have taken a seat. It's important to use your standing desk if you got them. Getting a little warm in here from all my casting work. You guys know what I'm saying? Gilded Wall coming up. Oh, shit. Is this the 6 pool? Yeah, Newt has next. Oh, I see Alexander making the same soccer joke, dude. It must have been a pretty good game because I don't watch soccer. I don't even know soccer. I don't know about that soccer stuff. Soccer. All right, lads, we are getting into our next round, and oh my god. I can't wait to yell at Neblime for this. I can't even show it on the stream. I didn't even fix it. Wait, how long is he going to not fix it for? Holy moly. Holy smokes, guys. All right, guys, hold on. I'm working as fast as I can, I swear. I didn't fix the overlay beforehand. Okay, he fixed it. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for Neblime to face George. Neblime gave himself a handicap by not using his 6th worker for 30 seconds. So just so you guys know, it's a new challenge run he's doing. George is not 6 pooling, but if he was going to, this would be the time because his opponent even pranked himself. Pretty fast Larvask here for George. Wants that extra larva. Gilded Wall, a port of Golden Wall from Starcraft 2. Done by Jujic. I did a little bit of tile work in terms of like actually creating some visuals for him to use. Tiles for him to use. Very interesting map. One that I think we don't really see enough use of the bottom. Dude, what if he was telling the truth? Neblime actually thinks 6 pool is terrible versus Protoss, so I don't know. Here we go. A little bit of a worker scout here for Neblime to find out what's up. The pool is not going to be the be-all, end-all here in the early game, but already there almost. I like that. It is going to be 4 pairs of Zeths, for whatever that's worth. Well, he's making Zealot Ecclesiast, so he should be safe. Some say he's still swiping to this day. Scribe is not watching for the Zeth move out. So not quite any advance warning here. But 3 gate, pretty bog standard for PvZ opener. Gotta watch out for the Ecclesias taking the first couple hits here, but 2 Zealots should be enough to deal with this. George is ferocious. He wants the blood. Now he wants this. Now he wants the bolts, the bots. He's got a worker. Maybe more than we expected him to get. Sending the first couple Zets across is not usually a recipe for success versus Protoss. Shroud on the way. It just kind of creates space for him. I appreciate that HitEmUp is at home just yelling at the screen the whole time. You guys should have watch party, watch along. Start yelling at the screen the whole time in voice. It'd be good. Oh shit. When are you sleeping, HitEmUp? Or are you just gonna stay awake the whole time and then kill everybody? Oh shit. Can't believe it. Hey, I'm only on my 2nd energy drink. If you count coffee as an energy drink. Well, the scribe will get killed for snooping. Do not look at my natural as it is being made. It's not even that big of a natural, if you know what I'm saying. Of course, I'm talking about George here, not myself. Zealot Ecclesias should be pretty good at riposting this attack. It looks like a Legionnaire goes down. A couple of Ecclesias are going to be fodder for the pool machine. But as the Zets end up dying, the Zealots are going to get a lot more competitive real quick. At the very least, he could kill that Legionnaire, but that's about it. Has to dial it back. Now, the Lakers are done, so he's bought the time that he needed to get his defensive setup underway. A well-played start here for George. The one Zorius saying hello, and then burrowing. Ah, Neblime's still trying to be dancy with it. He's got his natural coming, and he looks like he might be mining the, or getting ready to mine the back door. Maybe he's just watching for it, but you wouldn't want a worker doing that if you could help it. Well, George is going to be responsible for drolling up. Does he remember that part of the Zerg equation? Nexus a little over halfway done. The embassy will be responsible for detection soon. Witness immediately popping out of it. Churning away. Worker count now starting to foment, and a Hydrith den earlier than last time. Not going to mine out the back. Quaz watching for any shenanigans like that on their side. Need to spend 3 returns to get rid of those minerals so that they become depleted and you can walk over them. That's how you access the back path. Same story over here in the middle. Those familiar with Golden Wall from Starcraft 2 will be at home with that knowledge. Macro hatch, spread the K-grit. I like it. A little bit more insulated from raids or drops, so your Larvosks aren't just going to go up in smoke. No mining on the ridge over here. I think George usually likes to go for the Eskagant ridge cap. The Witness was tickled a little bit, but George didn't notice. So full scout there for Neblime. Going to confirm nothing in the back. And he does end up having another Witness across. Again, the scribe has not mined anything out. Just watching. Stargate at the natural. So we're seeing a little bit of a pattern here for what Neblime wants to do. He still wants to try the Gladius style. He's going to go for a second Stargate here. He might even do it faster than before. And down the Witness goes. That's actually a bit of a problem. He doesn't really know what the follow-up is going to be. And maybe he can guess. He sees the ski backed. He knows the Bactals are going to be a part of it. But he wants to know the Ulgork timing, right? And it doesn't even look like he really saw the Vornath timing. Now, if he recognizes that he has not really any time to get air units out before the Nathracores are available, then maybe he would abate his strat or change it up. Aurora. Okay, I dig that. I actually think that's better than the Gladius here. If you go for enough Auroras, you can just kind of park them over the lake and kill them all with the resultant explosions, but you can also do that to Bactyls. Like, it's a pretty good, like, catch-all option if you get even just, like, 5 or 6 of them, and they're pretty cheap. Artisan's starting to get a little bit extra minerals. Neblime must have a particular idea why he goes for the mineral-heavy strats that he goes for, and specifically ends up going for that. So it's 1 Stargate into Prostration Stage. Okay, so that's his Tier 2 tech. Basically. If only you knew, Newt. That's all I can say to that chat message. Now, the first Aurora just confirms nothing in the bottom left. We do have multiple Ovoleths in position to do Zeth drops. Where did that second Witness go? I guess it went back to the front. Artisans will be the only sort of advanced warning system for Neblime if they catch the incoming Ovoleth. Is that why he's making the Artisans to begin with? He's starting to mine out the minerals over here. 1 more trip will do it. Okay, it looks like George will thread the needle. There is an Artisan over here. I was wondering, maybe he's trying to garrison the bases for, like, map control and vision. And also a little bit of value for permanently garrisoning it. The value here is that he gets early warning system on the drops. Or at the very least, yeah, he sees both of them. So he should scramble something over here. Question is, what is it going to be? Units out of the gateway. Immediately moving down. It's just 12 Zeths. It's really not that big of a deal. He's already got, static defense over here. I guess the piling can be ripped down. It's a little annoying. Doesn't really screw that much up here. Tries to go after a couple of workers, but then he gets aggroed onto the Warden. That's not going to go down. Bulwark doing well to keep it alive. 1 Zeth ends up burrowing in here. I kind of like that as a tricky move, just to get some scouting. And Ultra Core is on the way. We have the Elgord complete. More Naths are out. Attempted to take a 3rd base, but it's not going to happen. I guess he'll reveal the Nath, so that's something that Neblime is going to have to be cognizant of. He ends up sending more units up there, which is really funny. 1 more Nath going down at the front gates. And that 1 Zeth is still burrowed, but the Ovoleths are being chased by the Aurora. And now it looks like Neblime has brought the ire of George to the forefront. Two more Ultra Cores in production. Looks like only 1 of them is actually out, but it's not in the front line. You're not really keeping any secrets here if you're in George's shoes, thanks to that Witness position. A couple of Drakodons getting spun up on the rally because they do get blocked by the minerals over there. This is StarCraft 1 pathing, of course, so you can't look at buildings or other units in general and say, those are pathing blockers, I gotta walk around them. I mean, you try to walk around them, but they don't read like terrain, so can't recalculate the terrain pathing in like a live game. It has to be pre-calced. So you're going to get situations like that. Neblime will be no stranger to it, given that he's played StarCraft 1 for a good number of years and knows the style, but it'll be some time before he notices, it looks like. And he might be thinking about taking an extra base here in the top right. Either the 2 o'clock position or all the way in the corner. The Naths are actually going to catch his Drax, and Neblime will be like, I don't remember sending anything over here. But don't worry, Naths do not do very good anti-ground damage. Here comes the wall of meat. George trying to send it forward. He's lost his first Ultra Core. He's got 3 more where that came from, and the Witness sees the depth of the army. The Pariah diving forward is a little bit concerning. He's got 1 more up top, but this one in the bottom is very close to death. We still don't have a second Ultra Core victim here, so all 3 of them are still alive and still very healthy. There's that Ascension. Trying to do what it can to increase the attack speed, courtesy of the Pariah. Really consolidating his force. He's got a flood of Zethicores moving across the map. One of the Pariahs goes down. That was the low HP one. Neblime has to funnel back to home. Didn't really apply much pressure, and now George feels like he can just build up his forces and move across the map. Tries to park those Auroras over everything, and they do end up getting some good connections onto the back line, but there was not nearly enough of them and there was no follow-up at the same time. Neblime now trying to lead George on a wild goose chase up to the top right, where he can make his stand on the high ground and clear out some of those frontliners while he waits and waits for more of his own units to pop out. He's got to go on the timing of this Pariah finishing, I think, but he's cycled all the way back, and now his units are out of position. The frustration stage is being focused down. Zeths and all of the Hydras are going to break it down, but not before the Pariah comes out. Will that be the difference maker here? Even if George's army gets wiped, it might not matter. Neblime might still be able to make it happen. His units off to the side as an Ecclesias dies are going to be able to speed out. The Stargate staying alive, some static defense coming up. George is caught between rock and a hard place right now. It looks like reinforcements are going to be intercepted here, but I don't think Neblime's army is actually strong enough for that. And now George goes for the committal. Neblime out of position to punish. He can definitely connect onto these Bactals in the back line. Pariah just ignoring so much damage with all of its armor. Finally will end up going down just in time to see its brethren return. Ascendant goes down. The workers not really heavily punished here. Only 3 of them lost for Neblime. And even though he might lose the bulwark, he's not going to lose the Nexus. Keeping 2 Pariahs alive is very, very big as he remakes his static defense. His Ancestral Archives is complete. His first Patriarch has hit the deck. The field of battle is not yet decided. Even though George made some very significant headway, definitely reset the army. He's got a boatload of Lakes. As one Zorius in the middle of the map is going to get cleared. We have a little bit more in the form of frontline, but admittedly, the Ultra Core is being kind of punished here. The Witness is still on the army. It can still see everything that it needs to see. Another one got queued up. That's one Lake is going down. We still have 11 more to clear. Neblime has a lot of work ahead of him if he wants to come back into a position to start punishing. But remember that George is not producing much of anything. He's making a round of workers right now. And some of them are even on the front line. These Pariahs are a resource that Neblime cannot afford to waste. Already down a half HP, every point of health. Something he cannot replace right now. Another Lakes goes down. 9 to go. And the Spines are too deadly. The Pariah gives them the runaround. Ultra Core just trying to stay alive. The Pariah is coming back in for connections. The southern one is down. The other at half health. More Bactals being made to try to bounce down things. We don't have a mid-range set of units here for George. He's relying on those burrowed attackers. Pariah, brought very low immediately. Armor End helping out. The Bactalisks bouncing aboard. One of the Witnesses, even. Patriarchs for shield sustain are going to be one thing, but how much sustain can you really have? 20 points of health remain on that last Pariah. Crucible to empower it. Prostration stage rebuilt inside the main base. Third base starting to come up. Nethercore count. Maybe it can do some damage, but odds are not really. Second Ancestral Archives being made. Clear the Artisan. George making Hydras, George making Ultras, and George taking a 4th base. Last game it felt like he should have been able to do a little bit better than he ended up doing. But this game it feels like he might have Neblime on the ropes. Our interminable Australian still trying to keep the Protoss dream alive here with a flawless 4-0. This would be the game that decides it. He is up 3-0. It's Pariah and the Patriarchs clearing so much Zerg, including those Nats, but this has bought space for the rest of the Zerg army to advance. And Ultra Core does go down, but there's so many more where that came from. The Hydra stack in the back starting to grow up a little bit here. 15 more just hatched. 2 Ovoleths for more detection, more drop potential. Patriarchs don't have the most armor. That Pariah going down might bode ill. Where's the rest of the units? Here come the Ultra Cores. This might have been a bit of a feint from George. A case where you don't rally your army and it actually helps you out because your enemy thinks you're a bit weaker than you are. Dared to hope. As Neblime tries to take his 4th base at the inner 6 o'clock, inner 5 o'clock for him. He has been able to remake Pariahs, at least one, another in production, but that one is so very low, and the Ultra Core count is so very high. The Lake is punish, canceling out that 4th base. Top right will be taken next. He's got a bunch of Drakodons that can clear top left since the Witness spotted it out. Is George even going to bother caring about that right now? If you're in George's shoes, you might just consider moving across the map. He's got a macro hatch coming. A lot more Bactals about to finish. This is the time where Neblime thinks he can strike, and he might be right. They're all stacked up, and the melee units are already on top of them. George may have made an error in trying to go for the Bactal stack at this hour, at this time. The Patriarchs are healing. That Pariah will not go down. A brutal timing as finally the meat goes down for Neblime, but every single bit of Bactal and Ultra and Zorius has been routed in the position, the Archon refusing to abate. And the lake is getting routed as well. George had him on the ropes. The haymaker from downtown keeps Neblime rooted in the game. Top left did get cleared. Still 3 base for our Zerg. 4th on the way for Neblime, and he might be able to reset and try to take this inner 6. Indeed he does, puts it down. Ultra cores are coming, but only 3 of them. Circuits are going to help clear these Drax. Neblime not aware of it. 1 Ultra core loose in the middle of the map. You can't afford to lose units like this for free. George, you were so close, my man, on multiple occasions. On Macroglia and now on Gilded Wall. 21 Hydras. Don't make them into Bactals this time, my friend. See if you can't just focus fire individual targets. The Patriarch count is so significant now. Ultra Core getting killed in the crib. The second one focused immediately. I don't think the Hydras are going to be able to make much of anything here. A little outpost does not go a long way. Archons, Patriarchs, and some good Striders at the end of the day. The Zorius that was burrowed at the beginning of the game is now going to be exfoliated from the map. And I think Neblime has done it again. He has outlasted them all. Defeating Newt. Once a long game on Battle Spectre, another a very short work on Frozen Sylphid. George was the one to take him to near 20 minutes in this game and over 20 in the last. But Neblime will not stop here. GG is called as George reflects on his failings and Neblime moves on in first place, undefeated. And that means that we need Newt versus George at least one more time. 2 if George can take a game and force a decider. But before we get there, I think we're going to need to hear a thing or two from Neblime. Because that was a wonderful performance, a wonderful set of matches, and something that earns him playoffs berth. Throne Room stage, in first place out of his group. He might even have a bit of an easier time of it going into the next round. If you think about it like that, he might be, he most likely will be placed against second placer out of another group. So just bear that in mind. Another 6 months playing Proton. Beautiful. Neblime, my friend, my homie, you are first place. You are 4-0 through the group, and you've consigned George, poor George, into a best of 3 where he's down 0-1, facing elimination from the tournament. But who cares about that? You win, dude. How you feeling?
Like I said in chat, I'm not happy because my fate is sealed for another 6 months. I really thought this time I wouldn't make it in. I really thought I would finally be free. But no. And I ain't gonna win Acropolis. I mean, let's be real. There's no way I'm winning Acropolis, so there's no fucking hope, you know?
No way you're winning Acropolis? Dude, what are you talking about? You
Oh, come on. Come on, you know I ain't winning.
Come on, you got Zeke and you got HitEmUp, and maybe if Krankendow replaces somebody, you got him to deal with too. Like, these are easy guys, you know.
If Dog gets eliminated in his group, then I can win. But that's my only hope.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, literally out of those players you mentioned, like, the Dog has, I think, the best record against me. Oh, well, way back when he refused to make Watchdog, I won a game, I think. But, that's who I'm afraid of, so I don't think I can win as long as he's in.
You think Shopkeeper Dog's going to eliminate you a second Acropolis in a row? You're already calling it?
Only if you put him in my bracket. You could avoid this disgrace.
Realistically speaking, I have to order them by their record and their seeded strength, and then it just automatically does it. But with you being the first one out, and in first place no less, you will be playing against a second player. So just tell Hamster to lose enough games to be in second place, and then you won't face Shopkeeper Dog. It's easy.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Now, this was an interesting group indeed. Game 1 versus Newt was a lot more competitive than the second one that you played against him. How are you feeling about the match there when it came to facing off against his Terran, seeing that he was trying to resurrect that Blackjack Eidolon style from yesteryear? I even called it out in the cast that, hey, that kind of thing is something you got to watch out for because it reminds you of Aeud winning in Acropolis too.
Oh, well, don't worry. Those demons have been purged.
Okay, good.
Because Cantors can just handle that, and obviously that patch was very different. But as you can see, I didn't play super well, but the Cantors kind of just handle the rest. You can just put them there, and honestly, the Terran player is spending like 300 APM micro in the army, and you're kind of like back in your base, and you look over, and like all the Cantor shells just hit like 10 Eidolons. You're like, cool,
yes,
get back to what you're doing.
Yeah.
You don't really have to do anything. I feel like they just kind of hard counter Eidolons because they just fly so far, and like I said, Terran had to spend all the APM trying to micro, while you're just kind of like moving it. As for the second game versus Newt, I really think he just shouldn't have chosen that map. The first game, I really got the vibe that like his front defense was very weak, but that map has a sort of almost, repulsion style, not quite that bad, but, old school natural where it's got a bit of an overhang, it's quite narrow, so I'm not wanting to attack in there. You probably saw even in that game 1, I was sort of thinking about it, I like poked in a bit, I'm like, do I commit to this? But I thought I couldn't quite do it. So I knew going into Frozen Silphid that like attacking the front was going to be strong, and even against any player, I think it's a good strat. So I'm not going to lie, that played out exactly how I thought it would. That I would just send the Drax and start hammering, and like he wouldn't be able to defend because Frozen Silphid has a sort of wide open natural, and with no high ground to help you as well, it's very vulnerable for that.
So you think maybe that's why he was picking a map like that, is to see if he could make it happen, but you didn't let him get it off the ground, so that was a...
No, I mean me pressuring him. Like it was a mistake for him to pick Frozen Silphid.
Oh, I see. So, but if he had been able to build it up without even needing the cliff advantage then, surely that would have been a counter problem. Like if he survives the early...
It's true. You can like attack the Protoss, obviously. Well, that's what I think. If he went pure Vulture, it's a bit scary for Protoss because you've got no ramp, right? So I was definitely gambling that he wasn't doing that, but I sort of got the vibe from the first game that he wanted to make Blackjacks.
The thing that I wonder about most is your take on George. This man took you to the limit in really, from the caster POV, looked like he was about to win in both Macroglia and Gilded Wall, and then he kind of fizzled out. So how are you feeling about him?
Most definitely. I had to like get into like guerrilla warfare with my army running around to survive. So props for George. I think he played quite well. And look, I don't want to be mean, to be honest. I think he played better versus me than versus Newt. I hope he can flip that around. Maybe I just struggled more. But yeah, I was pleasantly surprised by his play for sure. We expect great things from him, and I'd be pleased if he knocked Newt out because I still consider Newt a threat. Don't get me wrong, especially if after this, he takes it as like motivation to practice because obviously he's very rusty, right? If he smashes George, which I'm not gonna lie, I think is most likely, and then comes in out for blood after me, I do think with a bit of practice he can overwhelm me pretty easily.
Okay, all right. So that's an interesting set of statements there. The other question is, are we going to see Monazite ever picked by you? Do you like islands?
I think Protoss vs. Zerg, you have some play.
Okay.
As Terran, I don't even know what I would try and do. I'd probably just cry. And I'm very glad that no one picked it against me, because I don't know what I would have done. But then again, I guess Newt would have been in an even worse boat, right? Because he's practiced even less than me, so he'd be like, what the hell do I do? I did wonder if I picked it, maybe Newt wouldn't know it was an island map. I thought about that, but I didn't go with it.
That would have been pretty funny if he was in confusion.
But then what do you, still, even with that advantage, what do you even do? PvT on an island map? I don't think there's much you can do, to be honest.
Pretty interesting, because I haven't ever seen that matchup, so I don't know. I look forward to it being played. By the time Monazite kicked in, we didn't have as many active Terran players. I think There was an Ascozi versus Terran match on Monazite. Godwheat beat Hanmono on it. That was pretty cool. Hanmono was playing like 6 Madrigal for some reason, but it was neat. So, But with all that said, not getting lost in the sauce, I appreciate you sharing your thoughts after your successful qualification. I guess the question is, are you hanging out for the rest of the cast? I don't even know what you're doing after this. We didn't even talk about it.
It is 4 a.m. I'm tempted, though.
Does that mean you're sleeping? I don't know what you have to do at 4 a.m.
Yeah, I do have to sleep. I'm human.
Okay. Oh, I didn't know if you woke up early or if you know.
Oh, yes. No. I did sleep at like 11 o'clock. Because I played some nice games versus Honmono and Kasuga. So, you know, I got a bit of like practice in. Then I got a little bit of sleep. You know, and I was playing at like a sporting event yesterday. So I was sort of like ready to sleep. You know what I mean? When you exercise, it's easy to go to bed. So everything's going good. But now I do need actual sleep.
Fair enough.
HitEmUp just called me out though. He said, "Neblime, don't be no bitch." I guess I'm staying.
Well, that was easy. Thanks, HitEmUp. We will be going to Knife's Edge for our next round, and that has been Newt's selection. Because he is the challenger, he is able to pick the map, which is a bit tricky, you know, for George to have to deal with Knife's Edge specifically. This is a map that Newt has so many TVZs on. He was beating Zeke in weekend wages on this map, so... that is a bit of a bitter pill to swallow.
Yeah. Well, you know, I guess we're getting off topic a little, but I can't wait to see what Zeke is bringing this Acropolis. I'm looking forward to that.
I am as well.
Well, actually, since I'm here, shall I just join you in the cast? Yeah, I didn't realize that's what you intended, but...
Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying. That's why I
didn't even realize. Well, if you'd said that from the get-go, I probably would have been like, yeah, I'll stay.
Oh, so, yeah, no, I said, are you staying for the cast? You staying for the other groups? I don't know what you're doing. That's why I was
I was just thinking of watching. No, I'm in then. All right.
All right, let's
like
go.
HitEmUp says, Neblime ain't no bitch. There's games to cast, I'm here.
Alrighty.
Well, I was kind of hoping... Yeah, sorry, you go.
Now we're getting in. Knife's Edge is coming up, so hold that thought as Godweed even gives us a lovely Twitch sub. Appreciate it.
Yeah, see, don't think I wouldn't talk over you. You know what you're getting yourself into when you invite me to cast.
Of course. And you know, Newt's already up to something sneaky, so I got an intro. We got George here as our Vivid Red. No, it was Vermilion Zerg in the 3 o'clock location, and Newt in the bottom. I think he is Coral Terran. So I only flubbed 2 colors this whole cast, if you can believe it.
Not bad. It's not 1 stockade, it's 2. He's going in the middle. I appreciate this because look, Newt is obviously the favorite in this little best of 3. So I like that he's spicing it up, and maybe he's also is tired, just like get me out of here. So yeah. I like this a lot. Oh, is that the second one scouting, maybe? It could be 1 and scout, but that doesn't seem that strong to me.
What if it's 1 and anchor?
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but you got to build that near the Zerg base, and you think, nah, he's going to get a second one.
Yeah.
It is Lavos first. Now, I don't know how this lines up. As long as Zerg is aware of it, I think it's easy to defend, but obviously you might not know until like 6 Mavericks show up, and then it's like, oh! So, who knows? Rilla Rokor's pretty bad against this, so you don't have any like free defense, in my opinion. But I guess it depends how safe George plays, how aware he is. You know, if he makes like the 8 Zephs or whatever, with good micro, the right engagement, of course, they can kind of kill anything. And also the opposite, they can also die without killing anything. Anything's possible.
Anything is possible. Neblime, did you notice much of a difference in your army movements when you were playing lately? Because we did fix those targeting bugs where like a pariah would get hitched onto a Bactalisk and just flail, not doing anything.
Well, as far as when they're attacking the enemy army, I didn't seem to go very well. But I will say, moving around like obstacles to the map seemed to work better than me usually. Like, it's been a bugbear for me in the past. But obviously in those games versus George, it's kind of worked out to my advantage. So, I don't know. I can't say I, like, noticed anything specific, but I didn't have any moments where I was like, no, stop going there. So I guess it worked pretty well.
Well, there you go. See? That's something that HitEmUp in particular was looking to get resolved, but we have been able to make that happen. Now, George has really liked this. Make 4 pairs of Zeths, then move across the map with him. But on Knife's Edge, he doesn't know where his opponent is. So the Mason scouts the top left, nothing there. So now the Mavericks are moving to the bottom right, and the second Mason moving up here for the scout. We are going to see a forward anchor. This is how Newt likes to play this.
I don't like the forward anchor. I think you just got to get in there and muck around. Look, 8 Zephs for 6 Mavs. The Zephs will lose, especially if they die there. But it can go certain ways. Now he knows about it. This is the critical thing, so he can stay home. If he crossed the map, it would be a sort of base race scenario, I think. Oh, I like the burrow, but he does need more units. Okay, quads coming out. Honestly, once he gets like 8 quads, it's going to be very hard for Terran. Look at that. The first 3 Mavericks are going to go down. Okay, the only one does their retreat, but that's not a good start for Newt at all.
No, he's going to lose all of the Mavericks here. The Zet's diving forward. Stim comes out way late, and he ends up losing another couple of Mavs in the process. He is reinforcing with 2 at a time. No transition yet. No extra structures. He's got a lot of minerals. I think he might be considering an expansion, but I don't think he's safe enough to do that.
He just needs to get as many quads as he can. I mean, that said, Newt is really not getting the stims in with good timings here, so he's having a hard time. Now, he can keep the pressure on. This is not too bad for Terran, because as we see, he's still pretty ahead in workers. The pressure has remained. George's idea, obviously, is sort of short-circuit this with the Lakers. And look at that, the quads do a good job anyway. This is what I mean. If he didn't invest in Lakers, he's just getting like another Lavos here, and he's just spamming quads. It's going to be hard for Newt not to die. As is, George is doing quite well. He's going to hold him off, but he's not really going to have kill pressure here. Well, here we go. He's still trying to fight.
This is very easily something that could be overwhelmed. The stims are not being done in mass, and that is confusing me. Newt maybe forgetting where the Z key is on his keyboard. Yeah, look at the claws count. Very, very good. Now the Mav's starting to run away. I think this is a good feint because he's kind of telling George, hey, I'm over here in the top left or whatever, and also returning to where the rally is. But his Mavs are already moving in the other direction. So I'm not entirely sure what George is going to do next, but if he moves to the top left, he's going to be sorely disappointed. That one Zet staying alive is going to have real significant ramifications on this map, as Newt's ministry is indeed almost halfway. Stockade numbers 2 and 3, or 3 and 4 rather, are on the way. These ones are not actually lifted off yet.
Where is the anchor, forward or otherwise? I do not know how he's going to survive here. These quads are just going to come in here and waddle on over. Like, what can he do without an anchor? Quite a miscalculation, I think, not to have built one sort of in anticipation of this. As long as George is brave enough to pull the trigger, I don't really see how Terran can survive. Here he comes.
2 Cyprians on the way.
If the stim was perfectly timed, but it ain't.
No, it's not perfectly timed at all. At best he can do is try to thin the herd. There were 15 quads when this fight began, and there are going to be 9 left afterwards. The ministry does complete at the very least, but going to take a while for those guys to finish up. The Cyprians are all the way back at the proxy location, though. Oh, no. The Masons will not complete the stockade. The 2 stemmed Mavs do not get rallied in, and I think Newt might have had maybe a bit too much before playing this match. We are going to have to go to a decider.
George going to take a game. I'm excited. Up 1-1. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I guess he doesn't have to kill him yet. What's he going to do? His production is in the middle of the map. There's a few more units coming, which I believe includes Lakers. Yes, here they are. Yeah, there's not much you can do against that. And he's unfinished stockade.
He's standing on top of it with a Cyprian. It's a nice idea, but they're both going to go up in smoke. And he never finished these stockades. Both of them at 99%. Unreal.
Crank and chat, it's not over yet. It can still happen. I think it's over. And honestly, Newt's kind of doing himself a disservice by staying in this game because he's going to be like more tilted. You just got to call it and move into the next one.
Yeah, you do kind of just have to throw up your hands and say, I tried something kind of cheeky. No GG, no surprise. But the big one is that George is on the board. One more round, and we're going to be seeing him make it in.
I'd be very excited.
Well, of course you would. You're like, oh yes, another title contender out of the way. I don't have to deal with him.
Actually, yeah, I don't want to have to deal with Newt down the line. I'm quite concerned. So, well, I mean, that said, George gave me a run for my money, so maybe I should go it either way.
Yeah, that's true. Remember, as a reminder, guys, we have Newt and George. One of them will move on to the throne room stage. It's George's debut, and he came in as a player who nobody had on their radar. Newt struggling to execute the strat in that last game, and Newt picks the final map, since he is, of course, the one who lost that last round.
You know, I wonder if Newt's like me. You know, it's like 4 a.m. or some time, and he's like, "Oh, geez, just get me out of here." So,
there is an element of that.
World?
Newt's in America. He's in my time zone, but he does work overnights, I think. So it effectively is 4 a.m. for him. Yeah.
Well, people in chat are like, why proxy? Well, it's like he just wants to get out of here, dude. He just wants to get over with. So now he's going to be forced to play a long game, I think, where he's probably more confident. He was sort of just like slapping George around, I feel, in the other games. So I expect if he wants to win, he'll just take this one slower. Then again, just doing it twice in a row has worked for me before.
Yeah, I wonder.
His wife for George.
I do wonder what he's going to be doing. I
If he
feel like
proxies
this
again,
yeah.
I
that's the
think he's
question.
just like saying, I don't want to play.
Right, he's like, I'm ready to go. Honestly, if he just opens like 2 Fulk and moves Vultures across, he might end up winning again. That the game 1 versus George, it was procedural. It was easy. It was not a huge
Indeed.
challenge for him. So maybe he goes back to the well. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, George and Newt sharing the right-hand side of the map. We've got the pumpkin orange Newt Terran, and George on the top right is the Cordovan Zerg. Flawless colors. Flawless.
I'm really positive about this map pool, except Monocyte maybe. We've got a great selection of varied maps this Acropolis. I love it.
Yeah, I'm
Just
glad that
don't
you
make it
do.
plain,
I feel like it's a rare treat for me to hear that Neblime approves of the map pool.
Yeah, normally there's maps I hate, but hey, you got rid of Crisis Vector. I don't have to play on Near Impact. I'm feeling much better.
Oh, there you go. Both maps that you felt like were a little bit too more Zerg and Terran favored. Is that it?
I don't even know if they're race favored, but I know they're not good for me.
Fair
I
enough.
can't even say what's race favored or not, except, as I said, Frozen Silver, pretty good for Protoss. Any map that there's no ramp, I do like Protoss, but maybe that's just because I play a lot of like one base aggression, as you know. About
yeah.
that game 1 you're talking about, I agree Newt was just dominant throughout the entire game, but I will say he was extremely wasteful. Like, half of the game was his army just trying to bust in the front of the Lakers and getting torn apart. It was just by virtue of the drops doing damage to the team. Out-muscled him. So I do like these going Fulk. Honestly, I think I prefer Fulcrum over everything else for Terran. Unless it's me playing, then I'm going to go Bio. If I go back to Terran, it's going to be Bio. So I guess I'm a hypocrite. But I think for Newt, this is a much better choice.
Yeah, for his style that he seems to have been practiced, I know he was trying a lot of TVP, and you don't typically open bio there, so that's a situation where maybe he's more practiced with the mech units anyway, and he can kind of just play around that. First Vulture on the way, second Fulk already halfway done. The pool is going to be completing here in a moment, and it looks like the Mason went about halfway up to the top left, and then returned home, and is now returning back. So a little bit of a scouting kerfluffle, and hopefully Newt knows that this is a 4-spawn map and not a cross-spawn map, since he did pick it.
I mean, I think you just look at it and you're like, right, that's symmetrical. Maybe it's deliberate cross spout. And because we know George likes to rush a bunch of Zefs, so...
Yeah.
Okay, maybe he doesn't know. I wouldn't have placed those mines.
Can I
but,
get a 1-min break?
Is he serious? I mean, do we get timeouts? Oh, there you go. So be it.
Yeah, typically the admin will do the timing out, but we'll just go ahead and...
Yeah, I'm going to say
switch
Newt
back
paused
here.
it. Good on Newt. He's repping his own game.
Yeah, he's happy to be a sportsman-like player.
Well, I always appreciate it.
Yeah, he's
So-
pretty cool.
If he thinks it is cross, well, I guess his Vulture's going to run in there before the Zefs get to space. And you know what? This doesn't have much threat against mech, does it? Because the Vultures will just dance around all day.
Yeah, the main thing is that the Zethra-cores can't really kill the vaults, but if you get enough of the quaz count, you can defend, and you can give a good chase. So all we can really hope for is that George won't be terribly behind or out of sorts because of his phone call that he has to make. So he's just going to go ahead and take that and come back to us very shortly. Guys, this is the last map of Group A. We are closing in on a half an hour till our second group. Our starting time for that is 3 p.m. Eastern. It is 2:26 right now. Odds are in the next 15 minutes or so, we will have our closing thoughts, our interviews, deciding which player is moving on into the throne room stage. It would be a pretty colossal upset if George is able to make it out over the one homie, the Newt, but that's just the way it is sometimes. Oh, hey, look at that.
Well,
Props to George
he
for
only
his
has to
play.
win this one
Also,
game,
we all
dude.
know
But
George
you
is
can
really
always win
pooping.
one game. Doesn't matter what the match is, you can always win one game, and that's all he needs to do now. Look, I think, it would sort of be in keeping with the tradition so far that Newt has been a strong player since he showed up, but kind of cursed, with him like being absent as well for key seasons, I guess, where he probably would have made an impact. Maybe it's just not in his destiny to win an Acropolis. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, the idea is that they're having some difficult times working through the timing and the scheduling. And I think there's another game that came out that occupied a lot of his time for gaming. And then he's like, oh yeah, I got to come back. And, one thing that is a fair thing to bring up is that the qualifications to this Acropolis were stretched out over a very long period of time.
Yes.
So that is another component of it. And That is why we are happy to see that the ones who are qualifying more recently, in this case George, ready to go. So, speaking of ready to go, we are going to get back into the game as our players have returned. Well, George has returned. I think Newt was here the whole time. We have the Vulture. We have the Larvosk, and the second one nearly complete. The Zeth's canvassing the map, looking for the enemy base. I like that the Vulture is ahead of the mine. Oh, it was actually on top of the mine, so I don't like that nearly as much. But I do like... Yeah, no worries. There's just the pair of Zeths there to scout. These guys are going to go all the way to the top left, and they might even kill the Mason that was scouting for Newt. Indeed, he's actually going to lose a Vulture, so that's a little bit of a miscontrol there.
This is a very cost-effective trade for Zerg still. Okay, now it's getting less. Ooh, but the Burrow, I mean, you can't really avoid all damage. Okay, I say that, but kind of skillfully does. Regarding Newt's activity, you know I can't talk because I've hardly played, so no judgment from me there. You got to do what you got to do, and all the more impressive if he can come back and sort of secure his win, basically cold. Now, did the Mason die? It's still there? Oh my god, that's a lucky Mason.
Yeah, he actually chased the Zeths off. They were on the same control group. And
what a hero.
Yeah, oh look at that. Nice little split shot there.
The tech, did he do hold pause, or was that just luck?
I think he was probably, I don't know, he was definitely moving to do the moving shot, so that was pretty legit. Whatever it was. 14 quads, plenty of room for the Vultures to get held. It's not a significant kill threat here. The Ministry, I don't think, was actually scouted. Yeah, this mine wasn't tripped, so he doesn't know about the Ministry, but the Fulcrums are idle. We've got a lot of quads that can move across the map. As soon as the Vultures see this, they need to lay their mines and dodge away. Instead, Newt's actually trying to micro his little heart out to clear out some of these quads. And okay, he's definitely cowing George a little bit, forcing him back and thinning the herd just a touch. But that's a lot of money floated during this time, not making anything out of his 2 Fulk, not making anything for tech or anything of the sort. Now he's going to correct that record by adding more Vultures.
I would have said I don't like this play out of George. He's going for the Lakers immediately. He's probably going to attack. But, I mean, if Newt doesn't make the units... Where's HitEmUp? Tell him to make units, you know? Okay, it looks like maybe he will play defensive and expand. I mean, so far so good for Zerg, but look, I feel like the longer the game goes, the less chance George has, because we just saw he's not droning up enough in game 1. I think, and that pattern will continue. I doubt he's going to be able to, like, adjust that mid-match. But then you never know, and he can always still get a damaging attack off. Look, I feel like this is the only path to win, is to do a lot of damage early. It is Cyclops coming out. I think it's this comp that's not bad, but he sort of has the muscle to bully them. I think he's waiting for that overlap, and then he's probably going to push.
Yeah, he's probably waiting for the detection for the mines, but none of them have been laid. This has been a common place for Newt to maybe stumble a little bit. His Starpad's a bit late. Scrapyard coming online for the Blackjacks and the Matadors, which he seems to like making in this matchup as well, from based on game 1. Just going to try to do what he was already doing. Second Starpad for more Trojans would be nice, but he's not going to get that anytime soon. He still needs to saturate the natural. Up by 7 workers, and that will continue to be the case as George is only narrowly adding more workers in between the den being added. The Ovaleth comes out for a Lakes drop. We did see this on Potadia. Starpad was sort of scouted ahead of time, but not by much. And yeah, that looks like the Terran Arsenal moving up to contend with George's choke. No, only 1 Lake is here.
If Newt attacks in, this is going to be a disaster, but I think he's just lurking. I think he's not going to try it. But I mean, he's rallying his units. I don't know about this, although sloppy from George, going to lose that Zoyus for free. Very sloppy indeed. He needs to be behind his Lakers. Look, with the Lakers helping, there's no way he gets through. But look at this. It's the single Lakers again. I wish he'd just bring 6 claws, dude. That would do more. Oh man, he's taking a lot of damage from this. Like, his army's getting decimated for just the wrong timing as the Lake is in the mineral line. Must be distracting him. A lot of units destroyed. And all attacking pressure from Newt is gone. And, God, he might lose a couple more units here. No, not the Cyclops. Oh, my God. Almost lost some, but they're very damaged.
They are very damaged, but no Masons went down. They just evacuated. So he shut down some mining time, and the natural was sort of like a trade between a couple of units. Starpad's finished. Newt needs to reset his army and his mining. Needs to re-establish control of the game. You can definitely feel that things are slipping a little bit. The Mason scout from before moves all the way to the 6 o'clock to go for a 3rd base. And, well, George is just happy to use this opportunity, build up some more workers, build up some more military. He's got the Hydras coming. Clearly enjoys the Bactals, particularly as a response to the Blackjack count.
You know, I'm kind of sad about this because I feel like George would have a winning position, but I know he's not going to make enough workers. Well, I say that he's making 7. All right, I'll hold my judgment, but I'm concerned because I feel like he's in a really good spot. He could, like, overtake Newt here, but I just feel like he's not going to do it, you know? Maybe I'm too pessimistic.
Not something that we're seeing happening right now, at the very least, because the worker count...
Drop. I like it.
I don't know. I mean, he's definitely going to be under the pump here. As the stockades come out, we are going to see Eidolons.
Oh, is that the idea? Eidolon and mech? I mean, I guess he did it before. It just seems weird to me against, Tier 1 Zerg. They just don't seem that good, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Man, this poor Overlap, he ain't making it home. Oh, get out of there. I like that George is getting the Circuit in the Nat, because he got bullied by drops before, so I think it's good adaptation. Just still, he needs more workers.
Sure does. Newt overtaking him. Waiting to remember that 6 o'clock Mason so he can put down another expansion. Bit of a long day for Newt. In a similar boat to HitEmUp, as far as I understand, of being up for a long time. And it's actually going to be the mineral-only base being taken.
Well, I mean, Newt is in a lot of danger right now. Okay, he's pulling back. I was going to say, if George suddenly came out, he could crush that army. And that's so much of the army Newt has. He would be in a really good spot. Now, they are going to link up. The danger is going to pass. And now Newt has some pressure again. Skiff recalls being made. I'm always a fan of just being like, you know what, I'm making 30 skiff recalls and going to your base. That can always win the game. So if he sits back, turtles, and especially if Newt is a bit too aggro and loses some units, then he suddenly just sends the skiffs to Newt's base. I mean, that could be a win. Now, Antseal's coming as well. It's going to be hard to engage. Oh, he's still alive somehow. No,
there you go. He
could have made it. He could have made it.
Wasn't being microed. Covenant started.
Oh, I love this from George, actually. If he actually does that, like, builds up the skiffs, the old school strategy, man, way back in the Gorg meta, we were seeing this kind of play. So I'd love if he just built up the skiffs and suddenly showed up in Newt's base. Also, they're good versus the Antseals, although what I was saying before, it's hard to get them to engage without getting decimated by the Cyclops, of course. But still, they can serve that purpose. A lot of Terran units.
He's only got 2 over here, and I wonder what they're actually going to be for. Is he banking them for Viths later, try to be anti-Antseal? But right about now, feels like he's gearing up for a ground game. A lot of Zoryus, a lot of Bactyls. 12 o'clock is where Newt is.
Army. You don't want to engage in the choke, though. That is the problem. I mean, it's a strong enough army to defeat this Terran army. Can he get the right engagement? It's not bad for Zerg right now, because the Terran army's strung out, and there's so many units in the front, but the back is not engaging. Oh my god, the Antseals, they're traitors to the Terran army. There's so many bounces. I think Zerg will power through this army.
Yeah, that's it for the Antseals. No more detection, no more protection. The front line's been mulched through by the Blackjacks. One thing you can remember about these kinds of Terran militaries is that they're dirt cheap, 50 minerals a Blackjack. But how does he have the throughput to actually respond to this? Needs more actual production here.
I mean, George needs to do counter damage here because he's not have a third. And again, I just feel like his macro is not capable of keeping up in general. He's down on workers, down on bases, but the army seems to be having the advantage. What has Newt been making at home? Oh my god, he's flanking as well. This is looking very good for Zerg, but the Hurricanes will be very helpful here. No Lakers coming for the attack just yet. Oh, this is huge. He's getting in those workers. Newt cannot respond to both threats at once. He's going to take a lot of damage here.
Well, he had a good lobotomy mine that hit that Zoryus. He's going to clear out everything that's in front of those Blackjack or Bactyls. Can he actually get there to wipe it out? That's the big threat. He's actually funneled by his own anchor. He needs to do something about them. The Ministry goes down. That is an unforced loss. George trying to collapse.
George into throne room. He's looking real good right now.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable scenes. I think the Antseal count is going to get shellacked. The Bactylus bounces, even killed a mine. That's it for the ground army. He made the Hurricanes, but he made the Covenant with no Eidolons. He's got nothing and a humongous stun onto his own units. His own Antseals deactivates their shields and wipes the floor with them. No GG, but we got George, and there's 2 Gs in that in the throne room stage.
Well played to George. Very nicely done. And you know what? That was all down to the engagements. Every engagement that gave, he put the effort in, and it paid off. He rolled them. Well done, George.
A very surprising finish. Not what we thought we were going to get out of this group. I was happy to hear that you predicted yourself first place, because that's always good for the the interview snippet, But that is a very shocking upset in that sense. I was expecting Newt to be able to carry it through, especially with how he handled Patadia, but something changed in between, and the sound of effort is George winning out in second place. Ladies and gentlemen,
Wow.
our final standings for Group A.
All right, well, I consider my oath fulfilled, and I'm going to go to bed. There's nothing
It
else to
is.
see. I'm sure you'll have Newt in here to fill the air soon enough. Sorry, George. Well, maybe both.
Maybe
Anyway,
both if they're down, but yeah, that's...
Good night.
Good night,
ladies and
Neblime.
gentlemen.
Thanks for hanging out for those
Good
last
morning.
2 games. Good morning, and sleep well.
The sun will be up soon. All right, goodbye.
An impressive showing indeed. As George continues to find deeper results, his debut is for a win in the Battlements stage, a second place finish. Seems like Newt is also hanging out here, so we'll probably be able to talk with him after. But first of all, I do want to hear from the George. See if he figures out how to join the waiting room. There he is. George. You are out of the Battlements group in second place, which means you actually will be facing off against more players. You've effectively gone out of the group stage and into the playoffs, which we call the throne room stage. How do you feel about making it even deeper your first time through?
Well, first and foremost, I really have to take a couple of seconds to thank all my homies. Alex, Wheat, Sausage, Jack, and especially my boy Krakendo. Without all of them, I don't think I would have reached this.
Really? Were you having a good egging on, little support there, but also it sounds like maybe you're talking about some practice partners here and there, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Impressive stuff. The question then is, how do you feel about being able to go so deep and you make it into the throne room stage, you make it into the playoffs? You're the second seed. You'll be going up against somebody who exits their group in first place. But do you have a little more self-belief now? Because, I was pretty straight to the point. I said I'd be surprised if you took a map. Now, you took multiple and managed to make it out. So how does that make you feel?
Honestly, I'm gonna be real. I surprised myself. I didn't expect to get this far. I was like, I'm gonna go to 18th, and that's it. If I get a game or two, at least I made some funny plays and felt good about it. But this came as a surprise for myself too. I never expected to go to the throne room, whatever that is. By the way, I have no idea. And
Well, what it means to me is that you come into the tournament, you didn't even know you were into another stage after you beat Biddy B in a 5-game ZVZ. Now you're like, oh, I guess there's more. Is this the tournament that keeps on giving? Yeah, the answer is yes. It's going to be a long-running one starting off now. But that means that you're going to be playing some more into the playoffs of the event, as opposed to just in the group stage saying hi and then saying bye. I want to talk to you about your games against Newt, but first I actually want to talk to you about your very first game against Newt, and then we're going to talk a little bit about that ZVP that you played against Neblime, those 2 matches, because the game against Newt, it felt like Newt was made to work for it a little bit. You didn't just sit there and roll over in the 5 minutes like we were joking about. You definitely extended it out a little bit longer than that. You had a good opener. You had a solid showing there, and then maybe the macro slipped and the drop started to get to you, so the multitasking may have fell apart from the constant pressure. But did you feel like you played a good, solid game? I know it ended with a power cut, so maybe it was a little bit awkward there. But when you had time to reflect, were you feeling like, oh, at least I gave him a good show, I made him work for it? Was there anything about that, about your level of play when your opening match happened?
Oh, well, yeah, the thing that threw a wrench in my plans, hardcore, yeah, I expected the bio play, because this is what I've seen him do, yeah. So I was fully expecting to see Cyprians and Marines. And when I saw the first vultures, I kind of got shocked for a couple of minutes, so I didn't know what to do. Even though I had a lot of practice against Kutian, just not expecting it, I think it shocked me enough to not even think about it much, so I just lost.
Right. Yeah. So there was a situation where you're sitting there like, where do I even go with this? How do I even make this one happen? Because the actual practice that you came in for expecting was bio, and then it was mech. Were you then, obviously you're talking about the matches against Neblime, that's what we wanted to switch over to. You had him on the ropes, no? Like, you've played enough versus Protoss to know that, like, your army was in the right spot, you had the right, composition, shall we say. how did it feel to get so close to beating Neblime in not just one, but 2 matches in both games that you played, but then it just slipped out of your hands?
Well, I was kind of pissed at myself because I came in expecting to not have a chance, first and foremost. As I said, I just came here for the fun. But after the first game and the manner I actually lost it, which was a bit stupid, it was just chasing 6 gladiuses with my army when I could have just walked into his base. It kind of pissed me off a bit. And then the second game, I think it was kind of the same. I just I got very greedy. I think I morphed like 6 Bactelisks in the middle of his army, so that was just GG for me.
Well, the question then is, that the second game was the one where it ended with the frontline morph, but there was just constant pressure the whole way through. Really felt like, to me anyway, that you could have managed to make it happen. So at the very least, since you survive in the tournament, you go on for longer, you're not eliminated in the battlements. The question then is, do you feel like, okay, well, at the very least, I have some stuff that I can take notes on, I can continue to improve. Do you think that you can keep on practicing with some of these guys and get even better and maybe make a deeper run than your first couple of rounds? Because the throne room is double elimination. You'll have 2 tournament lives from here on out, but sometimes people will do this sort of flash in the pan thing where they surprise people as the 3rd seed in their group. They get out in 2nd place. They take some games off of people who were favored, and then they just get eliminated, 3-0, 3-1 in their playoffs matches, and they're gone. You think that maybe you could avoid that with a little bit of extra practice? You think you could come in feeling like you're not the underdog with no chance?
Well, hopefully I do, because after what I've done today here, I think I'll spend even more time practicing and try people out.
Okay, fair enough.
So I will 100% wake up the machine, so to say, and oil it up well. To actually have a chance against them. But I can say this: I'll give them a good fight.
Give them a good fight. Well, you've proven that here today, George, and I do appreciate it. I appreciate the time you took to give us the pre- and post-match interviews. We got to get going so that we can make time for our second group. Any final words you want to leave the people with now that you're out in 2nd place?
Well, remember, have fun, and the game is not about making armies and drones.
Controversial final words from George. GG, my friend, and great to have you here. Congrats on your wins.
Thank you.
And with that, we take our sights over to talking a little bit about what this means for our standings. All things considered, this was a very interesting round. If we take a look at our Group A, that means that Newt will not be proceeding, and we have Neblime and George moving on. By the way, just a shout out, if Newt is actually still awake and wants to hang out, then he can feel free to pop into the waiting room, and I'll have a time talking with him for a brief few minutes before I hit the bathroom and prepare for our Group B. But if he's not here, if he's not here, that's all good. No worries. And appreciate the performance, appreciate his pre-match interview, and some very balls to the wall games, that's for sure. But Newt being upset by George is not something I thought was going to happen. It is indeed an upset in terms of competitive stuff. We go into Group B, a little bit of a preview here briefly. ArbuzBudesh, Art of Turtle, and Grass Eater. I like to eat grass. That's going to be an interesting one. That is 2.5 Zerg players, because Arbuz's random is actually Protoss and Zerg. That'll be an interesting one, due to start in about 15 minutes. We already saw the hype intro, so I don't have much else to preview for you or to blow your guys' socks off. We are just going to go to a break and then move it on through. But as we get ready for that second group, I do have to wonder. I mean, Arbuz and Art of Turtle took each other to 5 games in Tribunal 5. That's where Arbuz got to this throne room stage, or this battlement stage rather. Maybe I'm leaking that he's going to get to the throne room. Certainly was a bit of an upset when Art of Turtle defeated him, and he almost took a game off of Hamster in their group in Acropolis 3, and Turtle managed to make it to throne room. I'm pretty sure he's had a flawless throne room attendance ever since first qualifying in Acropolis 2. I'd have to go back and check that to make sure. But Arbuz having a good time in the practice build up to this match. I feel like he's going to be hitting pretty hard. And Grass Eater, a bit of an underdog in that respect. I certainly will expect some fun plays out of him as well. Although I haven't actually seen him online yet today, but I don't think he types much in general, so maybe we won't even see it. George riding high on the victory, and Neblime 4-0. Not quite flawless in a sense of the play, but certainly looking strong in the scoreline. is going to be an interesting set of competitions. I've already started filling out the bracket. We have 2 names, and we need 10 more, as 5 more groups are yet to be played, with 2 players qualifying out of each. We've got 3 groups tomorrow as well, so I will see you guys very soon for Group B in about 12 minutes, by the way. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks to Godwheat for the donation earlier. GG.
am a hero!
Ladies and gentlemen, we return for the next stage of our operation. And that stage is going to feature 3 new players, but I just wanted to recap Group A for anyone who missed it. It was an interesting one indeed, with not the expected results. George taking out second place here after defeating Newt in essentially a reverse sweep BO3. Newt went up 1-0 in the set and in the group overall in the opening match, but failed to defeat Neblime and failed to keep a lid on the aggression as George sauntered towards that throne room stage, saying "swuck it" as he did so. Now we look towards Group B. The Salad Eaters are taking their stage here. Our opening matchup has been decided by our Battlements Knight, and it will be ArbuzBudesh, who is the first seed here, rolling Protoss and Zerg, against Art of Turtle to open things up. Looks like Grass Eater has been sighted in the wild, so that is pretty cool as well. Art of Turtle will be selecting the map, and so I have messaged him to organize that. Perfect. Well, the lobby is up, and we will be going to a very exciting map for our first round of this particular game, and so I'm looking forward to that. But while we wait for that to come together, we will also have an opportunity to do some interviews. If Art of Turtle would like to join us for an interview, he can go ahead and pop into the casting waiting room. I'll go ahead and let Arbuz know as well. I want to talk to AOT first before I talk to Arbuz, if that is indeed allowed. I don't think Grass said that he was going to do interviews, or that he said that he didn't have a microphone. Let me just double check that, I guess. But we're gearing up for a very interesting set of matches here. If you look at our players in this group, Grass Eater is a really uncanny type of player who is capable of some real severe aggression, and could theoretically take a game off of Arbuz. Definitely could take a game off of Turtle just based on their play styles. But at the same time, Turtle has really turned it on. If you want to believe in like the rites of passage, AOT 3-0'd Jack Yelansky, who 3-1'd Grass Eater to get it into this tournament to begin with. Grass Eater proved himself versus a Skozy more than he proved himself versus Zerg lately. Though he did 2-1 George, or maybe it was a 2-0, I can't remember. But other than that, you know, we are talking about an unfavored third seed player. And we can talk to Turtle about that and many other things. I'll wait for Turtle to undeafen and then I can talk to him. There he is. Art of Turtle is on the mic. We got him here for our first match against Arbuz. How does it feel to be selected by the Battlements Knight for your first go of it, AOT? And are you feeling this rematch from Acropolis 3 Battlements and from the Tribunal stage that got Arbuz here to begin with?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that last week when I realized I needed to start kind of doing a lot more prep work, and Arbuz is definitely going to be a challenge, and not necessarily for the reasons most people are going to think. I think he's got some great macro. I think he's got a lot of good army movement, a lot of good army position. But I think if he ekes out it's going to have to be off the back of his Zerg.
Really?
I really feel that he's gonna have to step up his ZVZ. Rolling random means there's that chance that he's going to drop random games here and there. And it came really close to that Battlements, and it came down to one ZVZ that I didn't manage to finish off for him.
Right. Yeah, that does remind me about the stakes when you consider it from the perspective of who's going to be coming up, looking at the Zerg versus Zerg matches. That's clearly going to be a defining factor for this group overall, because your other component here is, of course, Grass Eater. And that does feel like a tough one to crack, because we are talking about a player who isn't really that blooded in the space. He's played for a long time, don't get me wrong, but his performance at competitions has not been the most notorious. So I do wonder about your take on Grass Eater. How often have you been playing with him or against him, thinking about him? Is he a threat in this matchup?
Grass Eater is definitely a threat, man. He will pull off some of the more insane builds. He will try to hit you in timing you don't expect to even feel from. I expect a lot of left field play out of him. He may be pulling up a couple of 6-pulls. He could be well into his way to tier 2 before anybody notices it. I can't discount what Grass can do, although I do expect a lot more on the aggressive side of it, and I've kind of come into that preparation thinking about that a lot, making sure that I have a lot more holes covered up for getting bases up. You know, it's going to be, if I beat either of these guys, it's going to be off of 3, 4, 5 bases.
Okay, fair enough. You're thinking about the macro game. You're thinking about the mid or late game as opposed to those early rushes. I did want to say, though, 6 pools seem like a lost art for a lot of Zergs. Not the people in this group. Arbuz 6 pools when he's Zerg. Grass Eater, of course, known for a 6 pool. And you have pulled it out once or twice as well. So I feel like we should get at least 2 in this group of games. What do you think?
I think you're very brave for trying. If they think that we're not prepared to deal with that early pressure, I feel that it's definitely going to really come down to whether or not the close positions are noticed immediately.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll have to see. I'm sure it'll be saved for those, 2 spawn close maps. I like that everybody has already demonstrated a good number of different strats, different levels to their game, but I am looking forward to how the ZVZs are going to bear out. And we might get started early, or we might get that Protoss. You feel more confident versus Arbuz's Protoss then, based on what you were saying?
I don't feel as confident against his Protoss, but I feel that I have a better understanding of how to macro up, a better understanding how to get more Larvos, get more units out this time as compared to the last time.
Okay, all right. Looking to preserve your Battlements into Throne Room stage record then. Turtle, you did upset Arbuz in the last Battlements, and it was a bit of a surprise to see you escape. This one, I'm taking you to get out for sure, but do you think you're out in first place or second?
You know, I think Arbuz has had a lot more practice at the moment. I feel that we're gonna be trading games, but I actually do give Arbuz the for sure advantage at the moment. That's probably just due to the idea that I've been playing a lot more, Brood War more recently. So my mechanics are there. I definitely feel pretty good about the micro. It's going to be about the game plan, who's going to be better at the execution.
Looking forward to seeing who ends up taking it then. AOT, thank you for your thoughts. Any final words before we move on to talking to Arbuz?
Great job, George. That was impressive to me, watching you still take it out, especially going toe-to-toe with Neblime. I've been struggling against that, and so it's nice to see new players coming up.
It is nice to see a new arrival that took the world by storm a little bit. Well, it's Swuckin time. Turtle, I will see you for the post-game interview.
Thank you.
And with that, we can bring in the Arby and the Chief, and Arby and the Budesh. What's up, Watermelon? How you doing?
Doing alright, I guess.
Doing alright, I guess. Well, are you prepared for your games is the question, and are you prepared for map 1 being Monazite?
I have no idea.
No idea, not sure. Well, this has been an interesting set for you because you came in with Protoss and Zerg Selective Random. By the way, do you think Selective Random is a cool feature? Do you like it? Are you a fan?
Well, I picked it for 2 reasons. One of the reasons is because I think it's more fun for me this way, and second one, I just wanted to show it off. That you actually can make random, selective.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool thing to point out there, is the idea that it's a mechanic at all. I appreciate you showing it off for us. That is very nice of you. Of course, we do look ahead to how the matches are going to be bearing out. You picked Turtle for your first showing, and you did comment that you didn't think you'd get turtled again, and then you did get turtled again after all. With that said...
No. I was promised I'm not gonna get turtled again.
Yeah, well, availabilities, and also I looked at that matchup and I said, yeah, why not? So Grass Eater comes in as the third string. Are you even looking at him, or are you more focused on Turtle? You did pick him as your first opponent, so I got to ask.
I do think he's a little bit, but not dangerous. Just get over it first, so might as well pick him first. I don't put it completely out of the picture that I might completely flop and just get upset again.
Well,
it is ZVZ after all. It is my worst matchup, and it's a very explosive matchup. I can get 6 pull. I might miss micro, lose all my deaths, and I just can spiral from there. So it's not out of the question I can completely flop. So, and Protoss against Zerg. I think I know it better than ZVZ, but that matchup, fundamentally, I think is a bit more Zerg favored, so it might go against me as well. So who the hell knows how it goes? So I have no expectations.
Well, I'm excited about the fact that we're on Monazite for map 1. In this one, you rolled Protoss in your series on the Tribunal 5 Grand Final, and you won out the game, even though it looked like Turtle was supposed to take it. You managed to go for your air battle army there with a lot of Empyrean. How do you feel about this one? Are you hoping to get Protoss versus Zerg? Do you have a particular preference on the island map?
To be honest, this map, I had very minimal practice on it, because no one wants to play on it, so it's really hard to get players on it in the first place.
Right.
So I, for the most part, probably gonna be winging how I'm gonna tackle it, so I'm not sure what's my chances are better as Protoss or Zerg.
Mm-hmm.
There is definitely strength for each matchup, which I think I have over opponents for each matchup, but I still need to get there, so I don't know how it will go.
All right, well, you got some matches ahead of you. You got some interesting opponents. At the very least, you only had to worry about versus Zerg, but you being selective random does mean you had to prepare multiple matchups anyway. I'm looking forward to seeing if you can conquer your ZVZ, and at the same time, show us some more PVZ. Obviously, Neblime, narrowly avoiding defeat to George on multiple occasions. Maybe you'll continue the Protoss tradition of beating Zerg in this group. So, any final words before we get on to proceedings?
I wouldn't be surprised if I keep rolling just Protoss or just Zerg, to be honest.
Perfect. I look forward to seeing if you will chain together all of the same ones. The lobby is up, sir. I look forward to seeing you there. GLHF. Owned him. He started to speak, and then I moved him out. That's the kind of guy I am. Lads and lasses, we'll wait for our players to ready up in the lobby here. We are on release. We are playing in ranked mode. We are going to Monazite for our first map of Group B. Mr. ArbuzBudesh, says Hamster. Got some fans of Arbuz in the chat. I also saw some people, notably Wheat, rooting for AOT. Always cool to see who's rooting for who's helping out who. I'm really looking forward to what Grass Eater has in store for us as well, because he could really upset the apple cart. We've already had one, third string player, third seed, tier 3 player make it through. And that's a pretty big scalp to take as well in taking out Newt. So are we going to get more? This is the question. That is indeed the question. Arbuz talking about getting pranked. He's the one who prank. I wonder if I just forgot to actually push. Let's see here. I did. Well. There you go. Well, we are on the latest targeting changes at the very least, so there is that. All right. Shutting down stream and go. Turtle says ready. Arbuz says ready. Okay. We are good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our next round of play. Group B is coming at you. Salad Eaters. ArbuzBudesh versus Art of Turtle will be our first round. It could be Protoss, it could be Zerg, but AOT is going to be up against it either way. And he was made for this moment. As far as I'm concerned, he picks Monazite as our map. Art of Turtle in the bottom right of Monazite is our green Zerg, and ArbuzBudesh rocking the Ultramarine Protoss in the top left. Monazite is an island map. Expect interesting things from this particular head-to-head matchup. Turtle, maybe thinking about what he wants to be doing next as the lattice comes out for Arbuz. Of course, it's a standard opener to try to go for the vassals. But I think Turtle will be going for a Larvosk into Pool, which should afford him an early enough timing of Quaz to not be too punished by the vassal opener. Yeah, mid-cast, not mid-game, mid-cast. I had to update the match there due to some silliness there. I had to update the release. I basically started to push it, and then it seems to have not actually sent live, so that's a classic. Godwait, you can record your own POV and upload it to YouTube. You can stream your tournament matches. You can do whatever you want. So yes, you can. You have the power. You have the voice. First vassal on the way. Embassy after. So this could actually be a sim drop or something like that. We'll have to keep in mind what might be there. Kasuga versus Thunderslaps had a really good game on this where it was an autocourt rush with it was autocourt dropped by an envoy and then made a bunch of wardens inside the base. I don't think we're going to see something quite like that, but the idol is already coming, so yeah, we could end up seeing a nice idol drop early on. Looks like this map might not be configured properly. I'm only now noticing somehow. Or maybe I noticed it before and just forgot, is more likely, but the resources weren't being revealed, so that's a big prank. Gotta fix that in the map. Vassal starts to tickle. Droleth is going to have to burrow. We do have 2 pairs of quads about to hatch, so again, this really shouldn't amount to too much damage. Immediately goes after it and forces the vassal away. No worries there. Ewu314 is asking about being able to play with the remastered graphics. The problem is remastered is not just a graphical pack. First of all, we'd have to re-render all of our graphics anyway. And we don't have source control like that for every model. We haven't remodeled everything in the game yet. But second of all, you also have to keep in mind that Remastered broke mod support for that version. You can mod it, but it's a very different style of modding and it's much more limited. So the short answer is no, but that's the detailed explanation of why it is not currently possible. The vassal's guarding the back base. That's not where Turtle wants to go. He wants to drop the Drolith out here on the open ground and see if he can't just take this as his expansion. This has started to be a little bit more normal for Zerg players in particular, is to take this as their natural on Monazite, but who knows if that's actually true? Who knows if that's actually the way things will keep on going? Witness spies the hatch. Envoy with 3 idols is actually going to be falling back because it did spot the Nats flying across. Nats can be a death sentence for air units in particular, so Arbuz really needs to watch out for that. The Artisan likely to just be right-clicked here. Certainly what I would do. Yeah, there it goes. You can see how fast it was deleted. It would take way longer to kill the Scribes, though. Idols deal a little bit of splash damage as long as the units are close enough together, of course, and so there'll be an effective delay and deterrent. Witnessing the expansion timing. Very fast Calcure Lake here, by the way. Witness being spotted out. Paws are going to unload at the front. We may have had a technical issue. Let me know if we are back. Are we back? Chat, are we back? Chat, are we live? Let me check myself here. Quick refresh. Tell me what I need to know, YouTube. Tell me what I need to know, computer. Computer? Where's my dad? We're back on Twitch, says Chumbecca. Well, it seems like YouTube is going strong as well, so I think we're all set. I think we're good to go. The West has no longer... The West has risen! Perfect. Well, we didn't miss much, just building up, but I was in the midst of talking about the Calcure Lake. Maybe it was... no, I mean, Godweed said stream down too, so I guess it was both ends. Probably just an issue on my computer then. Land effect. Incoming. Pretty good choice because the Calculists have already started. The Calcure Lake is mostly there to take those Nathicores that were made earlier and allow them to upgrade into these units. But the Witness is spying everything, so nothing is out of Arbuz's sight. We've got a big amount of workers being transferred down to the Natural. Witness spotting top right in case there's any angle from there from a drop. And double Ardent on the mainland. So a quirk about Monazite that you guys are going to want to keep in mind as you navigate the matchup and consider this map in the future. The mains are on islands. Everything else about the map is connected by ground. So as soon as you take a mainland, you can, a part of the low ground or any part outside your main, you have access to a land path directly to where you need to go, with the exception of your opponent's main base. So we have a land effect stack. We are going to get the Acantors coming. Land effects versus ground units, you can activate Disruption Field. Key difference between that and D-Web from StarCraft 1 is it doesn't create a zone on the ground. It attaches it to the land effect and deactivates units' weapons in the radius. So definitely want to watch out for that. Obviously versus air units, they're still just as good with their splash damage. But there's not so many air units here for Turtle to be leveraging. And the idols on the ground could actually fall to the Lyrilisks here. I know it's not that many, and you think like, oh, it's almost even numbers, but the Protoss are definitely capable of winning head-on fights when they actually have more tanky units. The idols are not those units. Still, it seems to be enough for Turtle to get the run around. The Ovalov coming into anti-witness as well, I really like. Try to sort of rove the map through, and there's an interesting mineral-only selection here for Turtle's third base. He's got more Nats and more Calcs coming. Definitely going to reinforce things. And down goes that Witness in the top right, blinding Arbuz for the time being. He had to cancel out one Warden, but only superfluous damage, superficial damage rather, onto the Matrixes and the Wardens. Multiple land effects. We are going to have a showdown with those air units if Turtle's not super careful. He spots another Witness. He's really active in hunting these down. That's very good to see. Because there's only one more on the other side of the map. It's going to be pretty hard for Arbuz to handle. He's got his Panoptis coming. It's going to be more of like a gunboat that hunts things down. That's a scout replacement compared to StarCraft 1. There is another Witness down here in the bottom right, but doesn't seem to be a huge issue. Now, if Turtle goes long in this game and he manages to grab a Nidus, he can obviously just rally his units out that way. Servitors out, they're a pretty good stat stick to try to beat your opponent up with. When they die, they speed up allies in the range, so they're very expendable. Now he tries to see if he can aggro out, but gotta watch out because the Calculists are also dealing splash damage. So the land effects want to spread out a little bit, and they end up losing 3 of them. Not the ideal first start, because look at the Calc stack, they're not even that wounded. Dealing line trace damage there. A lot of Hydras coming. It looks like it might end up being an elevator play, or at the very least, he's going to try to pinch off an attack on the main. Now, the Witness must have spotted it, or he must have intuited that this is the play somehow, because he's adding static defense inside the main base. That number of Hydras might not be capable of doing what Turtle needs it to do, given the situation. He is going to dive in with 4 Avalets. Lyrilis count going very nicely here. Calculists join up with the Hydras. That's going to make it a lot harder. They can obviously try to deflect those anti-air spacecraft there. And the Hydras trying their best, but the Wardens are kind of hooking them on. The Panoptis, a formidable opponent, the Calculists help bring down. Some damage dealt by the land effects. Now the committal is in. He unloads an Acantor to help deal with those Hydras. Warden trying to do what it can as well. Good connections there. Even though land effects getting some good splash damage, but they don't finish off any of the calcs just yet. One idol moving across the map, not really the most formidable threat. Still 6 calcs pressuring things. They don't finish the Seedon off. A bit of an unforced error, it feels like. And the land effects are splashing down the calcs there. 2 more will hit the deck. Another one finishes from the Stargate. But that will be it for air units that Arbuz can make, at least out of that position. You can see how pitiful the damage of the Calculus is when you take away its critical mass stack. Idol finishes up out of the lattice, and the Warden will help bring down the Nats. Or it was helping bring down one of them, but that is it for the Calcs. This ground army getting shown the door. And the natural endures, the third base endures, top right being taken as well. So we've got more gas. Ooh, double expansion. Arbuz really slamming out the macro in a much more practiced way on a map that's not easy to do it in. But a lot of macro hatches being put down at the mineral only. And Turtle, he's got the minerals to go for more hatches, but his aggression may have overstayed its welcome. We've got Quad Ardent just pumping servitors. He can move across the map and attack any of these positions. And the defensive nature of Turtle's composition, well, that's kind of it. He doesn't really have a defensive nature. And once again, the Witness spies out his drops. Arbuz playing with house money now. Feels like he is in the lead. Still nothing in the bottom layer of the map for Turtle. He's got his Hydras waiting for some kind of evacuation. Now finally taking another base. Turtle did this in the last time they were hanging out on this map. He tried to take bases that were a lot forward, a lot closer to the Protoss. This one goes undetected, but the Artisan also spotted those drops. This should not be a surprise at all. The one thing is that when you have detection, you can actually click on the transports and see what is in them. So maybe the Bactals could cause some problems here, but he's unloading directly in range of the Acantor. Nice sidestep on that first 2 shots there. So the Acantor will go down. Doesn't quite finish off the Warden, though, and does need to get out of here. He ends up going home with only 3 Hydras left after all that. So at the very least, he can confirm the position of this Nexus. A nice little line of Wardens and static defense on the high ground. Pretty nifty play there. Arbuz didn't do that last time, and he was sort of adapting, I guess, to the last time he's played, maybe reaching back to the knowledge. It's not a map that gets played very often, need I remind you guys. 15 I0 cores. The hatches on the low ground are a great choice from Turtle. Spending down the mineral float that he's got. Remember, he built this mineral-only base and did saturate it nicely. But the servitors are starting to amass. Oh, the Acantor's waddling forward as well. A lot of static defense being set up here. Pyrians starting to come out of the Argosy. No Crucible, not really the best map for centralizing your production at any one particular point. This high ground base has been sighted. Izircors and Hydras trying to scramble over. I don't think there's enough Bactals. No, there's no Bactals. So there's no hope for the Zerg to actually hold this position. He just needs to evacuate it. But he's got a monumental drop, and he will unload a few units out here into this extra base. I don't think that was necessarily the best choice, because he could have maybe just focused on a kill in the main. That's not where most of the infrastructure actually is, of course. Hydra's getting flattened by that engram right now. I don't think they're even going to break it down anytime soon. The scribes get pulled off the line to try to help out. The engram will start to be torn down. Mass hatch over here in the mineral only crushes the high ground and the 3 o'clock. Arbuz doing good counter damage, but did he actually unload too much? Yeah, he didn't kill this Nexus, and he didn't kill anything of note up here in the main base. The attack falls completely flat. It's a great idea from Turtle, but he wasn't focused in it. He didn't pick one target and stick with it. Has he massed up enough units to actually fight back? At the very least, this little squad is split, but look at the Servitors and the Acantors crawling forward as well. This low ground bastion of Turtle is under a lot of stress. Arbuz chose this matchup. He chose this map. Rather, this player. And Turtle had the idea to choose the map, had the idea to rematch. Looked good in a few different positions, looked good in a few different locations. Now the Monument of Sin has begun, and the Ovelot's being shot down. They're not free, you know, they are somewhat pricey, and the Acantor balls are going to do even more damage here. That's a bit of a ball of Hydra IZ. There's a couple of Bactals here. They can flank the Acantors and try to pick off some of this artillery. It's so hard to actually get in the way of those Servitors, though. They rock up and start to absorb the pressure. The Acantor is busy shooting down in the bottom right. Might actually help out Turtle a little bit to try to clear this position. It just doesn't feel like it's quite enough, though. Look at the Servitors reinforcing, 18 of them coming up. Might not even be necessary, as Turtle's army was not in sync with itself. He's trying to mass unload units out of his main base. The Hydras are running out of opportunities to actually pressure this position. At the very least, some of these Servitors are very wounded and very easily could go down. And most of the infrastructure here is still intact, but Turtle could lose his hatch. Pops another witness. The Acantors, they're just too numerous, and the Servitors come down to swing it back into Arbuz's favor. Does Turtle have anything left in him? No. GG. A 15-minute start on Monazite, our island map, delivers first win over to Arbuz. With Arbuz taking game 1 as Protoss, Turtle will sit this next one out, and Grass Eater will pick the next map. A strong showing. I gotta say, Turtle had some cool ideas for Monazite, but Arbuz also, even though he said he was just gonna wing it, clearly seems to have been prepared for some kind of move, some kind of option. Waiting on Grass Eater to select our next map. While that happens, I will take a brief pause. I shall return in a moment. I have returned, but we still don't have a map pick from Grass Eater. Where's Grass Eater? Also, yeah, ban that guy. What the fuck? That's not even a guy, that's a bot. That's an AI. I ban AI always. Damn, dude. Godweek gave us a free sub, and he gave us $25 today. Thanks, dude. That's like $27.50, if you believe that. That does leave us in an interesting position. I did suspect this could actually occur. Where is he anyway? Because I saw him post warm-up at 2:30. Is Kutyam in game? Yeah, but Larry and Jihad now. Hold on, I gotta launch Fluxer. No, I wanted to see if Grass Eater was streaming. Doesn't appear to be the case. Yeah, where is Grass Eater, dude? Godweed's trying to ping him. The joke is they're all you, Godweed. You are the wheat of God. It's going to be really messed up if this is the group that I have to sub Crankendow into. Just imagine the look on, like, Arbuz and Turtle's face, as they even have to consider that as an option. All right, Crankendow, you can. The joke being, you can play, but you can only 6-pool in the spirit of Grass Eater. He just puts down a 6-pool, but then plays it normal. Like, it just becomes a handicap. It's not even like good or anything. Crankendow spawn. I could try to imitate him, he says, yeah. Well, we'll leave. Let's see. I sent that message at 3:30. That was 6 minutes ago. So we're going to give him a little bit more time, a little bit more grace. And during that time, we can talk a little bit about what we expect if he does show up. Because my thinking is he's probably in the middle of a warm-up match against Kutyam or something. I pinged Kutyam as well. Maybe we get some information from him. But yeah, I'm assuming they're still in a lobby right now. This would be the time where, like, if I had full control over everything, I would pull up the lobby list, or like the active match list, and I would just disconnect Grass Eater's IP on the spot, and then force him to reconnect. That would be how I would solve this problem. But right about now, I don't think so. Yeah. I don't have access to that backend. We're going to have to talk to Jesse about that. Hey, it's been pretty cool to see... it's been pretty cool to see all of the matches that have been on the door so far. Even that first game, AOT versus Arbuz, it was a pretty cool match back-to-back. And, you know, just in terms of how they work together, work against each other. Arbuz takes that second time this cycle. Obviously, the first group had a lot of interesting bangers into it as well. Yeah, it is true. Crankendow did say that he predicts... Oh shit. Grass Eater's here. Arbuz didn't even know Ree was live now. What a guy, dude. I'm really glad people don't. This has got to stop. I need to give this guy a custom role because he's just... No, I don't need to do that. I'm not doing that. Look at this guy. I've changed his nickname. You cannot hide from me. Or anybody else for that matter. And with that, it does seem like Grass Eater will be here. So we will not need to sub in Crank and Doubt yet. Yet. Not yet. It might still happen later, but not yet. Now I'm predicting a ZVZ for this next one, so I'm going to set my match overlay to that. I predicted PVZ this time, the first time, so that's pretty good. As a reminder, first of 4 wins will, most likely anyway, clear first place, leaving the other 2 players in essentially a best of 3 against each other. Yeah, he didn't pick a map, so he has to pick Gilded Wall. Okay, that's what he's picking. He's picking Gilded Wall. We are hosting it up now. It is hosted. Yeah, Grass does have to win this group now. Let's see what he does. He's calling the ready. He's calling the ready. And we're waiting for Arbuz. He's very excited. Grass Eater is... Oh, and Arbuz is excited too because he went hi, colon d d d d d d d d d d d d d d d. GLHF, Gilded Wall coming up. Hope you guys are excited as Arbuz and Grass Eater are because they are getting into the thick of it. Oh, and I was wrong. It's Protoss, not Zerg versus Zerg. So that's all right. We'll figure it out. Let me just fix my overlay. It's a very small detail, but it does add up to the production value. And I already screwed it up earlier when I forgot to remove Newt's Terran thing from the PVZ lineup. Arbuz is going 7 lattice by the looks of things. But Grass Eater is not going 6 pool. It's a shocker. An absolute shocker. It's a mind game of him to be doing not a 6 pool on Gilded Wall. But is Arbuz ready for that mind game? We're going to find out together, okay, guys? This is the Cyan Protoss of Arbuz. Grass Eater is the maroon Zerg in the bottom right. Oh, no, it's not even a colon. That's not a colon. Now that's a colon. There you go. Lattice, Larvosk, they both start with L, so which player is going to lose then? Are they both going to lose? Do I win? That might be what happens, guys. Simulacrum is the first unit. Interesting choice. I think versus Quaz that just dies, so I am a little bit surprised that Arbuz went for that. I think this is ironically a situation where if Grass Eater went 6 pool, it might have been a free win. I don't think that you can do anything in that situation, no? So it's a sim into a vassal. Pool only halfway complete. Vassal should arrive at pretty close to the pool timing. Why is it by the ramp, is my question. Going to be Larvosk number 2 pretty soon. He's going to have pretty good larva production. So the Vassal and the Sim are going to hit at a similar time. It looks like maybe that's the idea behind Arbuz's style. Idle after. All right, 3 pairs of Quaz start just as the Sim and the Vassal arrive. The dynamic duo. You can't even hide with Burrow Micro because the Sim will reveal it. He loses 1. I guess it's in the other area, so it's not as significant. Here comes a pair of Zeths. Here comes the Quaz. Yeah, I guess he just goes after... Oh, no, he's still going to lose... Oh, no, it's 1 HP! And the Vassal goes down. Sim shown the door by the Zeth. Okay, honestly, as long as he remembers to unburrow his workers, or his worker singular, Grass Eater actually is okay. He survived. He's got a lot of larvae. He can go Vornath here and just threaten to overwhelm the lattice-based army. He doesn't know what his opponent actually has, though, so... He does have to keep that in mind. When he sees, like, multiple idols, and if he gets deep enough to see the Nexus, that should switch flip a switch in his brain, his Zerg brain. Stop making workers, start making unit, only unit. Vornath, right now. But he's not going to actually get deep enough to see much of anything. He sees the units on the way. Probably going to convince him to go a different direction with it. And that's fine, honestly. Going to make a circuit behind his pool. Pretty good versus idols in particular. I don't know how you're going to ever kill that with idols. Hold on, I got to shoot, over here. On the other side of this geyser. Zeth not coming in a little bit later. Good. Sees the Nexus timing. One idol over here, Manifold as well. Just be annoying. Just be a nuisance. Don't want to be fighting too far afield. You're splitting sims and causing problems. There's the Vornath we were talking about. The circuit is going to finish. No, wait. He made a circuit versus sims. Oh, God. Never mind. This is way worse than I thought. Well, he better make some more stuff. Zeth's still heckling things. Arbuz will finally stop that flashing dot from existing. 6 pairs of Quaz. Oh, no. Oh, it's bad, guys. The sim count is going to go nuclear. Arbuz is farming. Well, he's got a lot of Quaz, though, right? That's something. And if he makes some Zeths and turns them into Vorvs, I still think he could actually do some good damage here. No, a little bit of a flubbed execution there from Arbuz. I like the Quaz up here to try to get the cliff advantage shots. Impressive. Truly, it is impressive. Pairs of Naths. Okay. I mean, there's a Matrix back at home, so it's not really going to help out too much. Here comes the attack. Arbuz is totally caught unaware. Grass Eater did a pretty good job of getting out onto the map and then attacking. Like, he didn't actually attack move until it was a little bit too late to. So all the sims are going to be for naught. I don't think they killed a single unit at the end there, actually. That's a very effective kill there. Now, does he have much more? Okay, this is really good. I really like what Grass Eater is doing here. He is not committing to the Nath attack. He's going Calcier Lake for a precise timing. He'll build up enough resources to turn them into Calcs, and then he'll see if he can besiege the front gate while the Calcs kill all the workers. That seems to be the play here. I like the Zeth to be a little bit exculpatory. Confirms that there's a larger structure, and then a whole bunch of static defense. Waiting on the lake. Don't show these. Oh, Grass Eater. No, Grass Eater. Why, Grass Eater? No. Well, he's going to see if he can just dive in and break him, even though he just made the tech that he needs to truly find victory. Some objects, or golems rather, are here. He's going to try to run into the main base instead of standing by all of those matrices. I don't hate the idea, but the problem is, what is he even attacking with? What is he even going to do damage with? Matrix killed all of his deaths. Have you ever seen an easier win taken and discarded? A Cantor on the way for Arbuz. 8 pairs of Quaz. I guess he can turn them into Lyras, because Eatrith here for the defense isn't terrible. He doesn't really have the money to do much more than that. He didn't get anything done with that attack. He literally lost every unit on the other side of the map without accomplishing much of anything, and now there's a third base being put down. Shroud coming. If he turned every one of his Quaz into Lyra, he could still threaten this army. It's not a very good army for engaging. Even when the Acantor gets there, Lyra can really run around. So bear that in mind. But 2 more pairs of Naths. I guess this is all part of the mind game. Like, hey man, I'm going to throw all my stuff away, and then I'm going to hit you with Calcs later. All right. Shut down the gas mining at the very least. It's a lot of Vespene to have to deal with, though. Agrolith on the way. Grass Eater is an Agrolith enjoyer. No third base coming for him anytime soon, though. Shroud about 80% of the way done. We're going to see some Zor use, assuredly. I hope he banks his gas for Calx. Going to see if he can confirm sighting of the third base, and he does. Okay, 9 Lira. That's what we need to see. Taking his own third base here. Trying to set himself up for a more macro-oriented match. I will point out, Grass Eater played for about a half an hour against Kutyam. And he didn't actually, like, ever abate at any point. He straight up played. You know, he went straight from that game into this, so there was no break, there was no warm-up, or no cooldown after the warm-up, I guess, which sometimes can be good, and sometimes it can be a little damning. Zethvorv Lyra on the way across the map. This army doesn't need to be careful about that. Arbuz was aware, thanks to his witness position. He's going to try to link up with the matrices. Still could be a bit of a deadly attack, because look at this army, it's not very powerful. Arbuz spent a lot of money on his economy, on his tech. He's making Pariah now. If Grass Eater attacks before that Pariah gets in a position, finishes and gets in a position, we could see a pretty good good move here. So the Positron Manifold Idol, that's a dirty drop. I'm going to go for a lot of worker kills here. Grass Eater, I'm going to be seeing if he can poke around and see what's up. Oh, the Nats found the Envoy! That's wild! And the attack comes in at the same time. Very, very good usage of the distraction. Fortuitous, perhaps, in terms of the timing, but he only breaks the one matrix. Starting to pick off the golems to help clear some of this chaff out of the way. Down will the front line go. There's one more golem in the background. He does need to maybe see if he can take some of these fights in the middle. He can just turn around and fight this. He doesn't need to keep running away. The Nats do end up killing the Envoy. They don't get the Manifold out. The Agrolith and the Nats are going to try to block what they can. And again, the Lyra is running away from a fight. They could just turn around and win. A little bit of micro on the idol means that the Agrolith will go down. The Zet's not actually turning around to help the Hive Cell. Well, I guess the Circuit will help out. Yeah, yeah. Get that egg. Base number 4 and 5. Arbuz double expanding from this position. The Witness sees top right has been taken. Khaz'Trith, surely some more static defense coming over here. 2 Pariahs going to wrap around the back. Well, Zets are over here. They're not going to be very good against that, but Lyra Zoryu? Yeah, you could take that any day of the week. Allgorg starts, Den completes. No advance warning for this Pariah runaround. A bit dangerous for Arbuz to have them so far afield. This army would die to Zeth, Vorv, Lyra. You know, like, there's no hope. So, one Circuit is over here. The Pariahs are going to just run roughshod over this army. Or over these workers, rather. Already managed to clear 11. That's honestly not terrible. I mean, one worker salvo there is enough. Now, can they escape is really the question I have on my mind. Top right being taken as well. So Zerg only going to be down 1 base, but that's a pretty dire idea to think about. He's going to wrap around with the Vorvs. A great choice here for Grass to just try to isolate these. Nice. Even snipes the Witness there. Very good. Well, he missed the mark on the Vorv attack move. Looks like he wants to cycle back and maybe mass up his army. Centralize his attack force. So not the best army rotations here from Grass Eater, that's for sure. Tactical decision making could use some work. But he does have a lot of Hydra. He has a lot of Lyra. And he's making Ultra Cores. He's making Bactals. So spending down his gas bank on upgrading units. I've seen this movie before. George versus Neblime ended in a similar way, where one player was very, very close to winning the game. Maybe you can't say that about Grass Eater's current position, but if the Bactals, well, they'll finish. It's the Ultra Cores I'm worried about. I don't think they're going to finish in time. Protoss Army lured forward. Maybe Arbuz will be cowed. Bactals are done. Yeah, okay. I think actually Grass Eater has enough coverage. Even the Vorv Zoryus can be enough. As the Ultra Cores are going to finish in just a few seconds here. One Pariah going down. A lot of splash damage dealt to the shields from that bounce. And there's 4 Ultra Cores loose in the army. Grass Eater, he might have had the composition to deal with this. Oh yeah, he does. He wipes the whole damn thing. Even though those two pariahs linked back up with the rest of the army, Arbuz did not have the right timing. He needed to go before the Ultra Cores were ready. He's got one up Tecton, a Cantors, but he's got nothing on the front. What? A couple golems and a pariah? That's not going to help you out here, man. You need more Cantors, and you definitely need more front line. Grass Eater coming in, out of sync with his whole army. But the pariah will be felled in due course, and the Ultra Cores just can't be brought down. Even though those Cantors stayed alive for so damn long. He's down to just 6 military units. Arbuz will lose his tier 4 artillery. Maybe should have taken a page out of Neblime's book and gone for the Patriarch. See if you can't stutter step backwards. Down the pariah goes. It might be the last one made today in this particular game. In this group, at the very least. Nothing is guaranteed. Not even Arbuz beating Grass Eater PVZ. And he's got a lot of bases still running. If Grass Eater has indecision about this, he might be able to come back into a position of strength. And the static defense is no joke. Grass Eater kind of goring himself on the spears that are just put up in the fence posts here. Can't even finish the engram off, and the Uptecton tries its best to help from downrange. We've got 6 Ultra Cores and not a whole lot else on the way. Nathra Core's idling. Droleth's being waypointed. Top right not actually saturated. Golems killing Bactylisks. I've seen it all. Ultra Core's absorbing as many of those shots as they can. Bactyls going into front range. I think Grass Eater is maybe overcommitting onto the Uptectons in particular. Or the Rokors just to draw fire and absorb pressure, but an Uptecton's grasp is very long. And it will clear out the Ultra Core on the retreat. Zorius, Hydras on the way. 13 workers as well to try to catch up. Grass Eater still doing his best, but he hasn't denied any bases is the problem. Forcing 2 engrams to be remade. If we could get Ultra Cores onto them, it would be game over in that base, but he hasn't actually waypointed them in yet. Hasn't recognized where he is in the tactical nature of things. Droleth's in the 2 o'clock, waiting to be tasked up to the top right. So much static defense now coming to this naked 5th base. But Arbuz has stymied in his growth. He has not been able to expand to the south of the map, and he has not been able to take the interior 5 or 7. So, Zethar Core scouts that out. Is he aware at all that there's a base up here? I guess the Warden will reveal it now, and he'll realize, wait, this whole time I thought maybe I'm in a good position, but actually I need to send 2 Ultra Cores to each of these bases and see if they can't finish the job there. Certainly a long way away from home for the Protoss army to deal with. If he continues to gore himself on these frontal attacks, I don't think he's going to get very far. I think we're going to be in similar situations as before. 14 Lyralisks. 3 Gorgs, actually, also. Patriarch on the front line, that's not where it needs to be. Ultra Cores, 2 of them going down in this engagement. Some of them are very bruised and battered. Starting to see the value of the Uptecton. The longer they stay alive and the more that you have of them. Yeah, again, Grass Eater really floundering in the middle of the map right now. He needs to find a different angle of attack. He needs to punish these bases that he knows exists. The Lyras would be a good candidate. Ultra Cores would be a good candidate. Instead, he's splitting his forces. He's splitting his attention. Ultra Cores keeping things going in the top. But the Patriarch's helping to keep those units alive. The Sycophants as well. Giving lots of shields over. That Pariah finally going down. The Bactylisks need to make a decision here. The Lyra's getting hooked onto the static defense. He still hasn't actually quashed this base, and he won't be able to now without a more heavy force. Arbuz seems to have survived. Grass Eater doing his best, but is it enough? He never actually made calcs with any of these naps. Lyralisks performing admirably, even against the engrams, but the Uptecton's joining up. Ultra Core killed in the crib, can't even get a cancel off for the money back, and now the bottom strip is being taken. 6 bases for Arbuz. He does cancel that one at the very least, but I don't know how many of these he's ever going to get up. The Naths can't quite stop this now, but at the very least they could heckle it. If he remembered about it, the Vassal from the beginning of the game. No, that one was killed. There was a second one made at some point. First Ultra Core goes down to the opening salvo. The Uptectons doing their best and their brightest. The Archon Storm is huge! Kills so many of the Hydras. And we just don't have any damage follow-up. The Uptecton will finally go down, but at the cost of the entire Zerg army, and Grass Eater concedes based on that alone. Just couldn't figure out how to navigate the map, navigate the matchup. GG. ArbuzBudesh. He stands somehow. Maybe that gave some weaknesses over to AOT for the thought. But that's if he rolls Protoss. That is not a guarantee. Art of Turtle will pick map 3 in our group. It will be anything other than Monazite and Gilded Wall. Let's hope he's prepared deeper into the pool. A very close game. A very, very close game. Could have gone either way. Obviously, you have to be a little disappointed that Grass Eater couldn't get it over the hump, especially if you're looking for epic storylines. But sometimes that is how the story goes, right? You think about you're a debutant, you finally make it in. You've tried in Acropolis 3. I can't remember if he tried in Acropolis 2. I'll quickly see if I can find out that information about the gauntlets. But I know that he failed to get through in Acropolis 3's gauntlets. Yeah, he was not present in Acropolis 3, or Acropolis 2. So Acropolis 3 is where he failed. Now he makes it in, and he has Arbuz on the ropes, the top seed. Arbuz says he might have found out, I guess alluding to fuck around and find out. But, I don't know. I don't think so. If that was the case, then you would have lost. We're going to get into our third game of the group. Some interesting matches, some long competitive ones, even in the matchups that we weren't necessarily predicting. Art of Turtle in the bottom and Arbuz in the top. It's Magnetron, Turtle's pick, and he has played Protoss now 3 games in a row. I did not even... I did predict it because I deliberately didn't change it. He is the red Protoss in the top right, and Turtle is the green Zerg in the bottom left. Magnetron is a port of Tokamak from Starcraft 2. If you guys know Volumen, the mapper there. You guys know Trigger, the Starcraft 2 Pro Protoss. I said it was his favorite map in the pool at the time, or maybe his favorite map in general for ladder. And so I went ahead and ported it for him. Not quite exactly the same, because of course there's like the pathfinding concerns that you would have for Cosmonarchy. But it does have a Tensender in the middle of the map, and that's pretty cool. One of its most notorious characteristics is that the close thirds are both mineral only. So you want to take a far third for gas, or this low ground third that's really easy to punish, or maybe the 11 o'clock / 5 o'clock bases over here. But those are pretty far. Sometimes you need to leapfrog in the direction that you want to go. Now Turtle is going Larvosk Pool, very similar to his opening on Monazite, but obviously with the added caveat that this is not an island map. And very similar to even Grass Eater's opening versus Arbuz earlier. The scout comes out, 2 gates start. Probably going to see a third one, but we don't necessarily have to. Immediately gets slapped with that spine. I can't believe it. How quick is AOT on the trigger finger? He seemed pretty dialed in. I like that he was roving around Monazite looking for witnesses to snipe. If he had been able to keep that up, that definitely would have helped him out, because Arbuz made enough of them to know exactly what was going on. So that was pretty cool. Cool to see on both sides. It's going to be a Dracodon opener. multi-drac for Arbuz. So that's an interesting set of choices. I wonder what his follow-up is going to be. A third drac gets queued up. So sometimes you'll see Protosses sort of skimp out on the third gateway. And in that kind of situation, your Zealot Ecclesiast ball can be killed by Vornath play. But you typically see that when they want to go for a faster expansion, and then maybe some static defense. And that's a very defensive sort of build. One interesting idea is that if you go for a lot of Draconids off of 2 gateways, your Nexus is a little bit delayed compared to what it would be if you went Zealot Ecclesiast, because that's a less mineral-heavy composition. But as you can see, still a pretty early expansion here, which is pretty neat. And you can be active with Draconids in a way that you can't be in Zealot Ecclesiast territory. Like, yeah, they can still get surrounded by Vorvs, but you can threaten some early engagement. You don't have to cede all map control in the way that you kind of need. Think about it in the way that, like, TVZ works in a lot of cases. When you're thinking about Zealot Ecclesiast, your Bio Ball in Terran versus Zerg in StarCraft 1, that's a kind of situation where you need to be able to move out at a certain time because your units are a little bit more synergistic with each other. Reliant on each other. So, Nexus is scouted. We do have AOT going for a 1-base defensive build here in response. The fast Vornath is indeed on the way. He's lost all of his early Zeths. The Draconids moving across. We're going to get, I guess, double Circuit. This does feel like a losing proposition for Turtle. If he turns the second Kagran into a Circuit, I'm very worried about it. But he is using the Agrolith. It's not as expensive as it could have been as a result of that. And the Quads are going to try to give chase. This is a bold choice. But Draconids only have 1 effective armor versus them. It's still a lot. It does cut their DPS down by 2. Or damage down by 2. So it goes from 2x3 to 2x2. So it's still a pretty big concession there. Well, let's see if Turtle can make the Agrolith work. He's making the Hydrith Den with it. Double Circuit to hold his opponent off the bat. And of course, you can't just walk up here because of the Quaz count. Vorvs start getting made. He's got the recipe for what he needs. My main concern is that Arbuz is going to be able to power up pretty soon on a faster expansion. So if Turtle doesn't turn on the aggression in the next 2 minutes, we might already be seeing Arbuz get ahead to a pretty sweltering lead. But the Den is for something. Making Vorvs. I think he's banking minerals for Vorvs. Don't confuse this with an expansion attempt. You shouldn't be going in with only 4 Vorvs, that's for sure. Man, a lot of combat units. Got a pretty large army, 36. Static defense is just going to be 1 Warden in the way back. You can fight back to it and pull the workers, but I'm a little bit concerned. Turtle definitely has kill pressure here. And if he waits for his extra reinforcement Zeths and makes a bunch of Vorvs on the front line, all the better for him. He's clearly got a lot of minerals in the bank. 3 Hydras coming now. I feel like that might not really be that significant. He's going to go for the hatch. Zeth scout out what's happening. No Vorvs on the front line that are being made. He's got only 4 with him. That's going to be a really big detail. Matrix coming up for extra shield restore. Ecclesiast count only at 4. Still a very winnable engagement, and Arbuz is stepping outside. This could be a fatal error for our group leader right now. Matrix isn't done yet. It's going to finish in the middle of the fight, and it's already going to be bounced upon. 3 shots only. Warden in the back. Remember that what we said about it, but there's already Zeths clearing out some of the scribes, and they're going to go after that static defense structure as well. The Vorvs seemed like they were enough. Only 4 of them in the whole fight. Everything else is Zeth. The Quaz caught on the building, trying to kill the embassy. The Warden stays alive. Yeah, just like that, it falters at the last moment. He kills a lot of workers, though. Did he do enough damage? Did he keep enough units alive to continue pressure afterwards? He's got 3 Hydras. 1 Acantor is halfway complete. That feels like the linchpin. An envoy can be made. Keep it mobile. He's going to snipe the embassy. He can get right on top of that. If he's not careful, the Acantor will help out. Or will it? Will it just be sniped by all the units that are right there? He wants to finish that embassy off. Oh, but he's got a juicier target. Yeah, he does. He snipes the Acantor immediately. Excellent play from Turtle. There's only Ecclesiasts and ranged units here. The static defense not quite finished. That embassy likely to get sniped away. Zet's coming in just to distract. Might still be able to finish that embassy. And so he does. No envoy for Arbuz. No ability to go across the map with an Acantor. Static defense finishing behind this might signal an end. The Hydra-based aggression. There is no ski back. The expansion is done. Or just about to finish. An engram being warped in on the very, very precarious position. Maybe trying to bait him in. But that second Acantor will be unlikely to falter. Still just poking in. Seeing what he can do. Rallying more and more Hydras across. Only got 3 larvae. Well, now 4. per rotation, and he puts down another hatch immediately, trying to spend down his minerals without losing many workers. Hasn't really made that many workers, only now switches in. Remaking the embassy. Only one a Cantor right now. Can't afford a lot right now. Arbuz, bit of a gas float. Probably needed to pull boys off of minerals, or off of gas and into minerals sooner. Scribe pocketed at the third base. Another one coming out here for a scout. Ends up going down nice and easy. Dodgeball. Turtle said he was feeling good about his micro. We've seen it be very, very effective so far. But the engram is going to be a different story. You're going to need Vorvs or you're going to need Bactals. Out of the available options, and the Bactals are not available yet. The ski back starts. Turtle knows what he needs. Nexus is beginning. Seeing if he can bait out the shots. Cantor is being dragged forward. Arbuz being pulled forward. There's 15 Hydras here. You do got to watch out for that. Embassy finishes up. Another envoy begins. Snipes individual Ecclesiasts and falls away before the splash damage kicks in. You're happy to trade. You're happy to get that Cantor out of sync. Beautiful. The Qua's even staying alive. He trades a couple more Protoss units for 2 Hydras. You're happy with that as Turtle, but you do want to wrap around and maybe see if you can confirm whether that third base is happening. Double expansion here. Agrolef and Drolef by the looks of it. Or maybe both of them were workers. Hard to say. Well, misses the first dodge there. And the second one is good. Good connections. He snipes one. Has traded off 4 Hydras in the process. He sees the scribe moving over there. I think he might be able to sniff out what's happening now. The embassy did make that envoy. A Cantor number 3. One of them dead. 2 of them right here. 3 is moving across. That's 3. Unitary Union starts up for Arbuz. The Nexus is confirmed. So now Turtle starts to fall away. Did he sniff out that there should have been another Cantor on the timing? He's got no static defense over here. The Hydras are hatching at a fortuitous time, but only if they don't move across the map directly. He's rallying back to his 5 o'clock base. Instant reactions. Pulls the workers before the Cantor even unloads. The Larvosk is going to be the target. Forces a load up immediately. The workers can get out of dodge. Oh, Arbuz is trying to get baited in. He wants to just land it right there, and 13 kills! You have to say that's worth it. You have to. A fatal mistake from Turtle. Or maybe just a bit of a bruising. Good dodge on the secondary shot. Reaction timing okay. And one of them catches it, but... Beautiful connections here. That's going to be adding 3 more to the tally. Make it 6 more dead workers. And that envoy. Damn, it's low. But there's nothing to catch it right now. The Hydra's off to the other side. They looks like they've gone home. And the mineral-only base gets up. And every worker, every base is scouted by Arbuz. Suddenly, this swings back into potential wins for the Zerg, as well as for the Protoss. And I say the Zerg because he's upgrading to Apex tier for 2 out of his 3 tech nodes. His third one isn't even done, isn't even made. The Nats clear the envoy, okay. But Unar's coming out. These are good for single target. Not so great when you're thinking about what's coming next. Gas base being taken. That mineral only is just an outpost. Workers rotating over. Resat the ridge here. He's got some Nats hovering over that base. He made a lot of them. Probably wants to start banking some more Vespine. If he's going to go Calc, he's going to have to do it sometime soon. If he wants to do it Lyra, well, that's a bit of a different story. 2 Nats flying up. Might be able to see this gas base being taken here. Bit of a weird one to take when you took the mineral only on the high ground, but I understand it based on the situation. And yeah, I mean... The scribe will be killed, but at least it builds the Nexus. Oh, it was on attack move. Unar's like, hey, I can kill low HP units too, dude. I don't have to only target high HP ones. Crucible empowering things up there, but it's not built around the first Ardent. Second one being erected around it. And this looks a little dire for Arbuz the longer it goes on. Even workers. Base count superior. It's going to change when this Nexus finishes warping in. A lot of Hydras. You don't really even need Bactals necessarily. Sell it. Picked apart. Worker transfer caught. 3 Acantors and a Unar. The Hydra count's pretty formidable, but you do need to take care of the Acantors there. You can't just sit there and take the shots. The micro needs to be on point. And everything up top getting cleared. A calamity for AOT. Unless he can start to right the ship. Too many balls. Too much to dodge. Circuits start a little bit late as well, so these Dracodons are going to have free reign over this mineral-only base. And the Unar will help bring down the base. Tethzoricor. That's his secret weapon here. He's got a lot of Naths. Feels like he should have maybe turned some of those into calcs, but he doesn't have the gas now. Hydras will clear this Dracodon. It does help confirm what's going on this side. One circuit being made. Could have maybe dove onto the Unar. One Bactilisk is not going to be quite enough here. And he sinks all of the Naths directly onto the Acantor. There's no splash damage here, but the Acantor is tough enough that only a few Naths is not going to be quite enough to finish the job. So this base is forfeit, but does it give AOT enough timing to leverage his tech? Oh, he had more Naths where that came from. Well, that's not going to help him out too much right now. He's going to pull the workers off. Hydras are waypointed in. That's a little bit awkward. Needs the Tets to absorb those shots and just lifesteal through. First one gets bursted down. That's what the Unar is good at. But now the Hydras can have free reign over picking off the targets, and the Tets are staying alive. They are staying alive despite the Unar's focus fire. Only one casualty, and that's how big of a swing that is when you start to get some lifesteal going. Now, during this time, the hatch stays alive. Very important for Turtle. He is now down one base. A mineral base, sure, but he wasn't really mining very well to begin with from some of those bases. He's reset over at the main base. Still has a fighting chance here. Witness spying the current state of that. And look at the comp. 3 Unars, 4 Acantors. No easy way to properly engage here. He's got 1 calc. Needs to be able to just be able to paintbrush and right-click down some of those Acantors. His 1 calc can at the very least heckle these units up here. Maybe some Bactils can animate, but he doesn't have any right now. Making 4 more Teths and nothing else militarily. Even numbers of Protoss and Zerg army does favor Arbuz. How is he doing it? A second game, back-to-back, where it looks like he should be dead to rights. The Tets can't quite close. The Unar's soaking up damage. One of them goes down, but he loses all of his Tets and a buttload of Hydras. Seven idle workers, witness following what's going on. Hatch at the 6 o'clock, and 2 zealots waypointed in. They help clear this position. At the very least, a good heckling. Mineral only on the high ground being taken as AOT tries to double expand his way out of here. But he has to evacuate the workers, or so he feels like. Can't just turn around and kill it. Pinches off most of his army. In response, Arbuz starts to posture. I think you needed to catch him here at the ramp, or you need to concede this high ground base. All off of 1 zealot. The Nats needed to be able to morph into something else. He's making 17 Hydras, but he doesn't have anything else for tech. Agroleth will be killed. Mineral only, an extra gas base being taken by Arbuz while this fight starts to foment. The Tets can't get onto the front line. Well, the Unar does go down. Maybe they can absorb enough of the frontal shots. Big wipe around with the Hydras. And a pretty expensive loss for Arbuz's army. At the end of the day, you have to say, Turtle's doing a phenomenal job staying in the game. Still mining, clears out some of the harassment, but he never got back to mining at the 6 o'clock mineral only, and he needs every bit that he can get. Even though he's floating a lot of minerals as we speak. Extra hatches definitely help. Goes for a round of agroleths here at this base, which is very interesting. Confirms nothing at 3 o'clock. It's the top strip, top left. Arbuz just goes for expansions and sets them up when he's not punished for it, not challenged for it. Static defense everywhere. Servitor stack starting to come out as the Acantors aren't necessarily the main dog that he needs. And he's making a second Crucible off to the side to power a new flock of structures. What you need to be able to do as the Zerg player is find ways to actually pinch off these expansions. You know, nip them in the bud before they really get offline. Because the static defense does force basically like Teths or Ultras. And he needs all of those with his main army. So if he can expend Zeths or even Hydras to go and kill a base, it's way easier than expending some of the next tier stuff. 4 Acantors being made at a pop right now. A ridiculous setup. The Unars are forcing that front line to buckle. The Zealots are short-lived, so the Hydras might be able to make something happen here. Well, the Unars still just now... They're focused on dealing with like individual targets. It's not really the best choice. It's the Acantors that are the main threat. And the Bactyl count is big enough, and the Izira Core regression helping absorb those shots. More Acantors, sure, but the Hydra count is good enough, and we got Calx as well. That's a huge connection as the Plasma Shells continue to find frags. But this third base now under attack. The mineral only may not be alive for much longer. We have a pretty big drop. 10 servitors in each envoy. That is going to wipe the main mineral line of Heart of Turtle. But there's a lot of threat on the other side as the Cantors are on rally instead of fighting with the main army. Reinforcements coming in from elsewhere. But Hydras are coming in to flank those guys too. Who flanks the flankers, and can he do anything to the servitors in his main base? The Hydras come in to try to deal with that. I think they will be successful. The Unar goes down. The Drax are not going to trade very fantabulously. Hey, there's one worker left. He could have offensive hatch. All the tech is just about dead. The ski back is going down. He's got a lot of Hydras, and he can't make any more tats. Remember, he lost his pool in Lake as well. Gonna need to consider a next course of action. 3,000 minerals in the bank. How has this been allowed to occur? Hydra back trying to deal with the servitors, but the count is a little bit too high, I think. Another round of 5 Hydras, but he's just throwing good money after bad at this point. Recalling all of his army. Man. Every time I think it's about to be over for Arbuz, he pulls another rabbit out of a hat. GG. Threatening a flawless 4-0 start so long as his Protoss scoreline holds. ArbuzBudesh can't be stopped. Or can he? He got real close. Grass Eater's going to need to dig pretty deep. He's fighting against Arbuz again. It's so wild. Turtle has pretty good micro and was making pretty good target selections. But at the end of the day, his tactical moves around the map let Arbuz feel pressure-free and expanding into dangerous locations, even when the Naths scouted the base. So the Acantors, the drops, that's going to be a problem. Now, people don't know, but you can fit 10... Servitors are only 1 transport weight. They're very light units. That probably has to change from a logical standpoint, but they stack on pretty good. You know, they compress into the envoy. That was a pretty hype match, though. Envoys have 10 transport space. Servitors are 1 weight, so you can fit 20 in 2 envoys. It's something we never see. I think Arbuz has actually talked about it before and how he thinks it's probably broken. Maybe somebody else has also brought it up. I've never seen it in an actual game. It was really cool to see. And it probably will be the last time we see it, or this will be the last tournament we see it in, but, you know, it's cool. That's the kind of thing that I keep telling people. You guys can tell me stuff, but I need to see it. And when I see it, maybe then I change it. Yeah, the same as what Fox said. People have been telling me servitor drops are pretty good. Going into map 4, this could be Arbuz 4-0 unless Grass Eater can perform the upset, which it looked like he was pretty close to doing, to be fair. I gotta host the old version of Battle Spectre. Oh, actually, I think we can use the new version because we don't have Terran, so that's fine. Terran hacks on this version. No, but they crank it down. They're like 3D printed robots, you know? They just kind of like suck themselves into a cube and unpack when the Envoy unloads. That's why the Envoy is the smallest transport, but it has so much transport space. It sucks people into a cube. It vacuum packs them. They sucked themselves. I like the idea that Protoss have digital lives. Getting into Battle Spectre for our next map. We'll use the updated version for this particular game because we don't have to worry about Terran. So that's exciting. Oh, Arbuz may have dropped. He did roll Zerg though, so that's really unfortunate if he gets entirely owned. We'll wait before I actually switch over to the game view, of course. Oh, Arbuz says he crashed. Well, I guess we will use the old version then. Not a big deal. Though it might have nothing to do with the crash. That could have just been Arbuz having a moment. We already used the old version earlier, so we'll just do that. It's not that big of a deal. Fox posted the Servitor Doom Drop receipt back in 2024, in July 23rd of 2024. We will re-go with that RNG. You know, he did roll Zerg, so Grass Eater will have to beat him ZVZ now. And maybe this will be the end of Arbuz's flawless streak, you know? Finally, he's got to consider a situation where it's Zerg time, boys. ArbuzBudesh in the top left seems to be Cordovan. In the bottom right, we have Grass Eater, who seems to be Midnight Green. Oh, it was Dark Green. It looks so different than the Protoss version of Dark Green. That is a 6-pool for both players. Hell yeah, boys! That's what I want to see. It's 6-pool time. It's 6-pool time. It's 6-pool time. It's... All right, here's the thing. Does Arbuz do the same thing that Grass Eater does? Because then it's a quaz fight. But he's getting gas. Well, Grass Eater's also getting a little bit of gas now. It's a little bit later. He's doing it. Is Arbuz doing it? Arbuz is not doing it. He is not doing the 4 quaz trick. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Quad quaz on the way. Grass Eater going up against 3 pairs of Zethrakors. Arbuz. Uh-oh. You might have 6-pulled the wrong guy. Remember, Battle Spectre is force cross-spawn. They know where each other are. Larvosk defensively for both players. Good spots there. Zets are going to move across the map faster than the Quas, but is it going to matter? This is Battle Spectre, a forced cross-spawn map. You're always cross-spawn. You always know where your opponent is. And the Zets are going to barrel right in. One of them goes down immediately, sees the Quas. Does he see how many there are? That's the question. A pair of Zets is the follow-up. Another one after, and he puts down a second Kagrant. What a maniac. He doesn't even have money for... He does not have Larvosk money. So this is a Circuith. This is a defensive Circuith in case the Zets like run by or something. And I respect it in theory. It's just you are eating a worker for that. Circuith on the behind the pool area. He's making 3 pairs of Quas on his own here, Arbuz. But the Quas are getting here pretty fast for grass. He can just dive onto that Circuith if he wants to. Certainly sends the 6 the Zets on it at the very least. And now has to stutter step against the Zets. This is his element. This is where he knows how to be. Or so we thought. Oh, he doesn't finish the Circuith. Never mind, he sucks. Get him out of here, dude. Arbuz wins. What a maniac. What a lunatic. I mean, I guess the idea is he's got 1 Zeth and he's just going to make a lot of Droleth and gamble that his opponent isn't going to move across the map, which, fair gamble. You know, at this point, you kind of have to. I know I'm sounding a little bit harsh, but I'm actually just going for comedy here. That was kind of comedy. He spent so much time Quas fighting, he didn't actually focus down the Circuith. He could have probably done it before the Kagrant finished morphing, but it was pretty tight timing. So I respect it either way. I don't really respect the Circuith, though. I think that's bad. That's also interrupting some mining time. Yeah, it's not good. Zeth confirming no natural. Just wants to wait for the move out. Fair enough. Zeth's leaving the base. Arbuz now poking out. Low econ game, but Grass Eater has drolled up much more greedily. And he's got a Circuith, so he doesn't even really need to worry too much about... Well, he saw Zets leave the base, and then he put a Kagrant up here with no combat units. So I actually don't really know what he's going to do with this, but the Zets can kill that. They can attack from up here, and the Circuith will not finish the job. Well, I guess that one's dead, so... What's happening, guys? Yeah, true. It's a cheeky move. I actually like that. And he's going to put some damage onto the hatch at least. Another Kagrant in the back here, waiting for his gas for a second Larvosk. Making 3 pairs of Quads since he saw that other move out. Honestly, Grassy just played this okay from the position that he put himself in. Oh, the 1 Zeth is now in the base. Maybe it's seeing if it can kill a Larvosk. It's not going to be able to, but... That's still good, you know, slows down the other Zeth reinforcement move out. He's going to need to file back pretty immediately, I feel like, here. More Zeths coming, not Quas, okay. Needs to just power on nothing but Quas for now. Grass Eater can continue to scale up his economy as well if he wants to put down a hatch in the background here. Quas count. Down to a dozen. Yeah, he's got more than enough to hold this, it feels like. Think about the reinforcement point. He's got so many more. What's been made behind this? This is Arbuz's opportunity to droll, or so we thought. But if Grass moves across the map now, Arbuz is in some serious trouble. Calcure Lake Rush. Okay, Arbuz is taking a bit of a gamble here. I feel like if Grass Eater moves across the map with his combat units, he could win the game. If he doesn't, Arbuz is probably going to finish us off pretty quickly here afterwards. His Quas Burrowed also helps out a little bit here. Yeah, Quas Vorf. I think he can do it. It's going to be Calx, which is even more puzzling. I thought it was going to be Lyra. Nath's being made, so that kind of telegraphs it. Noveleth here coming out for a drop, maybe. Is Arbuz trying to get too fancy? Lake for Grass. Might be a chance yet. Bear in mind, the economy is so much better for Arbuz. Feels like if these 2 circuits finish the job, it's over, but... loses the expansion worker. Okay, well, the circuits are not up. This is the moment. This is Grass Eater's moment. He needs to dive in now. and he needs to make it happen. He needs to finish those Kagrins before they actually make a thing. Perfect. Snipes them both. This is the timing. This is what Arbuz was most fearing. Lyra's in the back line. More units coming across. He cannot make too many calcs. He's making 2 of them. Zet's hatching, but that is not enough. The Vorvan Snare onto the Circuit rends the armor and lowers the attack speed. Oh, the Calculate's soaking up so much damage. Grass Eater, you gotta focus on the enemy units. And that static defense, of course, helping out quite a bit. The Lyra is starting to falter here. Only has a few more left. Oh, Grass, you've spent so much damage onto an Ovaleth. Hundreds of damage wasted on a Calcure Lake. Doesn't get a single thing for his efforts, and now 2 Calcs are flying into his line. He's got only Zeths. Zeths and Vorvs. Maybe he can still make a mad dash for it. He can build a Spraith. Well, he doesn't have an expansion. This actually isn't as bad as it initially looks. He's putting down an anti-air. Yeah, the Quas are going to help clear him. He needs to get back to mining, though. Oh, his units are moving around. Grass. He's panicking. He's faltering, and he's panicking. He can just dive in with those Vorvs he made. Let's see if he can rally enough spirit to finish this off. And he goes. Only 1 Lyra. Not going to be able to do much of anything here. He ignores the natural, which is the right move. Dive upstairs. See what you can do. There's only 1 Circuit. Couple Lyra. Quas here to defend. The anti-air. More than enough. Only 1 Calculus coming on back. The Zeth 4 clearing their way through. But the Quas count is maybe a little bit too low, and the Lyralisks are able to bounce all of those anti-melee. GG, Arbuz, after 8 minutes, double 6 pool, manages to make it in. It's outrageous. Nobody can say Grass Eater didn't have opportunities, but that does mean that we are going to be sitting here for a moment to chat with the ArbuzBudesh, who has qualified into the throne room stage with a 4-0 score. It is not necessarily the method in which we expected, but here he is. He is not going to miss out on a throne room this time. ArbuzBudesh, you have taken your watermelon and gone home, all the way to throne room. How do you feel?
I would say strange would be the correct word. Those
Yeah?
games were a bit swingy, I would say.
Yeah, I would say so, especially that last one, double 6 pool. That is exactly what I hoped for. You'll enjoy the cast of that. Yeah, I felt like Grass Eater had your number in both games that he played. Very similar to actually how George matched up against Neblime in Group 1, Group A. But just couldn't close it, especially in that ZVZ, man. Oh, so many opportunities felt like they were squandered. But, I mean, you're out, and you managed to make it past Art of Turtle. It kind of feels like your games against him were easier in terms of just the outside looking in, but I have a sneaking suspicion that they were more mechanically demanding or maybe mentally demanding. How do you feel about your matchup against Turtle?
I would say on difficulty, they were about the same. I would say on difficulty. I'm not sure. Like maybe it's like going to some like kind of like mode or something, but like I didn't feel stressed even like in the most like butt clench moments. But remember when I said like I found out?
Yes.
And you know what happens before it, and apparently I didn't because it keeps happening all the way to the last game. I know I have advantage, and I just overgrid, and I nearly die, and it just like comes into this very, very messy game. I don't think if it was something like Hamster, he would let me get away with that, or I don't know, even Crank. So I'm not sure. I need to stop doing. I need to stop messing around if I want to win.
Fair point. You just need to stop messing around, he says. You know, the thing that I always wonder about in situations like that where you are down to the wire, where you think you had your advantage and then it maybe has been squandered, I'm always a little bit concerned. Like, I do wonder if, it's going to end up in the same way as, we've seen before, where a favorite will have a lead and then they'll squander it. But instead, it was actually the opposite, if anything. It was the underdog having the advantage. Turtle maybe not on Monazite, but definitely on Magnetron. And then Grass Eater in both games had opportunities to finish. But is it just one of those things where you keep trucking along? You're just like, yeah, whatever, man. I got this.
Yeah, I see the crisis in front of me, like, I barely have anything to hold the fans with, like, I guess it's time to play some Ancient Archives.
Right.
I just keep doing stuff, I guess. We'll see how it goes. And, yeah.
Grass Eater looks to be in a bit of a tilted move. Because he said, "Oh boy, I can't wait to get in a situation where I have a 100% win chance and then I lose :D." So he might be a little steaming after that last game in particular. But do you have any words of thought, any words of worry? Do you think Grass Eater will actually complete the upset and make it out, or how do you rate? Because we going into a clean BO3 now, AOT versus Grass Eater. Who's getting that in second?
That's a tough one to call, because I would say Turtle and Grass are about as dangerous to me. At least they were to me. AOT, he has like a little bit better mechanics, but Grass like has this like killer instinct a bit more. Like AOT, as he like improved, like he was playing against like better players. I need to macro. So like, even when like you make those greedy windows, he doesn't have windows to punish it. Compared to Grass, you're like, okay, it's go time. Like, I just make a lot of units and I'll see what happens. It actually sometimes poses more threat, and I think in ZVZ that sometimes can be even more important than technical skill. Like, you definitely remember like casting games where like HitEmUp or Hamster almost died to very underdogs compared to them. Because, oh shit, you actually can have a lot of units at this moment. I did not expect it, I almost died. So they also are like those crappy moments. And ZVZ is like very known for that moment, like where you slightly misjudge how much defense you need.
Well, it's definitely a question about the defense, and a question about the selective random also helping you out here maybe a little bit. I mean, you said you were glib about it, and you said, "Oh yeah, it's Protoss Day," but you won all the Protoss games. Of course, you did win that last ZVZ, but maybe it was a little bit more down to the wire. So interested, definitely interesting in terms of your result, and happy to see another random player make it out. Get deep in. Obviously, we do expect HitEmUp to also join you as the two randoms, even though yours is more selective. But how do you feel about your chances going forward? Because when you exit in first place, you get your preferential seed. Depending on player strength, you may even get a bye into the next round of Throne Room. But if you end up playing in the first round, you're guaranteed a slot against a second seeder. So is this one where not only do you make it into Throne Room, unlike you did last Acropolis, but you make it deep? Do you think that you're going to be in our top 12, the top 12 is like baseline, but could you go top 8? Could you go all the way to top 4 and get an invite to the next one? What do you think your odds are here?
I think like my odds are like from like dying right away and going to like top 4, maybe even top 2 even. Depends mostly on the luck, like who do I get against. Because I think there is like some matchups which I'm very unlikely to win, and there's like some opponents will be like, okay, I probably can take them. So I think it mostly down to luck. So I wouldn't say like I have a specific goal. So it's like in my games. We'll see how far I get. I'll just keep doing stuff. Maybe I'll get far.
You just keep winging it, and then you'll go pretty deep, soaring ahead above everybody else. Well, that's the case in today's group. Arbuz, thank you for joining me for the post-game interview, and congrats on your qualification. Going to be taking a look at these other two homies now. I did invite Neblime into the caster booth. Are you also going to be joining me for that? No pressure if you have other things to do, of course.
No, actually, I'm free for the rest of the day, so I can join you for the rest of the games of this series, I guess.
Sure, yeah. We'll take a look at Grass Eater versus Turtle. I've got the stream up already, so in Discord, so you can get the raw feed there. I have no idea what these people are talking about, but something about Zerg. I don't know that race very well.
Yep. Everything working on my side.
Perfect. Arbuz is already qualified, but he'll hang around to give us a little bit of a casting challenge. We'll see what he wants to do, what he wants to see from these players. I was very celebratory when I saw double 6-pool. Let's see if we get it again. Countdown is afoot. We are going to Frozen Sylphid, a 3-spawn map. I mean, it would be pretty ballsy to 6-pool on it, but I've seen it before. Let's see.
I know both
the door.
AOT and Grass likes to 6-pull time to time. I was almost surprised they never tried to 6-pull me when I rolled Protoss.
Yeah, it's interesting because some people really don't buy 6-pool versus Protoss, but both of these Zergs are capable of it, have done it. Grass Eater definitely has. And Grass Eater is our lovely color here on the Zerg, in my opinion. The Cyan Zerg in the bottom right here. We'll call it 4 o'clock. And then at 12, we got the green Zerg of AOT, who is going pool first. They were talking about pool timings and then a worker scout or whatever, but it looks like AOT is going to be scouting ahead and see his first opponent very quickly.
Grass is taking more economic start, a little bit risky, but it's a free-player map, so maybe that's why he's feeling more safe. But I don't think AOT is not banking larva, I think, so I don't think it's going to be rushed, so it's not going to be punished.
Yeah, the thing I was looking at in that last matchup in your ZVZ was Grass Eater was doing the 4 larva trick to get a bunch of quads out, and that was where he followed it up with 2 pairs of Zeths after. Pretty nasty timing, but Battle Spectre had enough distance that it wasn't super critical, and your Circuith was well timed as well, so doesn't look like Grass Eater is going to be in too much of a risk. I mean, Turtle's been known to put the Kagrant down when his opponent doesn't have a pool, kind of force out Rills or something to deal with it, but we don't see that happening here in this particular match. Some of the fastest games you can ever have is when you do like a 6-pool into a Worker Scout, and the Worker Scout puts down the Circuith and just kills you. You can't do anything about it.
I remember that one. Shambler had some kind of Frankenstein build, like that, yes.
Well, here it is.
I think he pulled it even against like Protoss, where he used overlap. But we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I have seen some interesting plays. Neblime, when he was Zerg, also did that, but that was many moons ago. So the Circuit is going to start up, and the quads are only now coming online. Going after the egg is a bold choice as well. I think he should actually be able to finish the job. Oh, he baits at the last second. Still able to spawn camp those quads and the Zeth. Keeps all of his units alive. Borrows for HP. Hold on. He can attack the hatch from here.
He switches to the egg to deny production. I think it's even smarter. Because if you don't deny production, he can bank up enough Zeths to delete the circuit.
Oh man, that's a brutal kill as well onto the Larvosk. Yeah, he's only on 1 larva effectively right now. Like 1 larva production.
It's a tough one, but he still might break it out. He's starting to make Zeths. And I think he's going to worker pull. I'm not sure if it's a good idea.
I think the worker pull is going to be a bit of a harder move to pull off. Zeths are going to stick onto the circuit. The Drolet's kind of playing bodyguard. But now they go after the Larvosk. It's a trade. I think that definitely goes in Turtle's favor from that point on. Kills all of the Larvosks, denies the mining. Turtle, and I think Grass Eater hasn't even realized. He's like, wait a second, why can't I afford anything? He's like, oh yeah, I'm not mining. So that would be why. Makes a round of workers to try to catch up. It feels like Turtle's definitely clearing him now.
But he still might make something happen. Turtle, okay, he's making how many pairs?
2.
Was 2. Okay, he should be fine now.
Yeah, the Zeth is going to scout out the depth of the army. Not what Grass Eater wanted to see. He was hoping that was a bit more committal. But steady as she goes, builds up the Larvosk immediately afterwards. This does feel like a pretty nice start for Turtle in the series. Reminder that we are looking for 2 wins. Whoever gets to 2 wins first here, effectively a best of 3, will move on to the throne room stage. Grass Eater, it was weird. We thought George wouldn't take a map. He took 2 and managed to get it out in 2nd place. And we thought Grass Eater would very be likely to take a map because he's just a bit of an uncanny guy like that. But maybe a tougher group than it initially seemed.
And I think Grass didn't read the situation correctly because AOT is going military, not eco. And he's trying to counter grid to catch up, but there's like 21 quads coming.
Well, it's definitely a lot of them, yeah. That's 16 quads. You wouldn't expect somebody to go right for this. You kind of have to take a calculated risk here. Circuith inside the main base is not really what you need. He'll wait. He'll buy enough time with this hatch. And he's got his own Zets that are going to come up here. Problem is there's already 4 quads. If this weren't the case, I'd actually rated the counter push here. That one Zeth adding a lot of extra DPS. Is he going to cancel this in time?
I think.
No, that's a full kill. Corpse and everything. And his Zeth get cleaned in the main without really able to do much of anything. Quads count, still superior for Turtle. Got plenty more quads coming. So many Izira cores being made. The Hydra's now filtering in. Does feel like this is only a...
Oh, he's going for North Ornav.
Okay, well, the lake is a pretty cool idea, but the problem that I'm seeing here is that there's no time to actually animate it. Aggro left coming as well. I mean, that's optimistic. Gonna be wrapping around, puts down a 3rd circuit immediately, but this one absorbing his plenty of damage. It's immediately gonna be popped. Has to fall back. He's not making any combat units, and he has to concede. GG based on that. Turtle, game 1 goes his way. It's elimination point now here for Grass Eater, unless he can find some form. I guess you could say that went about as expected on the broad spectrum storyline part of it. But Arbuz, I'm kind of thinking about that and thinking that was a really funky build.
It was very greedy opener from Grass, I would say. He delayed his pull quite a lot. So maybe, yeah.
All of the larva kills and egg kills, the hatch pressure, the Zeth snipes. And Turtle knew exactly what to do when the circuit was being focused on. He said, okay, well, you can't defend your Larvask in the back then. And if the workers had still been there, then they could have drilled to defend, but they needed a pull to actually kill anything else. So
yeah, I think it was pivotal moment, like knowing, okay, I sack my circuit and I just kill his production. I think not everyone, like, in the moment of the pressure can think of that, so that's very commendable to Turtle to think of that. Just like, yeah, I don't care about my circuit, I'll just kill your stuff.
Yeah, you think about it as the linchpin of the attack, but instead it was just an option to go straight in for the jugular and get way further ahead. Grass Eater thought he was out, but he needs at least one more defeat here. One more game.
Probably.
Is
that a island map?
No, that's Monocyte. Macrobly is the jungle 1v1 with the 2 spawns.
Okay.
I don't know what Turtle's typing about, but he's happy. He's hyped. He's ready to go. And we will be hearing from him win or lose in this series as we get ready to jump into what could be our final game. And if it's not our final game, the next one's our final game. Grass Eater in the bottom left is the Periwinkle, Deep Periwinkle Zerg. AOT in the top right is the green Zerg. And we don't have a 6-pull from either player. I did say we were going to get 2 6-pulls in this group. And I was right. I just, I didn't know they were going to be in the same game.
Yeah, but we have a small switch up. This time AOT has a little bit more economical opener and Grass is a bit safer. He starts mining gas a bit later, so he has pull a bit sooner.
Oh, it's Den.
Okay, yeah, he was completely wrong once again.
Well, no, I mean, it's a smart move in theory because you're talking about getting the gas for Larvos that gives you more Droleth, right? More worker timing. But the Den opener is a very different story. And that does mean that Grass Eater will just by default be a bit more economical with it. But We'll see what the actual units are going to be. If it's going to be like Fast Eye Zero Core. I don't think you can realistically kill people with that anymore. I feel like the time in the sun is done. What is this pool placement? What the hell?
I think he's afraid it's being sniped. I'm not sure. Usually that's where you put your Larvask because it's more fragile and usually the first target. It shouldn't disrupt his mining too much.
No, it seems like it's alright. It's just really funky to see there. Well, it will actually block pathing for the Izira cores, so that's kind of neat. And that's what we got coming because there's no gas in the tank. So 3 IZs moving in. They're going to shrug off any quas attacks coming in, so that's not going to be a big problem. Let's see if they can move across the map and actually do any damage. At the very least, they can defend very easily. And it looks like Turtle might be thinking about an expansion here. Yeah, look at that. So Hatch as his 3rd larva production. He's been workshopping some builds, I guess. This is really funky.
I almost amazed how Turtle's build is very, very close to my build, how I open Hydriff. You just, instead of like second Larvask, you just make a hatch.
Right. Well, maybe Biddy B was cooking after all with all of his hatch-only plays. He just doesn't even bother with Larvask. A pretty airtight wall, too. I mean, obviously the Zeth is going to get through, but... airtight in the sense that you can't walk in. It's not Zeth tight, it's airtight, dude.
Yeah. No air passes, but Zeth does.
Yeah.
I'm very interested where Turtle wants to take his Hydriff opener. Does he want to like power on just naked Hydriff, just going lots of IZ and Hydralisk? Or does he want to like tech up?
Both players opting to make workers right now, so the line is drawn, it seems. And they'll be fairly close to each other in terms of worker count. There's the pool. Interesting. A later pool.
That one, I'm not sure why, but sure, I guess.
What could this be? He's going to go delayed pool.
I think he wants pool for Zeths for unbiased and just chaff. That would be my guess.
No, he's through again. Now, Grass Eater has been trying to practice keeping his Zeths alive, but you wouldn't know it from that one game he played against you on Gilded Wall, where he walked his entire army into your base instead of doing anything with it.
It takes so long for IZ to kill a Zeth.
Yeah. They can almost 1v1 them. I think they 2v1 them. Bopped. 6 Vorvs being made by Grass Eater. He does want to see if he can go in for a committed attack. And I like the quads count, actually. Vorvs coming after. Yeah, this is actually a really deadly attack. Yeah, this is looking really good for Grass. But I've said this so many times today.
And it's 5 pairs of quads, so it might go either way. Depends on Micro, I would say.
Vorvs should pounce right now. Yeah, that's it.
Some.
He should be able to catch at least one. Half damage on the other. Now diving forward. The workers are immediately pulled. I like the move. Second circuit on the way, but it only just started. The quads need to deal with the front line. Bounces are good for that one Izira core in the back. It's a weird moment where you'd want to be bodyguard for that guy, but he pops too. And we got Vorvs loose inside the main base. The double circuit, not enough to actually hold it. We got no circuits here. We got nothing. Those are supposed to be Larvos. You can tell by the gas float. Workers sharking around looking for anything that they can do, but I think Grass Eater might have been able to finish us off and go to a decider. I don't see any way for out of here for Turtle. He's got Zeths out, he's got Quaz out, but he's not got much.
That's what I said. Don't count out grass.
No, you can't count out the Grass Eater. Chewing on it and spitting him out. Turtle forced into a final map, which he will pick, as he did lose last. I'm glad that we're seeing a nice depth of strategy in ZVZ, but I it's not lost on me that, you know, like, Turtle won really hard the last game, and then he's like, I'm going to go Hydrith first, and then he just gets owned. Some people are going to look at that and say, this is why you don't play Hydrith first. But I think it's cool, and it should exist. It's very neat.
In some ways, I can see like the mindset of doing that. Like first game, you go in aggressive, you like quote unquote traumatize your opponent.
Yes.
Or they go defensive, and you're like, okay, now I grade.
Right, exactly. So there's some thought process there. And for the second time today, we are going to Saberhand as our final map, and we have right side spawns once again. Grass Eater in the top right is our tomato Zerg. Oh, Scarlet Zerg. In the bottom right, we have the green Zerg of Turtle. So no 6 pool again. Last opportunity for 6 pools. I was hoping for it, but we don't get it. Grass Eater is going to be going for his Larvosk start. Same for Turtle, unless he's going to try to run it back again. Is he going to do Hydra's Den again? It could be, but it's not. Pool first for Grass, though.
Yeah, it's not very rushy. It's just like a bit more safer build. So you got Quaz out.
Grass doesn't like to work or scout, so I'm sure that plays into why he sometimes will go pool first. And Turtle's scouting him first. He's got lucky with that. It was like that on Sylphid as well, the other multi-spawn map these two played. It must feel good for Grass to get on the board at the very least. Doesn't go home completely empty-handed. Brings us to our decider game 7 of the group.
That's a very late pull for Turtle. Very late.
There's a pool for Turtle? I didn't know.
Zerg here.
I guess we'll delay it a little bit more.
No.
That's so dangerous. Okay, that's very ballsy play, I guess.
He's not going pool. You silly head.
Oh my god. What is he doing?
He's going to defend with only Rillisks. Rillirokors, rather. If he could make Rillisks, that would actually be pretty good. Now it's a pool. I thought he was going to go Shroud, but no. He's going to double Larvosk Circuit. Yeah, he tried the other two, you know, and there it is. 4 pairs of Rills. That's kind of what I predicted.
Grass is staying safe, so it doesn't seem like he's going to punish it.
I don't like the 2 extra Rill pairs. You already have the circuit, so I think at that point you just go for more mining, you know? I mean, you're being pretty greedy with this build, so you might as well amp it up a little bit more. But I guess if all the units were moving in directly in his location, it would be a different story. But no reason for Grass to do that. He didn't know where his opponent actually was.
He's probably so confused why you still don't have pull.
Well, actually, you know, this could work in theory. If you go triple Larvosk into Shroud, I know it's very gas intensive and it sounds like a meme. It's like double Larvosk, Shroud, third Larvosk. Just think about it. You're making only Rills and then you make 1 Zorius and move across the map. Kind of good.
I don't know how the Trash works against ZVZ. I know HitEmUp tried it against Terran and Protoss.
Oh, I didn't know anybody actually did that, so that's good to know.
It was like, it wasn't like, it wasn't with lots of like Larvosk, but it was Zori first unit. He made like 3 or 4, and I think he pre-made some Reels with it.
Krankendo doesn't understand what I'm saying. You make 1 Zorius, and every other unit is a Rillirokor, and they stay alive around the Zorius. So you just follow the Zorius to your enemy's base. Right-click that, and click on it.
Can't you just snipe a Zorio with like Zavs? Just surround it.
If you tried, then I mean, the Rills would be attacking, and so they wouldn't time out. And it's EVZ, so they'd just be on your K-Grid, and then they still wouldn't time out.
Yeah, but like you catch him like outside of your base. And they just die.
Well, that's why you make 2 Zorius.
Contingency Zorio, okay.
And anytime you're about to lose your last Zorius, you say, shit, I should have made an extra Zorius. That's easy.
Very ironic situation. Turtle opened very economically, but he's behind the workers right now. he has a lot of armies. 46.
Yeah, this is looking pretty dire for Grass. I mean, he did just get a bunch of extra quads hatched, so that's really important. Pairs of gnats moving across the map. Maybe they can heckle some workers or something. Grass Eater trying to go for a Khaz'trith. I don't think it's going to finish in time to actually help him out here. The Zeth-Vorf timing for Turtle might be enough to clinch the series in his favor. You got to abandon the expansion here if you're in Grass Eater's shoes. You can't lose too much military. You want to desperately hold on. The Nats never actually pulled the trigger on an attack to try to distract Turtle. Would have helped out a lot. 36 military and dropping, but Turtle has so much more than Grass Eater. Here's another round of quads. Comes out of Grass Eater's Larvosks. Again, those gnats never moved, but Grass Eater will at least clear the enemy army out of his main base. 20 to the better now, but...
And his expansion still stands, so it's a workable situation, I would say.
Yeah, it's not completely over. He lost a lot of workers, and now Turtle drolled behind that. 32 workers to the name. Just making quads to shoo away those pesky gnats.
Grass making warps as well. So he's going all in on this push. Okay, he's drawing up. Okay, it's not all in.
Not quite. And the lake is coming for Turtle. So that puts a timer on what Grass Eater can do proactively on the map. And yes, Zimbabwe in the chat, you can use SEM Draft. It does work with it. You just have to do a little setup. Vorf's coming in. They are going to try to go after those circuits. It's a great way to slow down their DPS, rend their armor, let the quads contribute to the fight. 22 quads here for Turtle. There's a lot more on the stock for Grass Eater, but he can't quite break through, it feels like. He didn't finish killing either of the Kagrants. They regressed.
5 HP.
Yeah, that's pretty dire. Because Turtle kept so many alive, didn't spend that much money in a panic, and the lake's about to pop, which means he can make so many lira. Instantaneously make 6 of them, upgrades those quads.
If Grass makes a lot of circuits, he might hold.
Instead, he makes both tech nodes in his natural.
I mean, he has to start them. He needs some tech against Kalkir.
The one problem I worry about is he doesn't know it's Kalkir. He didn't scout out with a Nath or anything. He didn't confirm the structure. His Nath is up here in the top right area. And only quads are showing right now, so Turtle doing a good job of keeping his tech under wraps as the Lyras bring up the rear. I'm sure they'll announce themselves pretty soon, but 11 pairs of Nathra cores. Oh my god. Grass out here making Vorvs and an Agroleth. Turtle.
I think, yeah, this army is gonna get caught.
Yeah. Trying to take a 12 o'clock for your third base, but Grass Eater doesn't realize the game is a little bit of a different story now. Takes ages to chew through the side disruptor, but it would be really nice for Turtle if he could get in there in a better position. He's got the time to deal with it. A Khaz'trith once again starting, but I don't think it's going to finish in time to be useful. His tech is done, but he's only now made 7 Lakas. Can't start his Izes for Zorius. Maybe the Khaz'trith will finish, but there's no units here to actually defend it with it. If this attack had hit 1 minute later, Grass Eater would have been in a different bracket entirely and might have been able to maintain the game. But this is only going to get worse when those Calculusks start flying across, if Grass Eater even survives long enough for them to make it happen. He's lost 2 Lakas in the crib. Azorius dies before it hatches. And now he needs to see if he can somehow push this attack off, only for the air units to swoop on in. Grass Eater has nothing in production, and he has no way to shoot up. He needs Hydras or something. Or more Naths of his own. Turtle's just going to try to stand on top of those Lakas. And yeah, as those units come in, Grass Eater knows his days are numbered, and Turtle moves on into the throne room stage.
Very swingy.
Back and forth, man. Had to go all the way to the decider for that, just like in our last group. But off the back of them being ZVZs, we actually have about 50 minutes to wrap up instead of the 10 that I had in the last. But yeah, swingy indeed. And a second place finish for Turtle. It's not something he's entirely unaware of. He did say in his interview that he expected you to have the advantage. And I guess he made good on those words, but certainly performed admirably. And Grass, I'm glad he got on the board there. I'm glad he was able to punch back, and I'm glad he was even able to make it look pretty close there. I'm sure he's frustrated with himself. I'm sure he feels like, damn, man, I could have won so many games, including versus you, Arbuz. But at the end of the day, you got to give a nod to this is the growth of a player. This is how they start. If they're going to stick with it, they start by having a lead, choking the lead, and then they learn how to not do the choking part.
Yeah, that is the hardest part of learning ZVZ. It's just having this instinct where you need to defend or attack or greed.
I think it's an interesting sense. You know, at ZVZ is a bit of a different story. Apparently, like, some people think ZVP is really free for the Z, but I'm seeing all kinds of back and forth depending on which players are playing. If I had to pick a champ, a prospective first placer from out the gate, I probably would say it would be HitEmUp, but Zeke could challenge, and he's Zerg. You know, HitEmUp is the variance of random, and we could probably see some outside force come in. I don't know about Ayud's Protoss in the same way, but who knows? Maybe this is Hamster's tournament. You never know, man. You never know.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention Hamster. I would rate Hamster and Ziki and HitEmUp probably all gonna reach top 4. EU depends who he runs into, I would say. Same for Dog, I would say. His Ascozy is pretty scary.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing if it's true and if Ascozy can even be considered scary. But I'm sure it's going to be a good time.
It can go completely like previous Acropolis, where he was in such a lead, but when he saw a Tecton, he just like panicked.
Yeah. Well, listen, he plays Ascozy now because apparently they aren't scared of Uptectons in the same way. Though your game against Grass on Gilded Ball where you went Uptectons, actually they were starting to do a lot more damage than I thought they were going to do in that matchup. So that was pretty cool.
I mean, once you get 8, they're bound to do some damage. Probably not enough to kill a single Ultra Core, but everything else would die.
Arbuz, we have seen some real games, we have seen some real things, but we're not quite done yet. Do you have a prediction for the next group? It's HitEmUp, Kenoli, Godwheat.
Oh man. I mean, most people would say HitEmUp comes out like just flawless victory for the group. But I don't know, man. Like sometimes, like he's less prone to my finding out, but he does it as well. So he can be caught off guard, I would say, especially in some matchups. I think he's like most vulnerable races is Ascozy and Protoss. He's very loud about not liking Ascozy. I assume he doesn't have a lot of luck with them.
Well, actually, he thinks that they're really they're polarized towards certain units that are really powerful, and then he says that playing against them isn't necessarily the most fun thing in the world if they're being played well. So I'm not sure that he has a losing record per se. Maybe against Shopkeeper Dog if he's playing a particular race matchup or something, but I think in tournaments that all goes out the window. We'll have to see what he ends up rolling. You know, he is playing a 25% chance to play each race. It's a lot of matchups he's got to deal with. And he's against Kenoli's Zerg, who's always unpredictable. Godwheat's Ascozy, who, I mean, that's Ascozy. So maybe he wouldn't be a fan.
Yeah. I've seen some games of Godwheat Ascozy, and compared to Dog, his Ascozy is way more aggressive. He tries to like muscle on the map way sooner compared to Dog. While Dog tries to like deck rush, And HitEmUp Saskozy is sort of like in the middle.
I am interested in seeing what the different Ascozy players will actually do there, because they do all play it very differently. You're right, and that's assuming we even get HitEmUp Saskozy. So it's going to be an exciting.
Maybe
one.
it will just all Protoss all day.
It could be. You're right. It could be. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what's around the corner there, but we do have to wait about 45 minutes before we get to that point. And I have a little turtle to talk to about qualifying to the throne room stage. Arbuz, thanks for joining me for the cast in the last matches. A little bit of analysis, a little bit of your opinion there. And obviously, great to congratulate you on a successful campaign in the Battlements stage. And now you can sit tight to wait for your second round or first round, depending on the seeding, opponent in the throne room stage. Any final words for us?
Not really. Said everything I had.
Well, there you go. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you giving your thoughts and time. And congrats. GG.
Thank you. GG.
And we'll see if we can bring AOT up. Hello, Sir Turtle. It is time to talk to you about qualifying into the throne room stage. How are you feeling off the back of those games?
Well, that's okay. It definitely wasn't some of my more best ways of playing, especially game two against already having brain fart.
You talking about Grass Eater?
Game two against Grass. I'm thinking Bernie in my back of my head. I'm like, no, he keeps changing his name.
Yeah, I changed his nickname back.
He's all over the place.
That is one of the more difficult things to remember. His ID. Yeah, I mean,
somebody did in another Discord change their name to everyone, and they only got that one guy.
Of course, when you're trying to ping everyone, and then there's an everyone. Well, Grass Eater did that like one time, so you can tell he's a meme lord.
Yes. But anyways, yeah, in that second game going for the den first, I was wondering, what am I doing? And realized that, oh no, it's all going to come down immediately into my face, and that's exactly what happened. So I can say I'm not happy about the results. I thought I'd maybe get a game off of Arbuz, or I'd do a little bit better playing overall, but I'm moving on to the next round anyways, and it's a nice feeling.
I do feel like when it comes to the matches against Arbuz, you had some nice moves and some nice ideas on Monazite. I was impressed with Hunting the Witnesses. That definitely felt like a Brood War ZVP move. And then, of course, when it came to Magnetron, it felt like you had a nice lead there a few times, but those extra bases Arbuz kept taking, relentless with the pace of it, and never checked, never controlled, that felt a little bit different too. So how did you feel about going up against his Protoss in that respect?
That first game with Monazite, I kind of goofed up on that. I made an extra hatchery inside my main instead of just putting it out in the natural. I was a little bit further ahead. Mm-hmm. And so I just had units just waiting to be ferried, and I just did not make enough Overlords to commit to a lot of those attacks, because that very first one definitely tore up a lot of his ability, especially being able to pick off so many Corsairs and picking off a lot of his air. I knew that there was going to be less of a challenge. He'd have to put a lot more static defense into the main. And so that was the plan, but it didn't get executed quite as well as I continued to kind of push myself up the right side. I didn't want to take the back bases because I wanted to try to keep everything up in the front instead of dealing with what was happening in the back. And I kind of learned that from playing. I had a couple of practice matches where taking that front area was actually pretty well worth it, because you got a better Zerg is the best in terms of the air attack in the early game. The Afrikars are the best at what they do. You can easily zone out if you need to, and you can get up to Vith if you want to take it into the 1.5, but Zerg overall has best air control, and so that's kind of the thought process of taking that whole thing.
I feel like one of the major things that helped you out when it came to your sort of posture on the map, particularly on Magnetron, but also in terms of the map on Monazite, is the way you were expanding was often towards high pressure zones. Now in Magnetron, you kind of stealth expanded along the bottom strip, and you were able to get some pretty good value just based on the fact that you had the pressure going against Arbuz on his side of the map. Did you have much of a reaction when you scouted that he had snuck the Nexus and the mineral only? Like you had so many units over there, could have denied it, but he got it right underneath your nose. That was on Magnetron, the second game you played against him.
Yeah, man, that was definitely a little bit of a surprise for me. Like, I saw the probe go there, but I thought he was getting ready to because I had, like, picked it off once, or maybe he was sitting there running back and forth, and I had just barely seen the probe move around, and I thought, oh, I stopped him from expanding, and the next thing you know, there it is.
Yeah.
Much of that attack, I mean, I came close to breaking that natural, and when I realized that wasn't going to happen because I didn't have enough units rallying back, my new goal was to try to pick off all the heavier, high-value units and really keep pressure on the front while going for that double expand. As for it kind of being a ninja expand, the Magnetron's kind of a map where the close bases are mineral only, so it doesn't really help me out too much. And so going for that fourth one over the side and then getting that mineral one really was the point of kind of expanding kind of towards that southern area on that map. But Arbuz really did do a great job of keeping me all over the place. You know, that one envoy running all over the place with the Reaver, or the Reaver. Yeah, the Reaver coming in and out made it pretty difficult for me to manage. And at some point, he had a huge hit into my main that just right on top of the drones.
Oh yeah, it's 13 kills in one go. Yeah, it was bad. And of course, he was hunted for a couple more. He ended up getting 6 in your natural. But even when you make Nathrakors preemptively, which I don't recall having seen in that particular game, but I have seen in other cases, it's really hard to catch the drops, man. They can be real squirrely.
You know, just as I was coming in, I was thinking to myself, okay, I know he's got Envoy somewhere. I started to slowly bring, a handful of Hydras back into the base, and the moment I saw that, I just had a couple of Hydras popping, so I needed to start chasing that down. I needed to start covering my mineral line, try to move my Drolith out of the way, and he had a really good shot that definitely killed the momentum I was having against his army, because he was not able to get out very well. He started throwing up 4 or 5 static defense, which was kind of the end of my aggression.
It's been a pleasure to see some of these games. I feel like they've been very competitive in a way that I was hoping for, but wasn't exactly sure would occur, particularly the fact that Grass got a game. We haven't played a single group yet, and this doesn't typically happen, where one player goes home completely empty-handed. And honestly, it kind of feels like, even if we end up in a situation where all 3 groups for day 1 have a 4-0, as they have been so far, and you're looking at HitEmUp, you're thinking, yeah, he's probably going to 4-0 his group too. It doesn't feel like Kenoli and Godwheat will, go home completely empty-handed against each other. So I don't know. I've just been enjoying the competitiveness. I know you were watching the first group there, and you gave some respect to George as well on the door of it. But I'm just commenting in general on the fact that we have had some good valiant plays, even from the underclass guys. And the fact that George makes it in is pretty surprising. And the fact that Grass was threatening a few times there is pretty good. How did you feel about Grass's performance?
I got to say that for that first game, I definitely kind of caught him off guard.
Yeah.
It wasn't quite the 6 pull, and it wasn't meant to do a whole lot of damage. But the lack of response in that first game, I was kind of wondering. We were talking a second ago. 6 pull is actually much better if you can figure out where your opponent is to begin with, and I wasn't quite doing that. But when I realized everything felt a little bit late, I just threw that circuit down and let my Lings kind of defend away at that, and he kind of fumbled the response of either pulling Drolith, pulling something, to react. It would have been a little bit of an overreaction, but it would have been way better than completely losing out to the circuit just beating down on all of the larvae in that direction. Although, second game, I was happy to say that he performed really well in just coming in for that break all the way through. He full throttled it. His ultimate goal was to take control of my ramp. He didn't even care about my circuits very much, and that was kind of a nice little detail. He's got the army advantage right then and there. All he has to do is prevent, the ramp from being closed for so long, and he'd eventually break up, and he did. So that was a nice little touch on there, knowing that his game state isn't breaking down the natural; it's getting into the main with as much DPS as possible.
Yeah, it worked out pretty well for him, I think, and I'm glad that he was able to make the an initial touch there that actually did accept an advantage and correctly catch it there, because he was definitely throwing a few games, but I'm glad he managed to be salient at the end. I'm very happy about that. Now, with that,
I'm pretty sure that last game was definitely 6-pool. I mean, I did get my Drolith in pretty dang early just to see, and so.
Oh no, it was early pool. He did make workers first though. It was like 8 pool.
Okay, so he did something similar to what I did then. Okay. It was definitely early. I had the overreaction mindset in the back of my head too, so kudos to him for being able to kind of play more of that mind game off and not necessarily even need to commit. I mean, he took that expansion pretty dang early.
I'm glad to see a little bit of depth in the ZVZ. We did get to see, well, we got 3 PVZs and then 4 ZVZs, I believe. So that was pretty neat. Or at the very least, we got. I have to run the numbers again, but I'm pretty sure that's how that went, because we had the ZVZ between Grass and Arbuz, and then of course the 3 ZVZs that you guys played. So they go by quick, but it was cool to see a nice spread of matches there. Selective Random helping us out. With all that said, any closing thoughts now that you're moved on to the throne room stage? Once again, completing your record there, continuing your record. Are you planning on going deeper than even the last time, where you managed to make it to the top 8?
Oh, man, this deep run is going to be really difficult with the rest of the players that I'm expecting to go. I mean, Arbuz already whooped me pretty good with his Protoss. I feel very confident against his Zerg, but I'm going to need to still tweak more of my gameplay. And on top of that, AU's going to be difficult, HitEmUp's going to be difficult, Ziki is going to be difficult, Hamster, he's going to be difficult, but he also a guy that I'd really hope to kind of fall into and fight into him again, because of how well I feel like I play against him. But we are looking at a very hard playoff scenario happening, where a lot of the top players are not going to be faltering to any backstabs. They're going to be able to multitask out a lot of the situations, and at the same time, they're really going to be trying to hit you from multiple different angles. And so you do have a lot of great players that are going to be going into the playoffs, as they can kind of predict it through. And
yeah,
this is challenge zone. This is challenge territory.
It is, and at the very least, I guess one thing that you can say is that Newt was looking like one of the strongest Terran players, maybe our strongest dedicated Terran player for the tournament, and he's already out. So that's maybe one matchup you don't have to prep as heavy for. Though Hanmano has been picking up steam in the process of the practice zone, so who knows what's really going to happen. I don't think Kutiam will be able to make it out of his group. This Hamster and Shopkeeper Dog looks pretty dire. Zerg and Skozy matchups there. But with all that said, there's some silver linings here and there for, at the very least, the practice side of things. Obviously, it's a deep game with a lot of units and now an extra race on top of it, but you might not have to worry too much about one in particular. Zerg is the most numerous, and your ZVZ isn't too shabby, so I would say you stand a good chance of getting a little bit more of a shine in this one, and I look forward to seeing your future games. We'll be in touch to schedule your throne room stage matches, sir.
Sounds good. Thank you, Pro, for hosting the tournament and keeping this game going, man. Even though I wasn't quite as active at the beginning of this year, I'm glad to say that I was able to come back and come and be a part of this tournament yet again. So it's been a privilege and an honor. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. Happy to have you, and looking forward to future matches for real. I will say GG and GLHF.
Thank you. Have a good day.
And likewise to Turtle, who I send packing there with good feelings and good notes. We're going to go on a break about 30 minutes before we get back into our next round. Please stay and enjoy some exciting Cosmonarchy music loop, or just kind of pop back in 30 minutes. Whatever you feel like doing. It's a good time for a bathroom break if I don't say so myself. So I'll see you then. Ladies and gentlemen, Pronago bringing you Group C now of the Battlements stage of Acropolis number 4. About to get into Big Hand Syndrome, HitEmUp, Kenoli, Godwheat. Going to be an interesting bracket indeed. We've already had the results for Groups A and B. You were seeing them on your screens prior to it, but in case you missed it, Neblime out in first, George in second, upsetting Newt, who exits in third and will not participate in the Throne Room stage. Group B was a bit more by the books. ArbuzBudesh winning it out. Art of Turtle getting second place, and Grass Eater conceding in third. We should be up to usual suspects and usual suspicions as we get into our next round of play. But in order to really see what all we're all about, we should probably talk to some of these players. So let's zoom in on Group C for the moment and see what we can find out. Boo. There's a HitEmUp Illuce. What's up, dude? Reigning champion. Are you here? Are you ready to talk?
Oh god, I'm playing Infinite Tower Defense.
Oh, that's good. You can multitask, though. You're pretty good at that.
No. No, I'm good.
I do have to wonder, Sir HitEmUp, as the reigning champion of Acropolis, you came in here and you got yourself a pretty nice group for all intents and purposes. That's what people are saying. You know, I think it was Newt and also Arbuz said you got a pretty easy group that you're expected to just go through. Although Arbuz did say that maybe there could be some kerfluffles if you're, you know, some rakes to step on by mistake. But how are you feeling about your group, HitEmUp? That's the real question.
I honestly don't know. I have rarely seen Wheat play, and I haven't seen Kenoli play in a while. Although I did play him like twice the other day, but he's on Flexor, whatever it is. I never see him.
That's right. He has gone over across the fields to greener pastures where they won't be selling your data as much or something. And yeah, he's hanging out. So he's definitely still grinding, definitely still playing, and typically enjoys participating in some, some Cosmonarchy 1v1s here and there. He did end up selecting Monazite for his duel, so you won't have to worry about the island map being picked against you. Does that make you feel happy?
I kind of wanted to try it.
See, that's what I feel like too. Everybody likes to try it. They all just say, and then they don't. I mean, you at least tried John Doggety though, so I appreciate that.
It's the best map in the pool.
With the plays that we've seen so far, I know you've been a bit on the sleepier side, and I don't know how much of Group B you ended up catching, but I know you caught most of Group A. Any results that come through that surprised you? Any results that you weren't expecting? Obviously, the big one is George.
Well, George was somewhat surprising, but I think he should have actually gotten through in first place, just based on how the other two were playing.
Ah, yes. A little shade thrown towards Neblime as well. He almost beat Neblime twice. It's just that he didn't beat Neblime any times in reality.
You saw me raging in chat.
I did catch a few of those messages. It's pretty good. The question that is sort of on my mind about it is, are we going to end up seeing a little bit of the same story here? You're playing random, full random, and this is with a SCOZY in the mix. Now, you did say selective random isn't random. It's not pure random. You're a little bit more, explicit about it. So what's your take on this whole SCOZY thing? You want to say any words about how you feel about that race right before any games are played? Right up here and now?
Oh, I've said enough in Discord, but let's just say they have like 3 or 4 units that I believe are a little bit overtuned, just slightly, maybe. I don't think Wheat's ever gonna last long enough to get them, but
yeah, it definitely is one of those things that I wonder about, is whether Godwheat will make it deep enough into the game to acquire some of the units that are giving people so much trouble. He also does seem to play a little bit more aggressive in the early game anyway, right? So maybe not somebody who, pivots into the macro as much. You ended up selecting for Kenoli and Godwheat to go up against each other. If I'm not mistaken, didn't you do this to begin with in group Acropolis 3 as well? You made Kasuga and Wheat fight each other, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. The only reason why I did it this time is because I had groceries to take in, so I didn't want to play immediately.
Oh, I see it. Well, with that said, the question is, do you have a thought about how people should be going about things? If you didn't have the groceries in, who would you have picked?
I would have just picked Kenoli, and I mean, he's gonna press the Vorg button, so I just have to defend that. That's all.
Interesting. Well, he's happy to play, and he's happy to be able to pick Monazite. I guess you could have had Monazite picked against you, which is really funny. So, unfortunate there, but there's time for it to happen in the throne room stage, which I'm sure we'll see you in. Are you? You said you don't really know what to expect from these two players, but if they're anywhere close to the level that you're aware of, you expecting to get out of here without too many troubles?
If they're where I think they're at, and if I play like even somewhat decently, I should get out like 4-0, no problem, but it could always be a surprise.
Well, I guess that's a blessing in disguise for you to see what they're up to in their opening match against each other. So that does help out a little. You'll be able to gather some data.
I am a cheater.
Damn. He's got us, boys. Well, Kenoli versus Godwheat's coming up. I'm going to be seeing if I can ping Kenoli for an interview. See if he wants to go for that so that I can bring him in here next, because I did want to do Godwheat last since he's third. He's third place. He's probably not going to... since I have you here for a moment anyway, can I get your predictions? Kenoli versus Godwheat, who's going to win? Who are you going to face in the next map?
Look, man, on a regular map, I think Kenoli wins, but I don't know what the hell's going to happen here.
I don't know either. It's very exciting. I do think that Godwheat... When Monazite came through, it actually precipitated a pretty big change, which was that the Cosmoscope no longer required a tech node, it just required a production, like a radix or whatever. So you could go radix Cosmoscope or function Cosmoscope. That was really important for island maps, because otherwise the SCSI would have no chance. I think their first air unit of any kind hit at like 2 or 3 minutes later than the other races. It was really lopsided. So definitely a rougher spot for them. So I wouldn't have even thought of it if it was not for legit realty. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't have even thought of it if it wasn't a potential map that I actually wanted to put in the pool.
Please keep them in a rough spot. Please.
I have some ideas. But they have to wait until Acropolis 4 is over. So you'll have to defeat the SCSI menace one way or another.
Dog will be the champion.
That would be really phenomenal if Dog was the champion. That would be egg on my face, crow on my plate for making the SCSI. Because if I didn't do that, then there would be no Shopkeeper Dog World Champion. There's no way. His hands are not there yet.
No chance.
Well, what if he goes out in last place? Because he's like, oh, Kutya might beat me.
Look, man, you can't take anything he says. He's basically like the chaotic neutral version of Grass Eater.
That must be why they bounce off each other so roughly, because Grass is just like, I want to 6-pool you, and Dog is like, play somebody else. I don't want to waste my time. I'm playing League.
I mean, I do the same thing, so.
Fair enough. Well, hit him up. Any final words before we move on to interviewing Kenoli, since he is ready?
I got nothing.
Well, you'll have something pretty soon, because you are going to be surely the champion again, all over again. That's just the way it works. So I look forward to seeing you a little bit later on, sir. Thanks for giving us your thoughts, and I'll catch you for the interview once you 4-0.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
All right. I'll see you soon. The GLHF for HitEmUp, but let's see what we can do about Kenoli. Testing. Hold on. Get him in here. No. Can I do this? No. Okay. I don't seem to be able to drag him. Can I do move to? Oh, hold on. Where is he? Where'd he go? He's gone. Oh, no, he's back. Here, let's see. Move to... Where are we? Casting. Oof. Hi, Kenoli. Are you there? Can you talk? Are you speakable? Hi. Can you hear me? Oh shit, he can't hear me. Hello? Voice setting. Voice activity. Is this thing on? Oh my god, it's awful. Why is it like that? Noise suppression. Oh god, it was on noise suppression. Oh god, oh Jesus, oh goodness. Alright, hello? Can you hear me? Kenoli, are you on fluxer.com/hear me? I think the noise suppression is on by default, so you might have to turn that off. But I can sort of hear you, though. Hold on, let me turn your volume. Oh, okay. Now I hear you. I hear every mouse click, too. That's really good. High quality. Yeah, that's good. That's all right. It's just an interview. I mean, you can mouse click in your interview if you want to, but you don't have to. Hey, Kenoli, we're live on stream, and we're trying to use Fluxer to speak, which is not... Oh, wait, hold on. I can't... Hold on. You're not... It's not being picked up by OBS, so that's even worse. Hold on. Let me do... I just got to mute my game audio, and then I can switch to desktop, and it'll be fine. All right, Kenoli, say something.
Something.
All right. Kenoli is here to talk on fluxer.com/...
extra mouse clicks for you.
Did you what? Oh yeah, thank you. That's that's all your APM used up already. How are you feeling today ahead of your group? You're facing off against HitEmUp and Godwe, and you're on Fluxer.
Pretty good. Should be, you know, a nice, a nice easy 4-0 against HitEmUp. Not sure about Wheat.
Perfect.
But yeah, so Monazite, that's probably the only time I've really played as Scozy was just trying every possible build order I could to see what their timings were on the island map for like dropping and scouting and everything, expanding on the low ground, and they were bad. So that change is probably helping them quite a lot.
Right. I was curious about that. Yeah, I'm glad that you were able to catch the fraudcast, as it were, the interview with HitEmUp, because I was thinking about how, you know, I probably wouldn't have even thought to make that change to their tech progression, at least not for some time, unless it actually came up a little bit later on. So, oh wait, hold on, I'm a goober. I think I know why it wasn't working. Wait, Kenoli, say something.
Something?
Oh, never mind. It's still. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I'll not fix it later because it's probably just Fluxer doesn't like OBS. But we do have some pretty cool stuff. Did you were you around for much of the stream today? Or did you see any of the other games?
I did not.
Okay. Well, you missed the hype intro. So you should go back and look at it.
I watched that.
Oh, okay. What did you think?
It's pretty good.
See?
Pretty up there.
Pretty up there. I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen with all these groups. There's some players that you think should be able to make it out, but don't. And then you're like, huh. Who are going to be the top 12, by the way, players? But Kenoli, you've made it to Throne Room stage in Acropolis 2 and Acropolis 3. You're going to do it here in Acropolis 4 as well?
Probably. I think I've got some good traction against Wheat lately. But, you know, he's got some stuff. He can do some damage.
Okay, all right. Well, you did get the better of him in your Tribunal match, Godwheat. So you got to think about that too. Is that match? Of course, you got the better of him, and D-Sync's also got it, right?
Yeah, I haven't actually played HitEmUp in ages, so I have no idea there.
You're going to expect a lot of units. He's going to make unit, and he's going to make worker.
That's true. He does like unit.
That's right. But you like weird strategies that confuse and befuddle your opponent. And maybe are you working on this idea that like maybe HitEmUp will roll Zerg and then you get ZBZ like it happened in Acropolis 3, or are you thinking? Or no, that was Acropolis 2 actually, all the way back then. That's when you were able to almost beat him on Near Impact. It was like a 40-minute game.
Well, my builds confuse and befuddle me as well.
Ah.
If I don't know what I'm doing, what chance does my opponent have?
Well, Kenoli, you did absolutely flatten me that one time when I think it might have been your exit interview at the end of Acropolis 3, your run there, or maybe it was like, I don't remember when it was, but it was somewhat in Acropolis 3's circuit, and you just said, I was asking you about Hatch first because you just kept doing it, and you were like, well, I don't actually think it's very good. that owned me. So yeah, you do have a way with words and with builds. I can say that for sure.
I see. Yeah, that was just, I don't remember who it was, but someone in chat was, they were discussing Hatch first, I think, in the context of Brood War, where just everyone does it.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, well, that's not viable in Cosmonarchy. So I went the next, 300 matches doing nothing but Hatch first, no matter what. Straight into Throne Room. So it's not nothing.
It's not nothing.
It's also not good.
Right. But, I mean, that's a statement in and of itself. As long as you've got other ideas to follow it up, or as long as you confuse and befuddle your opponent correctly, you can be straight into Throne, top 12, by the way. Would be pretty good. Now, you're not up against Sausage as your other guy that you're going to make sure doesn't get into Throne Room. You're up against Godwheat. You said that you got some builds against him. If HitEmUp rolls a Scozy, do you have any confidence in that particular matchup either, or is it a matchup thing? Is it a play style against Godwheat specific thing? What are you thinking about the new race?
No idea. I still don't know what half those units do.
Well, I'm sure Godwheat doesn't either, if that's any consolation. And I think HitEmUp doesn't do any reading, he just makes the unit. So you might be more in line with everybody else than you think. And the question then is, are you taking a game off of HitEmUp? Is that happening?
Maybe.
Maybe. How much practice did you get going into this?
A little bit. None versus HitEmUp, of course. Right. But, I played a bunch of Grass, Kudiam. I played some Neblime yesterday. Killed him a little bit. That was pretty good.
Nice. That must have been really bad for his mental, because he almost lost to George earlier today, but...
Oh, wow.
He was not...
There was a bit of desyncing, which was tragic.
Oh, that is tragic.
That's probably the biggest, issue fighting the Scozy players is the desyncs, especially if, the game goes longer and they actually tech up. It's like, it's not going to last very long.
Fair. Well, we are going to be testing some fixes for that between this and the Throne Room stage, so that'll be very exciting. But for now, we just got to hope that Godwheat wins or loses really quickly, right? Isn't that the hope?
True.
That's it.
I guess earlier in the qualifiers, when we were playing there, we only did 2 matches or whatever that actually worked or something, but we had so many desyncs, and he eventually was just gonna forfeit.
he said, I ain't fighting this guy, dude. He's got a vortex on him. I can't fight him. Chasing ghosts.
But it was pretty unfortunate.
That's right. Well, we won't have the same result here. We only had 2 desyncs so far today out of all the games we played, and both of them were at the end of the game when it didn't matter anymore because the other guy already won. The guy was just staying in for no reason. So
oh, not bad.
Bodes well. We had 0 games harmed by the hatch. All good.
We got the tournament luck on our side.
That's right. So, looking pretty good in that respect. And of course, HitEmUp is trying to make quick work of this group. So we'll see what Godwheat has to say for himself in a moment. But Kenoli, you have picked Monazite. You are looking to fight Godwheat in a moment once he's done speaking. So, buckle up. But how are you feeling about this opening match in particular?
If I don't pick Monazite, no one will. So
hey, it got picked in the group before. Art of Turtle picked it against Arbuz.
Oh, wow.
That was good. Cool match. So people are strategy it. People are starting to work on it. Just saying. With all that said, Monazite is the battleground. Godweed is the opponent. Any final words before we hear from your opponent?
Nothing else.
Nothing else. That's it. Well, I'm going to go kill this giant ant, which reminds me of the last emoji you sent before you deleted your Discord account. And I'm going to see you in a bit.
That poor ant. All right, I'll see you.
Luxor is a absolute disaster, guys. But don't worry. I'm in control. And I say, Godweed, what are you doing here?
Hey, what's up?
Are you, can you believe the cut of this guy's jib, dude? Kenoli just said he's going to own you.
Is that what he said? Because there was a bit of a stream delay, and then I pulled in here and I paused it, so I didn't get to catch the end.
Oh, that's okay. He didn't say that, but he did say, I did say, are you exiting in second place? Or are you making it to throne room, rather? The implied is the second place because HitEmUp's in here. And he said, probably. So.
Yeah,
non-committal
if
as
the hashes
always.
are on his side. If we don't have Jujik adminning, I should be fine.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was Jujik's fault. I know that Jujik also is really bad at closing slots, and I just want you to know I've borrowed your slot tech, so I have been doing
Oh,
that.
right on, dude.
Yeah.
Glad I could contribute.
Hell yeah, dude. Let me boost your volume a little bit here so we can talk a bit louder and drown out how quiet Kenoli is. So we have big hand syndrome. We got some big guys. I actually don't know Kenoli's hand size, but I'm just assuming it's big because that's his, low APM and all that. But what are you thinking about this group, dude? You come up, you're up against HitEmUp again, but instead of Kasuga, it's Kenoli, so it's the same K, but it's like a different vowel and other letters after it. So maybe that's good.
Whoa. I didn't even notice that. I honestly believe that this is a Canadian conspiracy that I'm in on to help HitEmUp get a smoother transition to the throne room stage, so he's nice and rested, and he can bring the trophy back to the home country.
Right. That is. He is the one who has the win. Most recently.
Yeah. So that's why I think I always get partnered up against him. But I don't really want to make a prediction because it always bites me in the butt. So I think I've got a proven track record for playing on stream, and we should just lean on that.
I see. Well, if the track record when you're off stream is desync and the track record is on stream is choke, then maybe you'll synchronize your swallowing and won't choke, and then you'll be good, right?
Yeah. Or maybe Grass used up all the choke tokens of the tournament.
Well, yeah, you're right. With that said, HitEmUp is going to be playing against you at some point, probably. I think logistically it has to happen. So even if you drop to Kenoli here, HitEmUp would presumably then beat Kenoli, and then you'd have to play him. What are your thoughts on his potential matchups? Any races you don't want to see? Any races you do want to see?
Yeah, my least experience is probably with versus Terran and maybe Protoss. I think versus Terran is the hardest. For me personally, I have the most experience against Zerg and Mirrors. So we'll see. I don't have enough practice games in to take on a random player of that caliber. I don't think, but
well, at least it'll be advertised to you. As soon as we pop in, it'll say what the race is.
Yeah, that's a nice addition. I'd love to take a game off HitEmUp. I have an idea. I talked to Coach Keeper Dog a little bit, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, I'm looking forward to this idea then. With that being said, you are a Scozy. HitEmUp has already talked about the Ascozy and his thoughts on it. What are your thoughts on the Ascozy? You qualified with the new race.
I think Ascozy's awesome. But I'm kind of starting to recognize, I don't know, I don't want to say too much because it might give away how I'm going to play, but I'm starting to recognize some of the things that some of the better players have figured out. I think with this race, like, there's definitely some weaknesses, and you have to play with a kind of certain mindset, I think, to take the games.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just vague posting that.
Right, yeah. Well, you kind of have to, you don't want your opponents to listen in and get all the info.
Yeah, but it's so, like, they're so microable, and they're just interesting. It's a good race.
I'm glad that you think so. Of course, I'm going to be signal boosting that particular take and not what HitEmUp said about how they only have like 4 units, but they're all really powerful.
Yeah, I just think there hasn't been enough time to plumb the depths, but like, remember Aquinas with the Cardinal Row thing? Like, come on. That was sick.
Yeah, his match against Biddy B where he went like Cardinals and 2 Mimics
or Mimic.
was pretty
Yeah.
wild, yeah.
Cardinal Mimic, sorry, yeah.
I do think that the Cardinal spam has been pretty good, and I also appreciate that Shopkeeper Dog said that he actually already knew about Cardinals, but everybody else leaked it, so he wasn't happy about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't believe him.
Fair. That's a fair take. Yeah, I also sometimes don't believe Shopkeeper Dog, but we have to wait until tomorrow to actually see from him. So maybe he will actually make good on his promise to lose to Kutiam. But I feel like that's fake news. With that said, you are up against HitEmUp later, Kenoli now. Predictions for this match outcome on Monazite?
I mean, he's a psychopath. Choosing Monazite is just a disgusting thing to do. So I had a game plan coming into this, and you know, it's kind of gone out the window. I spent the last 15 minutes staring at the image of this map, trying to figure out what the play is. So, but I mean, I did beat Han Mono on Monazite, so Kenoli should be easy, right?
That's the thought. That's the idea. Any closing thoughts before we jump into your game, and of course before you join us on Release and Rank?
Just best of luck to my opponent Kenoli, and HitEmUp. Yeah, that's it.
May the best North American win. Is that it?
Yeah, no luck to HitEmUp.
Oh, okay. Well, he doesn't need it. He's all right.
Yeah, hard work beats talent, and I think he might have both. Unfortunately.
Well, you will have to find out in 2 games. GG, dude.
GG's.
Well, that was probably one of the most bizarre, sardonic, ironic set of interviews I've ever had to do on this channel. But I hope you guys enjoyed them anyway. And we are going to be getting into our match as soon as Godwee joins the lobby. And we get ready. Weed needs to BRB so he can use the bathroom probably because he's an old man and he has IBS. And we're going to be hanging out for a little bit longer. I saw Jujuk in the chat. Glad that Jujuk was in the chat specifically so that he could hear the Jujuk slander. But we did have a pretty cool game on Gilded Wall, so I hope you saw that. Waiting on Weed as always. Well, that is true. We're still waiting on Saint. When does Saint play? Does anybody know? Oh yeah. All right, never mind. Yeah, we're waiting on Wheat. Seeing what we got here. I do think that we're going to see... Why does no one use the bottom half of the map, says Jujic. Oh, shit, he was here the whole time. Oh, yeah, I guess we had 2 different good games on Gilded Wall, if you think about it. Although the one with George losing was just like all in one mistake, basically. The bottom half of the map is pretty epic. I hope that we get to see that in action. There's without saying too much, I am aware of a game that Wheat played, or not Wheat. I'm aware of a game that Shopkeeper Dog and HitEmUp played, a SCSI mirror, and the bottom of the map was used. So I look forward to that. Godwheat has readied up. Kenoli needs to ready up. And then our players have to get out of the stream, dude. Also a cat meow. That's my cat update. Ladies and gentlemen, Zerg versus a SCSI is about to begin. We are kicking off Group C with a 1v1 between the lower seeded players on the island map of Monazite. Wheat of God. Ultramarine, no, Zephyr, and I thought it was Zephyr too. Zephyr Escozy. Pumpkin Kenoli in the top left as always, rocking out and having a good time. Hope you guys are excited about what's to come in this group. We are on the island map, Monazai. We are going to be seeing some interesting things, no doubt. And this is Kenoli's map. He made this map. He plays this race. He knows what to expect. Absolutely knows what to expect. Alexander says he can't see the game. Is there any chance Alexander can't see his screen? Because it looks like it's correct to me. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, thanks guys. Appreciate the backup. Got we going for a Radix. This is a cheap way to get access to the Cosmoscope if he's going to rush that. But sometimes you can go for something a little bit different. Sometimes you can go for like a ground-based army to defend while you just macro up or whatever. But typically you're going to want that Cosmoscope. It is a little bit obvious for the Viscosi, pretty straightforward. Oh, well, I said that, but it's a gauntlet immediately, so maybe I told a fib. He's going to wait a little bit for more Vespine. Yeah,
this individual is a fraud.
Hit KENOLO and GODWHEATHYPE.
Thanks. Appreciate that, Art of Turtle. Cosmoscope is coming up, and Kenolo, as that dono said, or KENOLO. That was a good one. That's for some reason when you put stuff into all caps, I don't know if it's like an all caps protection or something, but they're just like, yeah, if it's a word I don't recognize, I'm gonna spell it out for you. Obi-Wan Kenolo. I did like HYPE, though that was good. We have double Larvosk here, and it will be a Quaz drop to open things up here from Kenolo. He's moving across the map for fighting against GODWHEAT. And yeah, a couple missionaries. Gauntlet almost done. Cosmoscope halfway complete. Not bothering on any team building. Just kind of waltzing around. We do have a 6 Quaz drop as mentioned. A couple of Quaz out here on the extremities. Now, God, we could have the Cosmoscope already making a unit right now, but instead he went for the Gauntlet first. And he's probably going to go for like a Vicar for the defense, and then on top of all of that, handle things with a Tirade. I do believe this is a bit of a Tirade rush here. He's going to even power build that Cosmoscope a little bit, which makes some sense. He should be aware of the orange dots on his mini-map, but now he's aware a little bit too late. The first missionary taken care of, and already there's trouble in Escozy Paradise. The Cosmoscope will finish. Missionaries come on to try to help out. The one Vicar is almost complete. Cosmoscope laying idle right now. Missionary up top was killed. There's 3 more and a single Vicar. That's 3 Pilgrims going down already. Make it 4 as Kenolo tries his best to continue his epic action. All right, I'll stop calling him Kenolo now. A little bit of self-damage there. Cypher kicking in to high gear for the extra tech. And we will have an emissary for the transport. So it's not going to be... it's going to be a Vicar drop. It's not going to be Tirades. So I stand corrected there. Gas cap on the ridge here, the arch. Once the Cypher's done, he effectively has access to tier 2. Keep that in mind. Vornath expansion. Kenoli definitely having a good time. Maybe if Kenoli is Kenolo, like we call him Kenolo when he does a really good thing, you know? I don't know. Just a thought. Proscenium on the way. I'm going to go ahead and unload his Pilgrim. Zzz. So one thing that the Emissary has that you guys will remember from Starcraft 2 if you paid attention to that lately is the Warp Prism loads units from a range. The same is true for the Emissary, so pretty good at that. Oh, boy. Well, is he good enough? I think the answer is no. Bye. But the one Vicar will do some splash damage here. Goes after the Helion. That's a way for Godwait to recoup some losses. But the emissary does end up going down, and that's pretty dire. He's going to need to make a second one. Power building the proscenium, maybe thinking about putting down another one. Doesn't have a lot of Vespene in the tank right now. Does he know what he wants? No drop from Kenoli. Remember, 4 workers already went down earlier. He's going to elevator some quads down, because the ground army is already loose, so in theory he could wrap around here to do some damage. Wouldn't be surprised if this turns into a circuit. Yeah, indeed. I would have liked for Godwheat to have, at the very least, tried to confirm the location of the expansion. Emissary in round 2. Scoops up the missionary and the 2 vicars. Proscenium hasn't made anything. I don't know what he's doing with that one. We still have 7 Nathricors on the patrol. Ovaleth coming in to see what he can find. Spoiler is not much right now, but hey, look, a Helion. Helion did a thing. Oh, shit, bye. Does feel like he can unload those vicars, yeah, and absolutely start wiping the floor with these quads. Ovaleths are on standby to defend. Here come the Nats to try to take out the emissary. A little bit dangerous to do that, though. The vicars do slow things when they attack them, and then there's a delayed pulse that deals AoE. More static defense coming up. The Helions continue to pop out here. Trying to pull the units away. Ah! It is kind of ludicrous to have 16 Nathricors at this stage of the game. Kenoli just, like, running around erasing air units and then leaving. Dad, what is a proscenium? Asks Night Fox. This is tier 2 biotic production, and the conduit is a tech node. I think he is doing 2 base Embor. Well, 1 base Embor. That's a tier 3 air unit. I don't think it's going to help him here. There are Nathricors. Paws are loose. Trying to pick the Vicar. You can pick your Vicar and you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your Vicar's nose. Calculator Lake on the way. Personally, I blame Godwheat. I got Kenoli. Let's see what they type for names. Godwheat. Godwheat, say a name. Godwheat. Nah, he's dead. He was in that landlock. He died. Why does he go out with 1 helium? What is he doing? Well, Kenolo indeed. I'm out of sync with the players, so pretty soon we're going to need a screen share. I'll probably ask for... I don't know, which POV do you guys think would be more exciting? Zerg or a Skozy? I mean, if we watch Kenolo's POV, we're going to need to use Fluxer, and we're going to need to see his... we're going to need to see his APM. I think we probably need to see Godwheat's POV, actually. A Skolo. Yeah, we didn't say anything. Well, if I'm still in sync with his resource count and his worker and unit count, then we're going to call that one Kenoli decent, but we'll see. He does clear the Ovaleth at the very least. That seems to be in sync based on Kenoli's units. We'll wait it out, actually, because things seem to still be progressing so far. Like, obviously, Kenoli's going to have more units in his game or whatever, but I'm just going to watch and see what happens in the next fight. Godwheat playing his little heart out. He could use a Vicar to pull that Vicar, but he doesn't want to. Hey, it's Newt. What's up, Newt? Yeah, Kenoli does have more units in his version of the game, I'm sure, but not by much. This is the Kenoli special. Hey, look, wait, hold on. We're still in sync. Dude, this game doesn't even have desyncs. Look. Yeah, this is totally normal for him. All right, tier 2 is going to be eclipsed here pretty soon. Godwheat can afford tier 3 if he wants it. Or at least mineral-wise. And yeah, there he goes. Panoply for tier 3. I think he's going to rush over towards the obelisk, because that's the tier 3 air production. The Panoply is tier 3 biotic production. Maybe he'll get like 1 insurant or something. But this base is going to get stepped on, and then I don't really think he's going to have anything. He's only now starting his grandstand. We got units coming out here for Kenoli, or Kenolo as it were. Expanding the K-grip. Now pushing on in. Sees a couple of Helions. Friendly fire from the Vickers, remember. He ends up cycling back away from that angle. Oh, no, now he's more interested. Okay, he's going to come back on in. Emissary has nothing in it, so it's just for a bait. Ground Army getting a little bit pranked by the SCOZY units. Yeah, this is where I'm thinking we probably have way more units for the Zerg, but because you can see him like waypointing over here into this location, but I'm not entirely sure actually. He's gonna waypoint around. Like I don't know if Wheat is also supposed to have way more units than he does or something. So that's what we're gonna wait for. We're gonna wait for some kind of resolution of this. Oh no, this friendly fire did so much damage. Yeah, double obelisk. He's going for... He is actually doing one... It's effectively one base end board, dude. What a wild situation. Alright. We're going to check Wheat's stream since he's in the waiting room anyway. Yeah, he's actually still in sync with me, so we will be regaming this one for real. For real, for real. Absolutely owned. Don't worry, guys. This means that I get to play my epic hype intro again, just for continuity's sake. Did you miss any real good games? Group B was pretty good. Group B was very good. All right, Wheat is ready. Kenoli is ready. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. Group C is happening for real. Kenoli versus God Wheat on none other than Monazite. God Wheat in the bottom right is rocking out as our turquoise, a SCOZY, and Kenoli is the pumpkin Zerg in the top left. We had to regame really because I miscolored the I misguessed the color for God Wheat. Absolutely unbelievable. The Radix is starting up. It looks like God Wheat will be going for something similar to what he attempted in his warm-up. That's what we're going to call that one. Will Kenoli change up his game plan? Larvos open still. I do feel like God Wheat is going to be in a bit of a tough pickle here. Kenoli definitely has a better idea of how to play the map. Preemptively holding against the ground army that was deployed. There's some good ideas from God Wheat, but Kenoli made this map, so you would expect him to have a better idea of how to play it. He probably has most games on it, and I don't just mean like practice against the AI. His pool comes down. I'm sure he'll do another attempted quaz drop here, but for now, we can only speculate as to God Wheat's initial plan. Ooh, he's skipping out the gauntlet, and he wants to start the Cosmoscope first. The gauntlet comes after. A bit more dialed in now is the build order. I think Emissary Vicar could work pretty nicely, but of course, Shopkeeper Dog was in the chat talking about the kinds of it does feel like this is the kind of thing that Shopkeeper Dog will give feedback on or say like is a thing. He's gonna point at it, and you guys are gonna be like, "Huh, I guess he's right." And yeah, he might actually be. He is the one who plays Skozy the most out of anyone. Wheat is a one-trick lizard. Well, at least on this map, it seems to be. As a reminder, this is our only island map in the pool. You should definitely expect to see more wackadoodle things in the other games anyway, but this is going to be a very different complexion to the other maps that we have available. Fast Vornath, Avaleth pops. He's going to send 6 of his 8 claws in there as soon as he gets his expansion. Kenoli said it to himself, said it to me. Monazite is a map where if you don't have presence on the low ground, you can get boxed out very quickly. And Godwheat took a forward base with his landlock, but that's what Zerg players have been doing. Not necessarily Kenoli specifically, but AOT, Arbuz, Hamster. I've seen Zerg players take that forward base, and it does make a bit more sense. You know, you want to be having larvae out in the midst of the map, waypointing them towards the enemy. Here we go. Expansion on the way. Can only drop down to no APM. Many such cases. Arch coming. Second Radix. Already has a lot of missionaries and a vicar. The emissary is out. The Avaleth coming in a little bit later and the build being a little bit tighter actually kind of works against Godweed in a way, because it means that his units are going to be, and his transport isn't going to be in position to save any workers, and then his units could end up clearing a couple things here. But he'll probably end up losing less workers than he did before. Has only lost 2 so far, so he lost 4 last time. But the build is scouted, and it is indeed the same thing as before. Making 2 emissaries as well. 4 pairs of Naths for air supremacy. The Avaleth rotating back over. Kenoli coming back a little bit empty-handed in that respect. So we have plenty of Naths. I'm not entirely sure if this is going to be like some kind of quaz timing, if he's going to try to wrap around to the back. But he'd have to confirm that that's where the base is even. 3 emissaries. Godweed is waiting this one out. Stacking more missionaries. Seeing what else he can have. But the 8 Nathracors are going to be sharking around the quaz, canvassing the map. Nats can catch up to emissaries. So as long as there's enough advance warning, we can be in a pretty good spot here. 3 larvae inside the main means that Kenoli's going to have to do a lot of elevatoring, a lot of multitasking. And the army just left as the Nathracors come in for a scout. They can stop the cipher from being constructed. They can start picking off some of these workers, interrupting the grandstand. An excellent timing here for Kenoli. Yep, he picks the grandstand worker. He's killing so many workers. Godweet's resigned to just like, okay, I guess I got to win. I guess I got to win with this push. And he could potentially do it, remember. 6 pairs of claws are coming. Helion, it's sniped immediately. Not really going to be that useful, necessarily. Trying to get the healing chains going as the Nathracors continue to ransack things back at home. Not a single thing here to help. Nathracors flying away now because they recognize the severity of the situation, and the Avaleth will start scooping units away. See if we can't bring them out to greener pastures. The claws are just getting mulched on the spot. There's even a vicar still inside that emissary. It's honestly not the largest army compared to what you would expect. Godweed does well to rotate over to the natural, but here come the Naths to try to ground that. It looks like at some point they flew over some important target that did a number on them. Maybe flew into the main base, and yeah, that's it for all those anti-air options for Kenoli. His timing on the Nath attack initially was pretty good, but that's a hype move. Emissary pulls the units up to it. And the natural's still intact. Main base still intact. It doesn't look like much of anything is left over here for Kenoli. Down to 18 workers, but 7 of them are marooned up here. Quaz coming out to try to clear things out. Yeah, the emissaries are keeping things alive a little bit too much. Oh, they are taking some friendly fire damage from the Vicars. I got wheat on that one, but I don't think it matters much. I'm pretty sure he's going to be marching to victory here. Trying to make what quasi can. Cliff advantage means you can use Vickers to shoot the circuits. You have to worry about their damage back, I think. Yeah, you're only going to get one range. Yeah, so it'll be equal range. Maybe he can do something about that in that situation. Try to grab the Vickers and then pull them away, but... Hey, it's on mono again. He woke up. What's up, dude? Yeah, this seems pretty one-sided to my look. I mean, we got 3 prosceniums on the way as well. And the pool just got remade only to get abused by this position. Emissaries can actively proc the pull. Yeah, you can't even look at them, dude. Despite his best efforts, I do think Kenoli is out of this game. We got another emissary with 3 Vickers incoming. GG is called as Kenoli is beaten back to his natural and then expunged from his own home map. That is a game win for Godwheat. It sets us up for an Ascozy match here. HitEmUp will pick the map into Godwheat. It was a pretty cool match there. I dig it. Oh, we got the sirens going in the background. Yeah, the first attempt on that was definitely a bit more even-keeled. I think as soon as the Quaz missed all the emissaries in the remake there, looked pretty good for Godwheat at that point. I can't believe Godwheat tried to pick the map when he won. He doesn't need to pick the map. We're going to Magnetron for this Ascozy match. I say Ascozy match because it will be AVA, right? Right, guys? Like, HitEmUp's going to roll AVA right here, right now. Surely. Here we go. It is Ascozy versus Ascozy. I even said in the lobby chat, AVA now. HitEmUp in the top right is our red Ascozy, vivid red in fact, and Godwheat in the bottom left is our Dark Sapphire Ascozy. It's Radix, Canadian Pride, and Function. Okay, we already have a divergence at the beginning. Beautiful, beautiful. And guys, just so you know, we already established this rule in Group B when ArbuzBudesh was rolling, and then he had like a crash on map load or something. So we had to rebuild. But he rolled Zerg in that map, and we made him select Zerg again. So even if there's an issue here, HitEmUp will be locked in to Ascozy. It's just one function for now for HitEmUp. I'm not sure if he wants a second one or what he wants to do as his next move. Yeah, it is going to be 2 funk. I wonder if he's gonna just play Roves and style on Godwheat, just try to like beat him, run him over that way. If Wheat gets to Vicar Tech, that would help deal with it. But I think he's a bit of a ways off from that. Function of his own. Okay, well. I guess in theory, if you go Object, that could be a good move. But, I love that our first option to possibly have the Ascozi mirror match, we get it. That is very cool. Oh, he's going to go Cardinal. Okay. I don't think you can realistically deal with the Rove spam with Cardinals. But a couple of them with your missionaries and eventually your vicars is definitely a good way to go. But it is indeed a Rove. And then he goes for a Chantry. Oh, okay. HitEmUp's just going to walk past the army and kill all the workers. You know, to a degree, I respect this play. Respect this. And by walk, I mean fly. Roves are really fast. Okay, Shopkeeper Dog has the juice. Has the strats. I think I saw somebody making a proselyte for a moment. I don't know if that's legit. Yeah, HitEmUp has a proselyte. Puts down the islet. His pilgrim walks up and sees what's going on. So the islet can pull you to it. So it's got the vicar pull, or emissary pull. Me when I behold new land. That's right. Behold new land. All right, Chantry cloaks up. By the way, my idea for the Chantry as a, you know, post Acropolis 4 is that you're going to have to remain like steady on it. I don't know if you're going to have to interact with it or if you're just going to have to be idle next to it, but you can't be attacking. You might not even be able to move unless you, in order to get the cloak, you might have to remain still for like 5 seconds around it. If that ends up being a change, that would be a pretty big hit to the Silver Soul as well, but that's probably warranted because the Silver Soul is a little bit overly powerful, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. One thing that you can do if you don't want your units to preemptively attack on auto is you can right-click your islet so that they're on a move command around it, or whatever, right-click something, and then wait until your opponent walks in. But I don't know if HitEmUp has that tech. He's not doing it right now, that's for sure. Because I'm holding Alt to see the order lines, and we don't have any order lines. See? We just saw it there when he moved. Now, Islet is a detector ward that you put down with proselytes. That's why he has a second proselyte as well. So you can go ahead and do that again. It's the iconic unit of the Ascozi. That's what we used for their icon. All right, here comes the Pilgrim retreating to behold new land. And we do indeed have an object. Oh man, Godway's going to get crushed here. The object is already grounded. And it's down. So the rest of the army is just going to start melting. The Rove count is still way too high for Godwheat to compete with. And HitEmUp looks to have immediately secured... immediately secured an objective advantage in the matchup. He's down by 2 workers, and he doesn't have an expansion coming. But I don't know how you go up against the 12 military units he's got with the 3 military units Godwheat has. Back at home, the tech development isn't. The gauntlet only now went down. Second function coming. He's going to try to hold off the back of missionary... I guess missionary object. A grandstand begins, but it's going to take a little bit. Probably needs to power build that. Well, maybe the grandstand will actually be done in time, but first Rove arrives. Not exactly ideal for the initial attack, but here we go. They all decloak. They all are ready to go. He just right-clicks the grandstand, doesn't even care that it's actively being built, and he'll clear out the rest of it. Another one gets remade. I like the idea. Soak up some of the Rove damage. Maybe it'll let Wheat barely hold on, but it's mostly Pilgrims here, and he is going to end up getting routed at the natural. It has started for HitEmUp back at home as well, including 2 functions to continue to follow it up. And I guess HitEmUp is just happy to sit here and right-click the landlock, too. Really giving chase. There is an object. He's stuck! The object is stuck! He can't move! Oh, no, Godwheat, your Sim City leaves something to be desired. Worker count now dwindling. His object that's stuck is the only combat unit he has, and GG is called as HitEmUp takes less than 6 minutes to post his first W. I guess I should have just preemptively filled in the scorecard for that one, but we'll take a moment to do so. Godwheat down to 1-1. Kenoli will challenge the Leviathan, the reigning champion. Hit him up. Waiting on Kenoli's map pick here while we get ready to host things up. I'll remind you guys that Kenoli is only on Fluxer. Yeah, no rehost necessary. And we probably won't get Escozy this round, so. HitEmUp can at least shake it off and say, yeah, I rolled my Escozy for the day. Rest of the games. I mean, if he only plays 4 games, he's got better odds of rolling 1 of each race than he does of 2 of, repeats in any capacity. It'll be Macroglia up next, courtesy of Kenoli's pick. Go ahead and host that lobby up. All right, ZBZ time. No, it's a Escozy again. Beautiful. All right, Kenoli the Pumpkin Zerg in the bottom left of Macroglia. It's a Escozy in the top right for HitEmUp, and he is blue, just regular blue. Took me a second there. I had to read the name for the most part. Let's update our overlay here to feature the correct racial border on the left-hand side. That's always where the favorites border goes, or the player who is still winning, who stayed on after the win. Yeah, Shopkeeper Dog was just hoping for a Escozy gameplay, so he can learn and study, since apparently HitEmUp never plays Escozy, unless it's to play against him on Gilded Wall and defeat him. And that was really cool, though. That was a good game. Multi-Radix. Pretty good gameplay here. It does mean that we're going to get on to some brushes. And Kenoli is going to go for a pool and then a Larvosk, as well as a Worker Scout, it looks like. He could have been a little bit more optimized about his build orders, so stays on the gas, which kind of tells us that he's planning something a little fishy, or maybe just a second Larvosk follow-up, right? Pilgrim Scout. As Dog points out in the chat, we're looking for a little bit of a little bit extra from HitEmUp's aggression here, because the workers were cut, and he's building a proselyte to go with it. This is looking like a maybe more dialed-in version of what Doglived was doing versus Neblime in Tribunal 4, where Neblime managed to 3-0 him because of all of the rush riposts. Pilgrim arrives, says, hey, I'm going to attack your Larvos now. And this kind of reminds me of when Neblime had a single scribe. He came over here and started attacking a Larvosk. It was against George. And the idea is that he's like kind of feinting, saying, hey, if I'm attacking this, maybe it's because I want to go ahead and do some early pressure and kill your stuff, right? But, well, so far, so good. The one proselyte has the ability to deploy the eyelet and jump to an allied target and speed them up like the Rove does. So you can, if you kept the Pilgrim here, you could jump the proselyte over. Just keeping that in mind. Not only could you do that, you could jump the proselyte over, put an eyelet down, and pull your missionaries up the cliff. So it's very cool, but nobody's bold enough to do it. You just have to wait. Doglived would have, but he didn't qualify, and he didn't really participate that much, so. GG, you know? Eyelet gets put down defensively. Paraquois. This is not going to really end poorly here for HitEmUp, that's for sure. Even gets the speed boost from the one proselyte jump. Proselytes can make that jump a little bit more frequently than rogues can, due to their higher max energy. And if he needs more healing after that, he can do it again, and he can also wait for the Islet energy, funnily enough. He wants to pull his proselyte over. Quads are going to think about rotating over again. It's Quaz Zeth with Vorvs coming, so Kenoli wants to try a bust. Wheat said he has some ideas versus HitEmUp, but it didn't really work out for him in that last game. Now, Kenoli said he was going to do an easy 4-0. Obviously, he was being silly, but I would like to see him back some of that up. Chantry coming. Cardinals on the front line, who can also leap to targets. Bear that in mind. And Vickers are already coming with that gauntlet in the back, so good crowd control options available here. Sustain as well. It's a lot of Quaz and a decent number of Zeth Vorv. I guess the Vorv only 4, so never mind. I thought there was more Zeths than that. Kenoli drolling up now, trying to catch up in workers. Army is cloaked and moving across the map. Are they on attack move? No, they are not. But I think he sees it. Yeah, he sees the shimmers, so he is going to need to see if... I mean, in this case, I think you would just threaten a counterattack, surely, right? Like... Oh, well, HitEmUp decides to take this fight. I feel like that's surely a mistake. The Vorvs were right on top, and the Vickers were doing friendly fire. He thought he could have just overwhelmed there, but Kenoli makes it look a little bit easy. Charging forward, he's even going to clear that Cardinal. Is HitEmUp in trouble? Back at home, he's got more Vickers. Could be an overextension here. Remorphs some of those Zeths that regressed. He's got a lot more coming as well. 8 Vorvs. It's going to be pretty dangerous. Mass Radix. We've got Missionaries. We got Cardinals. HitEmUp does not want to be pushed out to pasture just yet. I do feel like with HitEmUp parking his Pilgrim down there, he was intending to expand behind that. And of course he still will, because he is HitEmUp. Cycling over. This at least provides another target for Kenoli to try to go after. Now he's going to scramble for it. Cancel. Gives the money back. Pilgrim ends up losing. But still, a decent-ish sort of trade of pressure there. It releases some of the tension in the air because HitEmUp thought maybe he was just going to get bowled over. The Chantry Pilgrim is giving him a big vision indicator of what's to come. We do have an Ovaleth out here, but it missed the worker. It's really interesting. Instead, he's going to go for a Zeth drop. Okay, I actually really like this because now that the ground army is more or less committed to the defense of the natural, the Zeths end up unloading. They're still in the same control group. He's got to watch out about that. And now he's going to go ahead and think about sending them into the mineral line. Of course, he can just tear down the Chantry and then maybe the Radix or something like that, right? That's kind of what you go after here. You don't really go for the much else. I think he's still on the same control group. He's messed up. He should have gone for, splitting that off, but he pulls them over. It's like the F2 key. Vorvs are pretty good anti-Vicar, I feel like, if you can get the right connections on them. But here the Cardinals are proving their worth. 7 Vicars moving across. We do have some static defense starting to come up, but it's going to be some time before they fully finish. Lots of Quaz, lots of Vorvs in production right now. Vorvs come in and try to see what they can push forward. Some of the chaff starting to falter here on both sides, but particularly on Kenoli's side. Still, the Khaz'Trith finishes up, and it will spread over to the circuits. It's going to make it a lot harder to break into that position. Kenoli's economy, much better than HitEmUp's right now. Not something you get to say every day. Can he still find a way to break through? 11 liras. A Pilgrim hidden away probably saw that the Calcure Lake was done. HitEmUp needs to consider what to do here because I feel like the follow-up is going to be pretty brutal. He doesn't have the heavy hitters that you would normally expect this Skozi army to have at this time. We don't have any functions, so we don't have any objects to try to absorb the damage. And the Liras are here. HitEmUp preemptively burning his healing and speed. The Cardinals are going to try to keep themselves alive just to add more wheat here, more chaff for the Vicars to stay alive. The Missionaries coming to reinforce. They're all balled up now. It's just Quaz and Lyra. The front line is gone. No more friendly fire. Only 1 Vicar remaining. A much better trade for the Escozi than I thought would happen. Tier 2 now starting up for Kenoli off of 2 bases. I wonder if he can even believe in himself here that he's actually got HitEmUp against the ropes here a little bit. HitEmUp's not above building grandstands with his hidden workers. He did that even before the Chantry cloaked. And there it is. As people were even calling out in the chat, Spire coming. Kenoli loves himself some Muta. Needs to make sure his gas income is correct and he's not spending any more of it until that structure finishes. Okay, Cypher is done. Tier 2 can now start to be ambulated. Grandstand in the background was spotted by the Droleth, so that's going to get cleaned up. And yeah, the Pilgrim didn't scout the eye roll. HitEmUp might not be aware of what the answer here is. Multiple prosceniums being made, but he has ordered a round of mimics. That's going to clone the damage of the Vicars pretty nicely, and you're going to get a lot more splash damage out of it. If Kenoli isn't careful with his Muta stack, the Vicar Mimic combo will just kill him. But it's not Mutas, it's Protaths. He's going to go the route of long-range snipers. An excellent choice if you don't want to worry too much about this mid-range fight that the Vicars seem to be capable of taking. Zeth, Vorv, Protath, some Lyra rotating across the map to check on expansion status. But it is a 2-base play from HitEmUp. His proscenium count went up to 3. Cardinals are coming. And he's going to force a decloak on a bunch of units and ends up face tanking with 1 Lyralisk, but there's a Chantry rebuilt, so it doesn't end up being too costly on the army rotation. A couple missionaries coming across to see what's going on. They might catch wind of the Protathalors before Kenoli really wants to give up the ghost on that. Yeah, they're just walking right in, but detection from the Khazitra helps to catch them. There's 1 missionary left, and it's going to walk into the Iral Iris and die. And that is a detector as well. No, it looks like that's not going to be it. 1 Ovilith was being made anyway. Protathalors now, the jig is up. They're going to move across the map. With enough Cardinals, you might be able to shoulder their attacks, but a Bestiary is only now starting. It's being power built by 2 out of 3 workers that have been attempted. It does feel like with this position and the Lyra's running up ahead to force a decloak on most of the units, that's going to be really big for the Protathalor timing. The 1 missionary is going to get snuffed out by the Quaz. It does get a kill. And here we go. Kenoli charging in. Does he have the splash damage? No. But does he have the sheer number of units? Maybe. It is a possibility. Some Aphorists have been sighted. And it looks like Kenoli's actually trying to falter back and see if he can't take a better fight. The Lyras and the Protathalors kind of working together here as the Mimics sort of waddle into the front line, not really providing too much value anymore. A little bit of healing here and there, but they are taken out. Reinforcements from the Escozi coming in. It's mostly frontliners. Not going to be packing too much of a punch now. But Kenoli's front line has entirely dwindled. And if the Escozi keeps up the momentum and the Bestiary finishes up here in a moment, we're going to see Doranin come out, and that is going to be so much harder for Kenoli to deal with. He already can't quite right-click the right targets. Zorka's Shroud coming. The Mimics were cleared. He doesn't have any detection, so if he can hold out long enough to make Lakes, it's going to be really hard for him to break. But even then, you think about the Doranin just charging in anyway. The dangerous position to be in. A lot more units coming on through. We do have the landlock. Most of the way complete. Protathalor is on the front line. Not really the greatest option. Lyra and Vorv both move faster than them, so when you pull away, you don't end up really getting too much value because the Protaths are the ones left over. Now he's going to give chase. If this army gets reset before the Doranin really get to a good number, well, that could be a problem for HitEmUp as well. He's adding 2 more prosceniums. His 3rd base is coming up in terms of the harvesting. Only 7 Vicars left, but the Aphorist count is 5. That's a lot of splash damage. They have a parabolic projectile kind of like the Phalanx. Third base now coming up for the Zerg. 5 pairs of mutas. $13 Droleth. He definitely wants to saturate that base as soon as it comes up. His army's kind of globbed up in the center. Adornan could at least get sniped out easy. Okay, that's a pretty good move. If he can just escape now, maybe he can have a chance at stabilizing. The mutas fly out. If he can hit the main base, maybe clear some of the production with those guys, that would be something. Great picks on those Doran, only one remains in the front line. He's got a couple more coming. Most of HitEmUp's army is stuck together. Not all of it was on the same attack move, same hotkey. The Protats are all that remain with this arsenal, so they are getting run down. Workers offered up to the gods. Mutas haven't hit the trigger yet. They haven't received the order. 10 of them are going to fly in and see what they can do, but there's no Ovoleth with them to detect the workers. Best they can do right about now is clear the Chantry. Maybe the landlock as well. Yeah, they're not even all on attack move, I feel like. Oh, I guess they are. Yeah, they have more range than I'm used to seeing, in all honesty. The bounce damage will clear the Chantry. Aphorists only attack ground, so you got to watch out for that. Mutas will start to fly away now. They dealt a lot of damage to the landlock, and you can't really repair that to the same degree. Much for the Vicars and that splash damage. A little bit delayed, but still works pretty good, pretty well. Delayed damage does end up clearing that out, so. Not terrible moves from Kenoli here as we enter into minute 15. Down goes a Pilgrim. The Chantry isn't quite done yet, so these Pilgrims are mostly decloaked. But the mutas end up getting flung over. Still has 7 of them. He can make more if he wants, but right about now he's struggling to actually saturate that third base. Remember all those workers that ended up going down. Zorius count as the front line for the Protats. I like it. It's kind of a low econ tier 2 game for Kenoli. 37 workers. He made a big round, and then they all died. So you can maybe say that they extended play in the game, but are the Zorius going to be enough? Dornan count, looking at 3 right now. Not the most splendid arsenal of frontliners. No detection still for the Zerg as far as mobile is concerned. Zeth forces decloak on a couple Aphorists, that's it. Skozy army. Seeing what it can do to migrate a little bit further forward. Victor's on the front line, not really where you want him to be. The mutas are now with the rest of the army. See what they can do. Adornan goes down. Thaumalog's rooted in place. Try to speed up the rest of the army. Not quite so successful. Down goes another Doran. Vicars are trading back and forth. No real consistent splash damage versus the air, so all you guys got is Aphorist for the ground army, and, well, Kenoli seems like he's happy to just play this one out a little bit longer as he sets up his third base. But he's got half the workers of his opponent, and HitEmUp is starting to mine minerals at the 3 o'clock. That's his 4th. 15 workers in production is not going to come close to thinning the gap. He does end up accepting this Skozy army rotation. He'll catch another couple Thaumalog's here if HitEmUp isn't careful, but he turns immediately on that Thaumalog deployment knowing it's going to cost his opponent a little bit extra time. That's one of the last Zoriuses on the front. Protathalors are trying their best. Big problem here is that the Zorius are kind of stuck in between, and the Protathalors are getting splashed by the Doran, and all the mutas are gone. Only 2 Zorius left as the stutter step continues to go on through, and we've got reinforcements coming in to try to cut off the rotation. The conduit for HitEmUp as well. He's going to try to scale up to tier 3 if Kenoli lets him, if it's even necessary, as he's catching both the third base and the Protathalors with his army. Reinforcements clear that artillery, and GG has to be called as the third base is taken care of. A 17-minute banger on Macroglia, but HitEmUp survives Kenoli, and that is a 2-0 start. Victory was within his grasp, I swear to you all, but Kenoli could not make it happen. We will not see another upset from that particular map, and we will be going to Godwheat's map pick versus HitEmUp. It will be Gilded Wall coming up for HitEmUp to face off against Godwheat on. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Zerg versus Skozy seems to be a A match that we just can't actually escape. So I'm going to go ahead and assume HitEmUp rolls Zerg this time. Oh, Wheat also has to use the bathroom. I will take a bathroom break myself. We shall return momentarily. Whoa. Hi. I'm me. I've been plugged in. How you guys doing? HitEmUp and Godweed are in the lobby. I will ask them if they are ready. I look forward to seeing this game because as people are already talking about in the chat, there's a lot of ways to circumnavigate the wall when you are a Scozy. And look at that, I called it, ladies and gentlemen, because Godweed in the bottom left, HitEmUp, Zerg in the bottom right. We'll see what he wants to do in this particular matchup. Instantly 3 workers on gas, so we know he's going for a fast Larvosk, or so you would expect. He's the Coral Zerg in the bottom right, and HitEmUp. His opponent is power building with 5 workers, a Radix. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. He is Tyrion Purple. All right, guys. Well, hope you guys are in for a quick game. Jujic, thanks for hand tiling every tile on this map just about. Really appreciate it. I know you took a lot more time and effort to make this map than Godweed did to prep the strat. So I hope you guys are looking forward to it, man. There you go. It's done at 50 seconds. A 50-second missionary start. Dude. Dude. And of course you go proselyte with this. He's just straight up going 1 rate x1 landlocked. He's not making any other things, dude. He's not scaling his economy. He is making missionary. He is making proselyte. That is all he does. I am a Scozy. I make missionary. I make proselyte. That all I do. 1 pair of Rokor. 2 K-Grim. One of them will be a Circus. One of them will be a Larvosk. If he makes a Larvosk first, he does. HitEmUp's greed knows no bounds. There's the Circuit, but you just walk past it as the Escozy. This worker is dead, and we've got 2 more military units coming each rotation. Guys, I think this one could be it. Just walk on through. No, Godwheat, no, you just walk on through. Oh, no. Why did he do that? He just, no. Oh, no, he's choking on stream. Well, the Rills die. That's 1 pair of Rills dead. Why is he doing that? He could just jump. Dude, am I crazy? What is he doing? He's putting the islets down here. He could just jump. The proselytes just jump. No. What's happening? Help. Help. No, he sent a missionary in to die. Oh, my God. What does he do? No, he's not going to walk in. He thinks Rokor is just provide collision or something. He doesn't know he can just walk past. God, wheat, damn it. Why is he doing that? Okay. All right. Whew. Okay. All right. Here we go. His pull's done. 3 pairs of Zaps. This should have been Godwheat's game all day long, dude. This should have been Godwheat's game, and I can't believe he flubbed it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's unbelievable. I refuse to believe it. Okay, bye. See it. Bye. Bye, game. Bye, chance at winning. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Yeah. And then, just like the Zethicors that ran past my whole army, I realized the chance at winning the game ran past me. Oh, he's got 1 combat unit here. All right, boys. All right, let's try. Let's give it a go. Let's see if we can maintain some composure as the pilgrims walk out. Maybe he can harvest some resources from these guys. Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, me too, man. By the way, 6 quads drop coming. He's got 1 military unit. Oh, 2 military. Ironically, there's nothing up here besides 2 quads. He could just walk up and start forcing some kind of action, but the Zets are hatching now. Trying to test the micro, but he's just on hold position. He didn't even notice. Yeah, I HitEmUp is going to try to go for some kind of push every unit down the ramp kind of attack. And there they go. At the same time as the 1 alert happens, the other one kicks in. And now Wheat realizes he probably should have walked up the ramp, you know? He probably should have walked up the ramp. HitEmUp will demonstrate. When you see ramp, you walk up. Zerg here. GG is called as Godwheat has choked on stream, and HitEmUp is 1 more win away. Dude. How? Well, I'm going to talk to Godwheat about that after this, that's for sure. That you have no doubt. Let's see what Kenoli picks. HitEmUp needs one more win, and he's out 4-0. He did say he was feeling pretty sleepy, so... I'm going to guess HitEmUp rolls Protoss this time. We go to Patadia for our next game. This could be the last time we see HitEmUp in the player seat, so to speak. Alexander says this bracket ain't even fair. Alexander. Wheat should have won. Let's go to game 5 of our group. If HitEmUp wins here, we go to a best of 3 between Kenoli and Godwheat. Kenoli is the pumpkin, Zerg in the top left, and it's actually ZVZ this time. HitEmUp, the Dark Spring Green Zerg in the bottom right. So I'll go ahead and fix the overlay. Get to roll some Z. I called ZVZ earlier, but it was not this match. I did call PVZ. Oh. Kenoli goes for a 6 pool. Very nice. And yeah, I actually do think it's kind of wild. Hydrith Den coming for HitEmUp. Oh my god. He doesn't get away with this, surely. Hydrith first versus a 6 pool. Right? We'll see what Kenoli actually makes. He usually makes Zeths with a 6 pool, I feel like. He's not going to do the 8 claws thing. You make like 1 pair of rails and fight with workers, you HitEmUp would probably out-micro most people who are making Zeths. So it really does depend on the follow-up, I think. I didn't even bother referencing the FFA rules here in any of the broadcasts, but yes, technically there is an FFA decider that can happen if, and it can't happen anymore because HitEmUp has 3 wins, but anytime if basically everybody trades 1 game for 1 loss, 1 win for 1 loss, twice, so that at the end of the carousel we have 2 for 2 across everybody, then you can get into an FFA decider. There it is. It is a 6-pool defense build because 3 I0 cores make it 4th one pretty soon. Make it a 5th one even sooner. Kenoli is going to be facing quite a bit of consternation here. HitEmUp's going to be pretty happy that the I0 core... Oh, well, hold on. Under a little bit of duress here as one of them was waddling around inside the main base. But yeah, that's way too many. Oh, 1 HP! Surely you take like 1 Zeth and pinch him off and attack that guy. Well, he's trying to like bob and weave and draw some attention, but Kenoli must know that he's in a kind of a bad situation here. I like the burrow behind the gas because it's pretty far away. You're hoping that HitEmUp will start walking out. Pretty obvious move, but the other problem is he didn't end up keeping 1 Zeth out over here by the choke. Because if he sees the walkout, then he doesn't actually need to make more combat units. He can try to worker greed so that he can catch back up in terms of the economy. Then he dives back forward, forcing another burrow on the IZ. 3 more are coming, though, so this attack has no legs. Before the match started, HitEmUp said, "Let me rest," and Kenoli must have decided that 6-pool is a good idea for that particular purpose, and I guess it will let HitEmUp rest. I really see minimal ways where Kenoli could course correct from this position. His quads can at the very least try to like kite backwards from the IZ, but 2 Hydras coming. He's gonna try to bob and weave with that guy, but didn't have the orb walk quite down to the science. Now he's got to turn around and consider his next move. He's actually gonna, I don't know, reshuffle his quaz positions. I had a little bit more flow with like synonyms and cool words and vocab and stuff earlier, but now it's the end of the night. It's the end of the night. You know what I mean? Almost 8 hours of Cosmonarchy later. It'll definitely be over 8 hours by the time we're done. The Zero Core has been popped in the main, but it gets a good scout off and sees that the worker count is not so far behind his own. Expansion coming with more pace for Kenoli. HitEmUp is continuing to build IZ Hydrith. I guess if he ends up going one base ski back, it could be one thing, but yeah. Of course, he's going to go after the expansion idea. I don't really see a way for pure Zeth Quaz to beat the this particular stack of units that HitEmUp has. It's 10 IZ, 9 Hydra. I think as soon as you see this quantity of units, you just start backing up. It's a pretty good feint, though, because he brought Zeths with him, and HitEmUp might consider that as the only Zeths that he was really going for. So I do love that the Zeths are now making a run-by happen, and he's still keeping the army interested. He's got some Hydras, so actually it looks like he'll be just fine. Maybe at a push he might end up losing the Larvosk, but he kept his army on attack move towards the enemy main, and the Zeths got trapped on units, didn't even lose a single Hydra. Match is going to finish up a little bit here in a moment, but more IZs and more Quaz for either player. The Vornath is done, but he has no Vorvs, and I don't think he's got time to make any. Pretty scary amount of Hydrith units. Rest of the pool army out of position, help out, coming in for a flank now. The Quaz trying to keep him engaged. There's 13 of them up on the high ground. Pops a single IZ so far. He's got more Quaz coming, 6 more pairs halfway through hatching, but I don't know that he can actually stop this attack. Here come the reinforcements from outside earlier, but I don't think they're going to get much done versus all those Hydras. We got 6 Hydras left and 10 IZs. Really hard sell. Try to break through. A lot of minerals floated here for Kenoli. I know that's the special, but this does look like HitEmUp is just paintbrushing his way to a 4-0. Getting right on top of the larva. GG is called. HitEmUp. A flawless victory in the final map of play. You know, his first match was fairly, you know, straightforward. Obviously, we did not have Godwheat find any victory there. But the other matches were a little bit, you know, dicey. Second round against Godwheat should have been a Godwheat victory. First round against Kenoli, you can argue, should have been a Kenoli victory. So I wonder how he's going to be feeling about this performance. But he is qualified. I'll go ahead and goldify his arsenal here. And it's good to see the champ exit with an untarnished record. Of course, a first place record as well. And it's not really the record that anybody would have been surprised to see, but it's still pretty cool, nonetheless. It is 3-4-0, 4-0 groups in a row if you go back into history. HitEmUp did not participate in Acropolis 1. He joined us in time for Acropolis 2. Went 4-0 against Kenoli and Gerald Storm. In Acropolis 3, he went 4-0 against Godwheat and Kasuga. And now here in Acropolis 4, Kenoli and Godwheat. Repeat players. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to our reigning champ and 4-0 victor of Group C. It's HitEmUp. How you doing after all those wins, boss? Wait, hold on. I owned you by being deafened when I asked that question. But how are you doing after all those wins, boss?
Oh, I'm just so tired, man.
Yeah, we didn't really talk too much about this in the intro of the whole group, but you've been battling some not sleep, that's for sure. Some no sleep time. You ready for some rest now that you've qualified?
Yeah, I'm gonna sleep for like 12 hours.
Good. That's exactly what the doctor ordered, right?
I'd hope so here. When
it comes to your matches, obviously, they began and ended in ways that we would have expected. The first game against Godwheat, you were a cut above in the mirror, and the last game is also true. You had this Hydrith, I0 core, I guess anti-6 pool build in some way, or at the very least anti-aggression build. So it ended up being pretty good versus the opening start there and let you snowball. If you have any words to say about those games, feel free to opine, but I kind of want to ask you a bit more focusedly about the middle pack of those matches, your second and third wins, because I feel like it's uncontroversial, but maybe you'll disagree, to say that the game against Godwheat, you should have died, but he just didn't go up your ramp. And then the game against Kenoli, it felt like he was actually in control for a good amount of that time there. So do you have any thoughts about those middle-of-the-pack games that maybe took you a bit longer to complete than maybe you would have expected?
The Godwheat game, I have to disagree. I don't think I die there. I've had those games against Dog where he does the same type of build. And I usually hold it with rails. I might lose like one drone, but I'll get my pool up, and it'll be fine.
Man, that feels really hard to believe, because he power built the Radix with 5 workers, and he had 8 military units at your ramp, and he just didn't go up it. So it feels like he really should have been able to do that. That was well before your pool was even halfway done. So I don't know if he knows that you can walk over rails. They don't provide collision, but it seemed really weird that he just didn't go up the ramp.
I don't know. I just know that in games I played against Dog, it's worked out for me, so I wasn't too scared of dying there.
Okay, fair enough.
The Kenoli game was just me being an idiot.
You think so?
He's the Vorv man. What did I do? I moved out before I had a decent army. I lost it all.
Well, that is a fair enough point. I do think that it's interesting set of matches there for sure, but I also am aware that you were feeling a certain type of way about how the matches were progressing. You're saying, oh man, I'm all the way at the end of the day and I got to stay up. Are you satisfied with, given the circumstances, the extenuating circumstances of the performance here, are you satisfied with the fact that you managed to book your ticket to the next stage of the tournament in first place?
I'm satisfied as long as Dog doesn't play second and I have to play him.
Well, you heard it here first, Dogwheat. Dog, make sure that you get out in second place. I mean, the problem is that if he places in first, he will skip you and he'll skip Neblime. So that's kind of the problem. Is wouldn't you want there to be a chance that he takes Neblime out for you?
Oh, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not scared of Neblime this time around.
I don't think many players at the top are, but I know that there is a friendly rivalry, actually friendly rivalry, and not just like a haha LOL rivalry. But with that said, we do have some other finishes already. Neblime got out of his group flawlessly, Arbuz flawlessly, insofar as they didn't lose any games. But the favorites all looked like they could have been mortal in a few cases, in yours at least once that we have agreed about. So are you thinking that this Acropolis is maybe going to be a bit more competitive than we thought, or do you sort of stand by your prediction that it's like there's really only 2 people that could possibly win it and you're one of them?
I mean, I think with the way it's going, there's like 5 people that could potentially win it.
You
in all honesty,
share which ones those are out of curiosity.
Myself, if I play well, Dog, Beauty, Hamster, and to a lesser extent, Ziki.
Interesting. Well, Hamster always gets third place, it feels like, so it's always how it ends up going. It does make sense that he would always be a shout for the challenge there. Sometimes I think back to Acropolis 3's throne room and how you had to go through Ayud in a semifinal match. You had to go through Hamster in an upper final match. And I think that was after you went through Kasuga, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was like Kasuga, which wasn't really that much of a threat. You 3-0'd him. It wasn't too bad. But then Ayud, and then after that, Hamster. And so you did have to beat number 2 and number 3 in the tournament in order to get to the grand final. And then you had to beat number 2 again because Ayud came back through the lower bracket. You're saying he's still a risk now of being a threat to win the whole thing, but he switched to Protoss. You have a lot of faith in his toss?
I think that as long as he dodges Zerg, he will do quite well.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of Zergs, but I think a lot of them are going to drop out.
I was expecting that to be the case for George, but he ends up upsetting Newt there, so that's one less Terran that we have, and he was probably the highest ranked Terran that I expected. That being said, Hanmano does seem to be picking up a lot of steam. Perhaps he'll be the Terran hope for this event. Any thoughts about him? Do you think he can make it a deep run, the South Korean pro?
All that I've seen is that he's changed from being Magical Man to Cyprian Man, and now he's Savant Man. So there's an evolution, but it's still like a mono comp that he does.
Right, fair enough. Your point. You mentioned Zeki's only distantly a possibility for a win there, but with that being said, do you have thoughts about him? He's getting more practice in lately. He's been playing a decent amount with the class 1s and class 2s. Any thoughts about his chances? Why you say only distantly he could win?
So I haven't seen him play like recently. I haven't been bothering to check if there's any replays or anything. And I've heard nothing of his games, but based on my last my experience with him before he quit to go back to BSL, I'm not I wasn't as impressed with him as a lot of other people were.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we'll have to see if he can build himself into form. It is a bit of a shame that we didn't have Oya, and that after that, Krankendow also declined, but then came back and was like, hey, I can replace anybody if anybody drops out. I guess there's an outside chance somebody doesn't make it tomorrow and Crank arrives. I feel like if Crank did arrive, he would be top 6 almost guaranteed. Do you agree?
I think he would be, yeah.
Maybe a hard sell to say he would be top 4 for sure, but I think it would be a possible finish for him. With that said, we don't have a guarantee that he'll participate. You're saying that there's maybe Zeke, and then there's a couple other guys here and there. You really think Shopkeeper Dog could win the whole thing just because of the race here? Is that legit? Because that feels wild to me. I never would have thought that he'd be a Acropolis champion so quickly. I thought he'd have to build himself into form more.
So look, I'll give a little window into the practice, the practice matches. His Terran, I was never very scared of. He plays a very aggressive style, and if I play very specific ways, it's like a free win. There's no real contest there. As the Scozy, he's beating me at least 40% of the time, which is a massive jump in win percentage from what he was doing before. And a lot of it has to do with specific units, so I don't know. I think he's legitimately a problem, and he will cause a lot of issues as long as he dodges a Terran.
Okay, interesting. Well, he has a Terran in his group, but he wasn't too happy about. But maybe that's not too bad, since it is just Kutian. No offense to Kutian, who's sleeping right now and definitely not listening to this. You were able to dispense with Godwheat, so it's not necessarily strictly the race, but you think when you have someone who's competent, who's a class 1 level player, before the race swap, you think it's the same sort of deal that oh man, you really got to watch out. This guy's legit.
Oh, I mean, Dog was decent before the race swap, but look, Wheat didn't make the good units. He didn't even last long enough to make the good units.
Fair enough. That is a fair enough statement. He did. He was looking. Maybe he was looking for the Enbor rush in the first game, but then he broke it. He borked it. so we had to remake. But that being said, he is up 1-0 in that set against Kenoli. Do you reckon he'll pass through and be another Escozy in the throne room stage, or do you think he's going to be bowed out by a reverse sweep from Kenoli?
It's a possibility. I was actually kind of mind broke from the first hash because I thought like I take to give like my perspective on things, but I think the first game Kenoli was like 99% win. Like there was no way before the hash happened, and then they remade and Wheat won that.
I'm not sure. It seemed like it was at the very least Kenoli was slightly ahead from my POV, but like there's when there's play and it's legit potential play, you can't really call it off of that. But I get what you're saying.
No, I understand. I just think that if I was Kenoli in that first game and that happened to me, I would tilt off the face of the earth.
Especially after the follow-up is he wins. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd Crank can replace me.
Well, he did say if I need a replacement, I gotta call him on Discord so he wakes up. So we'll see if that ends up happening. But all good for
Keep
now.
It on speed dial.
Yeah, exactly. So you make it out in first. You don't have to face another player. Odds are, unless like, I feel like odds are since you managed to get a 4-0 start here to your bracket, the other guys next time probably won't all. If everybody exits 4-0 in first place, then that'll be a shock. I think that's the first time we would have had something like that happen. And then I will have to really think about who is seeded first through fourth so that I can give them a playoffs bye. But odds are you're going to have one of those. So I guess all I have to figure out now is, how am I going to put Shopkeeper Dog against? That's the question. So we're going to have to see about that.
Look, if I have to play somebody and I expect this to happen, let me play Biddy B. I've never played him in a tournament. I'd like to do that.
That would be such a monstrous matchup. If Biddy B upsets Sausage, which it's a possibility, and you were trying to coach him, I saw earlier, so maybe there will be a possibility there, then we could actually see that happen because you are in separate groups. So that'd be pretty interesting. Maybe you'll go hatch first ZVZ just in his honor. Oh, how did you like your random
polls? I can go hatch first. Oh, I didn't like it at all.
Escozy, and then Escozy, and then Zerg, and then Zerg.
But no, what was it? Kenoli was talking about hatch first being bad.
Yeah, back in Acropolis 3.
I have actually been doing it in practice against EVs, Protoss, and Dogs Terran whenever I play them, and it's been actually working. So I don't know anymore. Might be a meta switch. Especially on a map like Knife's Edge. Like, you have to get that hatch up, so...
That's fair, that's fair. Someday people will make Agrolith, and then they will realize that actually what they need is to borrow the Agrolith for the Kagra spread, and then they can build stuff.
I didn't know that, but I think I would still build an Overlord.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I did see it from Grass Eater today a lot, and then he died, so no correlation though. Any final words, HitEmUp, because we are about ready to get started with our next map. It's a Godweave versus Kenoli on Battle Spec.
Just wish Wheat good luck.
Canada?
Sure, we can go with because we're Canadians. We don't actually like each other.
Oh yeah, of course.
Canadians hate each other, man.
I'm expecting a 6-pool, but I'll see what happens here. Thanks for participating despite the circumstances with your energy reserves. Appreciate you hanging out and giving me your impressions about things. I'm sure we'll see you tomorrow in chat for some more action, and throughout the tournament, of course, I'll be hearing from you directly. So, congrats, and GLHF.
Yep, thanks, and I'll be watching from work.
Hell yeah. HitEmUp watching from work. What a guy. Lobby is up now for Kenoli versus Godweave. we are getting ready for our penultimate map, and then our final map, because Kenoli will surely reverse sweep, right guys? Battle Spectre selected by Godwheat. He has the privilege of selecting this map, and if Kenoli beats him here, the next map, which will be our last map, if it's required. Kenoli would be the only player to not score a win on their way out the door, Eliminatus style. Battle Spectre could be his grave, his tomb. But Godwheat, he needs to make it through first. Godwheat hurt his IBS, apparently. Well, that makes sense. He is the blue Escozy in the bottom left. Palatnet blue, even. And Kenoli is the pumpkin Zerg in the top right. Fairly quick radix here for Godwheat, so we know he's going to be planning some missionary antics. And Kenoli is going to go Larvosk open. Something that we've been seeing for... I don't know, like... Something we've been seeing for some time now is this idea that in order to defeat Escozy as Zerg, you really want to lean into the Shroud and make Zorius, because it's really hard for the Escozy to deal with stuff like that. And I'm open to that possibility, for real. But I am wondering about it. Because Kenoli hasn't really opted into that too much. He did start filtering it in after getting to Tier 2, of all things, in the game against HitEmUp on Macroglia. Our remaining maps are Quasar Quartet, Saberhand, and I think there's at least one other. We are only going to have 7 games if Kenoli pushes us to a decider. Frozen Sylph. Oh wait, no, Knife's Edge as well, right? So yeah, we have a 10-map pool. I'm not sure. I probably overcounted one map that was already played by mistake. Guild of Wall, Macroglia, Magnetron, Oddity, Battle Spectre. Oh yeah, this is game 6, so game 7 would be next. Anyway, I'm bad at math, guys. It's late at night. My IQ goes down after 8 hours of casting. Pretty fast gauntlet here, but not as fast as it was on Monazite. Missionary looking to the bottom right. Did Godwheat forget what map he's on? He picked this map. Did he not know? Oh, he's going to lose his Pilgrim to a Circuith. Oh, dear. Well, a couple pairs of Quas. As Kenoli moves to the top left for an expansion. Ironically, Godwheat almost scouted him because he forgot it was a forced crossbond map. Feels like right about now there's a plan here for Kenoli. But what does he want to do? Expansion coming. The Gauntlet and the Cypher together. This could be a tier 2 rush. Maybe he wants a fast Aphorist or something like that. Something else that the Zorius is actually reasonably decent against. Though you prefer them against the Vicar because of the splash damage that starts dealing friendly fire pretty quickly. Couple extra Quas filtering out. He wants to make sure that Godwheat doesn't see the lack of an expansion. And it's a Hydroth then, very quickly. Kind of trying to push the missionary around. Will it escape? Just about, yeah. But at the very least, he denies the scout of the natural, so that's not too bad. Cypher nearly complete. We got 2 more Radix coming down. First 2 Vicars join the fray. I guess if he gets a really fast back tilt timing, Kenoli could actually just kind of drop him just like that. I'd love to have him put like an extra hatch up here really quickly for extra larva production since he has so many minerals, but he's got a plan of his own. We'll see what he wants to do with it. Claws are moving across the map. I don't think they'll intercept this wounded missionary. Turns home. After all, and there's a proscenium, so leaning towards the idea of it being a fairly quick timing on the aphorists. Kenoli going for 6 of the Izira cores now. Unless he's going to be bum rushing up until the Tethvith Swamp so that he can get Teths out. I do struggle to wonder what he's planning on with the Izis. That does feel a little bit hard to imagine. You know? But maybe he just wants that ambient damage. Good burrow trap set already. Now he's going to go in for a closed-off surround. Godwheat trying to just fight this one out. The Izira core spreading some damage, getting right in the face of those Vicars as well, and he goes for the attempted micro, but the Vicars are going to slow way down after they lose their movement speed buff from the pulls. They try to end up escaping. It is not to be. Every Vicar going down, and that was an excellent crunch from Kenoli. Godwheat's opponent looking poised for some pretty good victories here. There's a Mimic coming, as well as a Thaumalog. No Aphorists just yet. And we don't have any more Vicars on the way either. It's only the 4 here, so those Izira cores still pretty healthy, all things considered. I think a couple are a little bit closer to half health. Ski backed on the way, Ovaleth on the way, but he might find an attack timing before then if he knows what's good for him. Now we've got more Vicars on the way, so it's a little bit more questionable. Chantry absorbs the initial pressure, that cloak helping out a little bit as well. Ends up picking a couple IZs and a Quaz, nothing really too significant. Ovaleth moving forward for the cloak reveal. And he does have some Hydras there. You can tell he's planning on Bactyl here. He doesn't have the resources to both be going for Tethvith and scaling up his production, so he's got to pick one or the other. This was slowly ballooned up to 8 workers, so sort of giving back. But remember, the economics are still in favor of the Ascozi right now. Abutment coming up to cap the Geyser. And Bestiary kind of signals it will be a Doranin off of only 1 proscenium right now. Maybe he's just going to be leveraging that into a little bit of tier 2 production while he rushes up the tech tree to tier 3. His unit production is going to be really far behind his opponent, and he's spending a lot of money on tech. Yeah, there's the conduit as well. It is a tier 3 rush. Couple of Dyads, 1 Quaz inside the Ovaleth, I suppose just for a scout. He made a lot of Skithra cores, so I guess he wants to see about flying on in just based on that alone. Another Ovaleth coming. 1 Quaz on the inside. Could be a little bit kerfluffling, confounding, if he moves up there to try to start building, disrupting some of the building. But right now he's just kind of chilling. I do feel like the Ascozi army starting to move out just as the Skiths are threatening to move on in is pretty good for Kenoli. This somehow always happens to him. He's got that 6th sense. He's going to try to commence the attack and then bail out, giving the Ascozi player a false sense of security as the Skiths fly on over. But I'm pretty sure Godwheat noticed that. Well, maybe not. He was still engaged, and the army is still in limbo. Only now is it maybe considering a different move. And all the pilgrims are going to start to falter here. Very few of them will stay alive and healthy, especially with the Vicars dealing even more damage there. So he goes down to 6 worker deficit. That was a lot more than just 6 killed. Definitely north of 10. And the Skiths can attack the landlocks, or the grandstands even, to just deal incidental damage here, yeah. Going to be really hard for Godwheat to defend this. He's kind of been pinched around a few different times in a few different places. Good target. It's kind of like when you're using skits against Zerg in ZVZ. You go after the structures in the mineral line or the Hatcherosk, and then you use this opportunity to deal incidental damage. Now his ground army is going to be marooned there, while Kenoli takes his own natural. He's a little bit lackluster with his response to this. Yeah, he's just going to lose all his skits, I guess. That's very unforced, very unnecessary. But still, he shut down a lot of mining for a long time. It's really hard to say that they didn't pay for themselves there. But a panoply is done, so tier 3 is now available here for Godwheat. Is he going to go for the obelisk? It's an obelisk rush. The skits, they can do their best to see what they can, how much hay they can make out of that, but he's going to need the Tethvith after all, I feel like. The skits are indeed wiped. The arch almost going down, but not quite. Scozy buildings don't burn down. Eventually their flames will be green instead of orange. This feels like, with the Bactal counts here, my main concern, my main problem from Kenoli POV, he's done all of this work to make all of these units. He hasn't really seen what the Ascozi is up to. And I don't know if he has much practice against these kinds of styles. He has really gated the economy of his opponent, though. That much has to be said. Got a little bit of mineral income, full gas saturation, gas cap on the ridge over here inside the cheeky base he took in the top left. Zeth's roving around, but of course, you know, Ascozi units can often be cloaked. He's going to find this landlock and start heckling it. That's going to force a reaction of some kind out of Godwheat. Thankfully, he doesn't move his entire army across. First obelisk is completed. A lot of money in the bank here for Wheat, and there's the first Endbore. There's a unit that HitEmUp spoke very, I guess you could say highly of, in the sense that he said it was very powerful. But point of contention, the Tethvith Swamp is done. We're going to get Teth Zoricores for sure, but we do have access to the Vithrilisk. I think like Vith Nav, maybe even just Vith Bactal, can really do a number on the Endbore. The Endbore is one of the only units the Ascozi have that actually serve as a proper attack stat unit. Second panoply on the way. Insurance. Insurantes. Alright, the Endbore was sighted. Does can only do something with that information. His 12 Teths are about to hatch. He's starting to really set up more defenses. Take the natural here in the top left. That'll be his fourth base. As long as he gets an early warning system off on the Endbore presence. Two of them are being made right now. We've got, what, just one on the field. Maybe there can be a reaction planned. Iziricores, Teth Zoricores. All valid targets for the bounces. There's a lot of Zerg ready here. There's only 3 Endbores. 2 more are nearing completion. You really got to watch out for this kind of thing. The lasers are intimidating. And the insurance are dealing a good amount of damage too. Yeah, you can kind of see that Kenoli's just happy to tear down this landlock and reset his opponent's economy, and that has been a very effective move as he backs away from the arsenal. If Godwheat loses this army in some way because of the reset here, we're going to get a lot of Bactals. 15 Iziricores. He's going to once again try to hit down those units before the Endbores arrive. They're very slow units, so keep that in mind as well. Concentrated power in one spot. But the Bactals are being damaged. Front line's starting to thin. He's taking care of the enemy Doradin for the most part. I think there's like 2 more left in the stack. He's got his Bactal count. It's a pretty high Bactal count, but he hasn't been able to actually attack the Endbores. And his units are stuck decolliding. This is the worst possible situation for Kenoli at the very tail end of his successful attempt at holding. We've even got more coming. Just one more Endbore slowly floating across the map. Keep those bad boys selected. Once Spraith was made, the Bactal bounces are going to start paying out dividends. Not really a lot of healing here for the Siskozy arsenal, although some of it was available. The Hydras are coming forward, seeing if they can't help out a little bit. But it does feel like this is a little bit dire. We've got the skit stack. Now they just got nuked. Remember that most of Kenoli's economy right now is still active in the other map, and he's got so much money in the bank. 5,000 minerals in the bank, no less, but he is not able to make it through. I feel like maybe the Tier 3 rush, despite how telegraphed it might have been, Kenoli just wasn't quite available for the practice matches. And that puts Godwheat into contention for the throne room stage. I see some people talking about possible units to go for in the head-to-head, and the thing you got to watch out for, it is kind of a knowledge check. It is one of those units that really only got released somewhat recently. And that does put us in an unfortunate spot for Kenoli. I feel like if he had had the opportunity to practice against it, or maybe he did when he was up against like Shopkeeper or somebody, that might have been a possibility. But Kenoli is going to go home empty-handed, and Godwheat makes it out of the Battlement stage into the throne room. We'll see if Wheat wants to give us any opining at the end, and maybe has some thoughts about how this throne room campaign of his is going to go. I did expect Godwheat to end up dropping out here. I thought that Kenoli was in a stronger spot, but unfortunately, not only did he not end up completing the game against HitEmUp, well, you can't say much about that. Godwheat did as well, in terms of being ahead and then not capitalizing on it. Yes, it looks like we can hear from Godwheat. Hello, Wheat of God. You are?
I am the Wheat of God, yes. Hi.
No, you're supposed to say, I am the Wheat of God, yes. Hi. But how you doing, dude? And are Enbors OP?
No, they're actually buff Enbors.
Buff Enbors, you heard it here first. How are you feeling off the back of that win? Because it did look like there was some good moves from Kenoli there. I can share with you at the end, he had 5,000 minerals and 1,500 gas. But besides that, how are you feeling about the win?
Yeah, I feel pretty good about the win. So the way Skozy seems to be, like you saw it in my match with Grass. Like I had 2 times the unit score against Grass with a mixture of tier 1, tier 2 army, and he walked over me with Bactals, basically. So it does seem that you don't want to stay in tier 1, tier 2 too long, and you do want to start mixing in those insurance and Enbors to be able to go toe-to-toe with Zerg. And that was kind of what I was seeing, and that was the feedback I was getting. And I've only been able to test it against here, Kenoli, and then Artist Turtle once, but yeah. So just those... It definitely seems to work, so...
It's weird
I
because
feel good about it.
Yeah, it's weird because he had the... we'll hear from him if he wants to give us an interview later, but he did have the Teth Tech. I just think he had no idea what any of the buildings do or look like, and so he was just sat there like, what do I do when I see this? And I also don't think he really scouted you much. He just maybe thought you were in 2 bases containment mode, and he was going to run away with the game and go into the decider. But, you know, the tech rush pays off, as it sometimes does. We've seen games that look like that with the other races too. So
yeah, I've got some theory crafting. Like when it comes to Kenoli, he often will beat me by having a superior position with a nice concave, and he just receives your army, and he'll reset you, and he'll do it over and over. And then if you manage to get back into his base, he's just like the supreme turtler of this entire community. It's so hard to kill Kenoli on 2 base, and it throws me for a loop, and I get kind of confused as to what to do. I mean, you've watched those games live, and Discord streams before, but so I had a feeling that I could get away with it, that I could get away with Booming Blast and abusing pulls and the choke, and that I could get up to the tier 3 tech and then move out. And so that was a little bit just kind of anti-stratting Kenoli's playstyle a little bit, and it worked out, so I'm feeling good.
Well, it's funny you say that, because Kenoli was actually on 4 base that game. But that's why he had 5,000 minerals.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised he expanded, but...
Yeah, he had top left, main and natural. It was interesting as a choice, because it gave him a nice economic leg up, but he wasn't actually... You know when people kill a lot of workers, and they think, oh, I just did a lot of damage to my opponent's economy? They never take into account whether there's a big bank. And you had enough money to go to tier 3 after losing, 12 workers, so...
Yeah.
That's just the way it is.
It do be like that sometimes. But, even when I moved out the first time, he just received me with, a full surround.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's Kenoli.
Yeah, his borrow trap there was really good in that last game there when he wiped your first attack. It was pretty good.
Yeah, so, honestly, I should have beat him the first time we met. Shout-outs to Kenoli for talking about the hashes, but I proved it this time. I proved who the winner is.
You proved it this time, he says. Well, there was a hash in game 1 where it looked like he was actually ahead, but...
True, but I was going to get Enbors, right?
Oh, yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about that. You were rushing Enbor, so I guess...
Yeah.
HitEmUp didn't even maybe clock that, because he was like, I bet Kenoli was 99% ahead in that game. And he didn't even know you were Enboring. So.
All I needed was that 1%
That's
Enbor.
Right. Enbor. One Enbor wins it all. They call it's called Endbor. It does end the game.
Yep. And it's boring. I don't think so. But yeah, shout outs to Shopkeeper Dog for giving me some of his Escozy knowledge. And he was the one, before, I think I messaged him 25 minutes. Whenever you told me what the map was, I messaged him. I'm like, I don't know what to do. We're playing Monazite. And he just mentioned how the emissaries have the pull ability, and I didn't realize that, because you are totally right that I don't know what the units do. Called out. So as soon as I realized, that was the big reason why I kind of switched up the strat the second game. I was like, I'm going to use pulls with the emissaries. And so, worked out.
It did work out, and you were able to make it happen. I do need to ask you, just as a point of almost journalistic integrity here, why didn't you move up the ramp, dude?
Okay, so only Jujic has my back on this. Everyone else is telling me I'm an idiot, but I saw the circuit and the rills. I know I can walk through them.
Okay.
But in my mind, this rush works because the first 2 units show up really quick. You drop the eyelet, you start doing some cute micro with it, and then more units are kind of streaming in. And I just didn't believe that walking past the circuit with 2 to 4 rills and a circuit with 2 units, I didn't think it would do anything. I thought I would just straight up lose. And I didn't think my rallies would do anything. And, maybe I could have used an eyelet to jump up the cliff, but I'm just not at that level to manage all that at once, I think. So, HitEmUp seemed pretty convinced that it was going to fail. I think it was a build order fail, and I wasn't supposed to do it against Zerg, but I really wanted to try, and I really wanted to steal a game from HitEmUp because it would have been so good. Yeah, that is a good eyelet spot. That is a good eyelet spot. So I was just kind of hoping to steal a game from HitEmUp and just have him quit the Discord server in the middle of the tournament.
Oh, right, yeah.
So sick.
That might have happened.
I know.
It might have happened. But
I know.
He almost lost versus Kenoli in the game on Macroglia, and then he was able to rally, and Kenoli wasn't able to do it. I hope Kenoli doesn't feel too down on himself. He almost had him on the ropes. He also almost had you GGing, but Enbor, LOL.
As a matter of journalistic integrity, ask him why he made potato throwers instead of mutas, because he had that. And he's beaten me on the same map with the same strat. The mutas just nuke the landlocks, and it's disgusting. So I don't know.
He almost
cried
killed a
on one
landlock
side.
with only 10 of them. So I did deliberately design the Ascosi structures to be a little bit more brittle, but I was surprised about how effective even those were.
Yeah, we need a repair. Pronago, please fix.
No.
Wait, does Chantry heal buildings?
Yeah.
I don't know what my stuff does.
Yeah, it does heal buildings when they're not in active combat. Pretty good.
What's the next phase of the tournament called? If this is Battlements, is it Gauntlet?
Gauntlet was before. This is Battlements, and then there's the Throne Room stage. That's our playoffs. So
Okay.
you are into
So
that.
I made it to Throne Room, and I don't even know Chantry's heal buildings.
There you go. It's true. I mean, George made it to Throne Room. He didn't even know Throne Room existed. He didn't know Battlements existed.
Yes.
He qualified by beating Biddy, and he said, "So who do I fight next?" And I was like, "Well, you'll find out in the next phase of the tournament that you qualified to." And he said, "What?" So that was an excellent exchange.
Yeah.
With his permission, I will publish those DMs later because I think they're fucking hilarious.
Yeah, congrats, George. Will you Biddy be my boyfriend? I'm so impressed.
Well, what if Biddy makes it out of his group, dude? You don't know that.
Well, if I have to play favorites, I'm voting for Biddy B.
Oh, okay, got it. But you don't have faith. I mean, he's up
God,
against Sausage.
you're really twisted. You're a real journalist. Are you in Canadian journalism?
You're not even a real journalism. That's right. No, I just think I think it's a good idea. I mean, listen, he has access to HitEmUp for coaching, and Sausage could get owned in that group. You never know. Biddy B might have his number. So it is a distinct possibility.
Sausage is a very good PvZ player, but we'll see what happens. So yeah. Well, thank you for running an awesome tournament. It's a great day, man.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm glad you enjoyed. I am going to be gathering some strength for the second day of the affair here. I do feel like it's pretty cool. I don't know if you caught the hype intro video, but it was pretty cool. I think it came together nicely.
Yeah, I watched my part. There wasn't a lot of wheat in there, so I might have skipped through it.
Right. As it does make sense. More so just like I mean, to be fair, I there were times where I was not fully cognizant that I am casting and doing a caster call of people qualifying to the event. And sometimes I'd just be like, well, that's the end of this guy getting into the Battlements. Isn't that cool, guys? Instead of like being hype or whatever. And so I had limited workable material in some. But I hope you still enjoy it.
I did enjoy it. No, it was a perfect day, except for Neblime talking over my donation. I'll never forget.
I was gonna say something about that, and then he just kept talking, so I kind of forgot. But thanks for the donuts, dude.
Well, yeah, no worries.
I mean, I guess it makes sense, right?
Gatorade
like,
for tomorrow.
Right. You're donating for the you're donating and then you're winning. Like this is a good. It would be bad if you donated and then lost, because that would be like a negative incentive for people to,
Yeah,
process.
No, that's true. We need that money to rescue stray cats and fix my transmission.
Oh, that makes sense.
So if you guys love cats or the fact that I can drive, throw my games.
Well, there it is. That's a simple message for a simple time, and it was simply done. End more LOL. You make it in.
By a simple man.
By a simple man. That's right. You are a second seeder. You'll probably be matched with another second seeder in the opening round. For example, this isn't actually a final example of it, but if the seeds hold as they do currently, which I think they probably won't, but you're currently seeded against George. That's, again, not likely to hold, but that's an example of the kind of player you could go up against. Maybe you also go up against, I don't know, trying to think of who could exit. Maybe it's Sausage. Maybe it's Weak Sausage.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a grudge match, me and George, because he talks that ish quite a lot.
He does, dude. He was doing a practice game against Sausage. They were just playing 1v1 for fun or whatever, or maybe it was practice. And George just said "swuck it" instead of "suck it," like he typoed it. He said "swuck it," and so that's now like a thing. Like I was hanging out with my partner while I was looking at that game, and we saw "swuck it," and we both just started dying laughing about "swuck it." So he doesn't even know that, because that was just a game on Replay Kraken. That wasn't like a tournament game. Right? He doesn't even know that he swucked it, and we all saw him swuck it. So now you know.
Yeah, now that's a thing. That's a Cosmonarchy family meme.
That's right. Exactly.
Pull out.
Well, thank you for your time. donating your time and money to the game. It is appreciated. We will be seeing you later on for the Throne Room stage. I do have to say hi to Kenoli one last time, since he has gone and died to the end board. So I hope to see you a little bit later on, Godwait, for more interviews and such. Any final words for the people at home?
Yeah, just thanks for everyone to watch. Thank you, Pro, for running it. GG, well played to Kenoli, and HitEmUp. Have a good sleep. Take care, guys.
GG's. We're all off to bed soon. Peace. And with that, it's probably a good idea to see if we can't hear a little bit from Kenoli, who has gone on to be owned by the end board. Oh yeah, I gotta do the move to. Where's? Hello, Kenoli. We are talking on Fluxer.com/talk. Are you here?
Hello.
Hi. Can you hear me?
You're very quiet.
Oh shit, I'm very quiet. Hold on. Why is this? Time to test my audio. Hold on. Test.
Test? I'll just turn everything way up.
I think I'm really broken on this for some reason. I did change my real... Oh, no. I don't know. Do I exist? Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, perfect. Fluxer is an interesting program. It seems like you have to constantly fix things about it.
It's getting there.
It's getting there. And it's not selling our data, which is great. Well, Kenoli, how do you feel about the end board?
It's something.
That game felt like it was very close. You were able to bring him down to his second base again by killing his third. You got some worker kills with the skits, which I thought was a great choice. Similar to ZVZ, you know, you target the structure because they're cloaked or burrowed, so you can't actually see them. I thought that was... Oh, Kenoli is disconnected. Let's see if we can reconnect with Kenoli. Fluxer is getting there. Oh, he's back. Let's try to move him back. Hi.
Oh, it's freaking out. Hello.
Welcome back.
It just randomly booted me. Quality software.
It is quality software. Also, it seems to be working with my OBS pick capture now, so that's pretty cool.
But yeah, the inboard did a surprising and alarming amount of damage. And the Bactas didn't seem to be able to target them very well. I'm not sure what they were doing.
I think they were attacking everything in the front because we fixed the targeting so it doesn't get hooked onto stuff in the back, which probably doesn't help in that one particular case. But yeah, he was tier 3 rushing off of effectively 2-base eco after all your skith moves. I was in the middle of praising you for using skiths against a Scozy because in the same way that you use them against burrowed workers in ZVZ, right? You can still hit them even if you can't see them. So I thought that was a pretty nifty game plan. I haven't seen other Zergs do that. So I was going to give you some props for that. Your burrow surround around your choke as well. Very cool.
Yeah, I thought I had done a lot more economic damage, but he had a giant death ball, which was a little surprising.
I do think the biggest issue is that you were trading down military in favor of economy, but he was also floating a lot of money so that he could tech up. And then when you cut his economy without trading down his military, he kept his starting of his death ball and then also teched up. So I don't know if you would have scouted it if you would have known what to expect anyway, because they're all brand new units for a brand new race anyway. But that appears to be what it was when I was looking at it. Oh shit, Kenoli got disconnected again. Ah shit, guys. Maybe he didn't. Hi.
Hi. Amazing.
I don't know when I cut out for you.
Yeah. But during that, I had those 2 extra bases up.
Yeah.
And I was, the idea was to just have a bunch of Bactals, but after I was seeing them not do anything, I was like, okay, I got to do something else. But it's, his whole army can move across the map pretty quickly, so it started to get undefendable.
Yeah, it was rough too because you obviously had a pretty nice bank at the end of that game.
Yeah.
But weren't able to necessarily animate it into anything. I thought maybe you were preemptively going for Viths because obviously you had the Skith stack and then you had the Tethvith swamp pretty early, but Teths made sense for the ground army, and then I remembered you didn't actually scout the air army, and even if you scouted the structures that made them, would you know that they made them because they're brand new?
I mean, I saw the some of the air producing structures.
Oh, okay.
I put down a bunch of spraits in my bases, which didn't end up really doing much. I guess they did a little damage at the very end, but just having them all just like the inboars as part of like supporting the ground army makes them very powerful. Wheat had said he was planning on doing something like that on Monazite, but like, you'd obviously afford way less off of one base, and he wouldn't have been able to support it with any ground because I was controlling the perimeter of his base.
Right.
But that match wasn't 99% won. It was 100% won.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Maybe I miscalculated in my own... Oh. And then he got owned.
Like clockwork.
That was really good. That was like, I 100% won that game, and then you just leave.
Yeah, instantly.
Yeah, goodbye. That's interesting you say that, because I looked at that game and thought, well, there's definitely a disadvantage here for Wheat, but he is teching up, and I know how powerful some of those endgame things can be.
Yeah, but
however, you had Naths, or Nath tech at the
yeah,
very least.
I had the Naths to keep him from getting drops or air units out of his base easily. I had my second base up. I had a bunch of production on the low ground to make stuff. So it was an extremely strong position. I went back and, I wasn't quite sure what he had when I was playing, but I went back and looked at what was on the stream, and yeah, it was pretty a one-sided situation.
Well, that's interesting, because I felt like I was seeing more units from him, but we did wait it out from a position of like seeing what you had versus what he had at the end of the first fight, because it did seem like it was actually still synced, except for the fact that, of course, you probably had like double the units by the end. Yeah. So I couldn't see that from my POV.
But there was, some decent shenanigans when I was facing Wheat in the qualifiers, so maybe it's just evening out.
Yeah, we said that he would have owned you before. I have a bit of a doubt about that, because I think had you won the Monazite game and then he wins that last game with Enbor shenanigans, your adaptation, the decider, might be giving you the heads up there. But
yeah, and it would have switched the order of who's playing, and it changes the whole thing.
It does, yeah, it changes that whole thing. I do want to talk to you about your game against HitEmUp. Match that.
So I'd done a thing against Wheat where I go fast tier 2 off 2 bases and just make like 30 mutas and was sniping all of his landlocks. So he had the bases.
And he's owned. Hold on. We'll wait for him. Coming back.
But yeah, the mutas would go around and just kill the landlocks directly without fighting his army or destroying any other stuff. So he was keeping his bases and keeping all his workers and everything, but he couldn't actually mine, and it was pretty good, pretty effective. I wasn't really intending to do that, just the 10 mutas I made versus HitEmUp, I made a whole bunch of Protathlors, just I don't know, to try them out. I wasn't really sure how effective that would be.
But, I see. Yeah.
Not very effective.
Well, it did help you against the Dorinan, but a lot of the other cases were like he was just able to run up on you once your front line went away.
I think with Protathlors, you have to make a Khaz'trith and fly it around and keep it with them. Because they massively overkill everything they shoot because of just the way the projectile works. So if they can hit other stuff nearby, it's super good. You can also do a thing. If you get to tier 3, you can cart around the end of a Nidus canal. I just put them somewhere they can all shoot, and if the enemy front line comes up and tries to kill them, they can just leave. Wow. But when they're just out and about on the map, they don't have HP, and they don't really do DPS, so they just all died, and it was not great.
Well, I feel like one of the major things that comes to mind about that sort of thing when you say that is why did the Endbor have to be so powerful? Because if you just won, then you could do all these cool strats. Hi.
What about the Endbor?
I said if the Endbor was wasn't so strong and you just won, then you could have done all these cool strats. That's what I was saying. Like, Nidus carting around Nidus for Protathlor sounds like I don't know, like something demented that Hamster dreams about when he's really playing Cosmo.
It's not really practical because you need the big whatever it's called, the tier 3 transport to pick them up, but you can tier 2 fly around a Khaz'trith, which is very useful for the Protathlors especially. For most army stuff, it seems like it would be good, but it has to be like really close to the front line and very snipeable, but the Protathlors have enough range where you can kind of keep it safe.
It does feel like a pretty good move for Protathlors in particular. And we do have a lot of Zergs, so maybe you can still help coach them in the rest of the tourney.
So in that game, I was hoping that I could keep control of the center area. I had sent all those Droliths to the middle to mine the neutral bases, but it's like I kept getting pushed out of it, and the Protathlors couldn't stand there and fight. So it was I should have just got the normal third base and expanded normally.
But you had a cool idea and you wanted to test it. Try it.
Yeah, testing out several ideas, but it wasn't meant to be.
It wasn't meant to be. The ZBZ where you 6-pooled and ran up against the Den First IZ build, how did you feel about that one?
I was a little surprised that there were 3 or 4 of them popping out right away.
Yeah, it was like a 7 Den or something. I didn't track the exact build order, but it was very, very aggressive Den timing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was an anti-6-pool build explicitly, but...
I mean, it's gotta be. I mean, there'd be no other reason to get them like that.
And he's gone. Alright, I think we'll do one more attempt here to finish the interview, and then we'll be on it. Hi.
Hi. You can do in first and make a bunch of I0 cores for, just the earliest rush, but you'd probably just be making the 4 from your normal larva instead of making a Larvask. But I saw he already had that up before I ever got there.
I do like it. I like the fact that there's depth to the builds on that level where people are assuming somebody's going to do a 6-pool and then that's going to be it.
Yeah.
But it's cool.
I guess what I was imagining what might happen would be he pushes out to take his natural, but he was just like doing a big giant timing attack and killed me.
Yeah, he decided he knew what was next. No. We'll have to see what is next for him. Do you have any predictions about who's going to win this whole thing?
HitEmUp, certainly a strong contender.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, I'm rooting for Dog.
You are? Tell me why.
I don't know. He's pretty good now.
He is, and he doesn't even need Enbors, although sometimes.
Maybe he doesn't know about the Enbor.
He thinks it's not very strong, so I'll let you decide if that's factual or not.
Well, if I was reading the numbers correctly, it hits for 80, and it seems to bounce, I don't even know how many times, so that's a lot of damage.
Yes, it bounces up to 4 times, each bounce dealing reduced damage.
The left bias for the bounces was very apparent for those things.
Yeah, yeah, it picks the leftmost target always. That's just a unit search from Starcraft.
Yeah, an odd quirk. Does it... I guess I never looked into it, but does it, like, do a search and then sort them? Or is, like, the spatial system in some sort of...
He's gone. He's dead. He tried to talk about programming.
Some sort of sorted state all the time.
The sorted thing is weird. They run a search around the area, and then they sort it based on, like, whoever's... If there's a target that's closer on the left, then it's closer on the left. But if it's a tiebreaker, it always picks the top and the left. That's how it does that. So.
Well, it's left to right, but vertically aligned units, it'll pick like the one with the lowest position in the unit table.
Oh yeah, that's right. They do that kind of silly thing when they're trying to do tiebreakers.
Yeah, but
I know location triggers handle top leftmost first. That's how they index their searches, but the bounces are probably using it.
It's just left to right. Like you can place units like an editor vertically aligned in like top to bottom or bottom to top and see triggers affect them in the order you placed them.
The day I learned.
It's an odd quirk. I used it for some map making thing a long time ago.
Kenoli, the code diver. Did you like that we were calling you Kenolo when you were being epic earlier? Did you see that?
I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that is.
Art of Turtle donated a bit of money and said, good luck, HitEmUp, Kenolo, and Godread.
I guess that's my name now.
Well, if they join Fluxer, maybe they'll see it as Kenoli or Kenolo, depending on your mood. I mean, unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to advertise nicely for Fluxer here with our interview, but it is what.
Yeah, the constant disconnecting is a good advertisement.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the series with Godread, decent, you know? But, with that said, do you have any closing thoughts or final words? He's gone. I knew that was going to happen as soon as I asked that. Don't worry. We're done for real now, guys. Hold on. For the people at home.
I'm back one last time to say no.
What a guy. Beautiful. And then he's gone for real. Hell yeah, Batman. All right, GG boys, we got our Fluxer interview done. We are out of here. That is the end of our time together. Big Hand Syndrome comes to a close with HitEmUp out 4-0. Godweight out 2-2. Should it have been 1-3? I don't know. But, you know, you can decide at home how you think, how you feel. And, yeah, it's really, really good. Really excellent play. Really excellent day. Really excellent Fluxer. I'll see you guys later. Peace.